good morning, especially good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the Toronto Defiant Throwback Tournament presented by TD Canada. We're your casters for today. I'm Lemon Kiwi, but by my side is the ever so talented, amazing, and memer. It's Beatdown Boulevard. How's it going?
I'm doing great, especially with you giving me the premium gas like that, Jen, and super excited to be here casting this throwback tournament. I got when it was first brought up, one of the first things in my mind too was like, can it really be a GOATS throwback? They made so many balance changes, but you know what? They already have those bases covered too. Using the workshop, we actually have like an authentic GOATS throwback, and it's literally my favorite meta. So it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, some of the changes to the special workshop code we're giving to the teams include, movement speed buff a little bit, the ultimate generation buff, and, some hero-specific stuff like Diva booster, cooldown, and whatnot. But let's get into the teams that we're seeing today. That's why you guys are all here. Some of your favorite players from the Toronto Defiant will be captains for this 10-team tournament. So those players include Agilities, Beast, Kareev, Numlock, Surefour, Zik, Cruz, Logix, Nevix, and Roki.
Yeah, and they are playing for quite the prize pool as well. It's going to be a total prize pool of $5,000 USD, by the way, being split amongst the top three. So there's definitely some money to be won. And when you look at some of the teams these players have put together, you can tell that they have their eye on the prize here. I know Lemon and I were kind of joking around before the broadcast about how some teams are like, wow, they really want to win this one out. There are a couple teams that are just absolutely stacked with Owl Tower.
Yeah, I think what you're saying by stacked is Roki decided to go and pick up half of Overwatch League for his roster. And then because there's no limits on the roster you can have. So some people, recruited their cousins or next door neighbors, some random friends on the ladder. And then some people are like, I want that $5,000. I want to slap on goats and I'm going to pick up owl people. And that's, I think, Roki's roster is like all owl people.
Yeah, and I mean, it's literally from all sorts of very well-placed teams, a lot of really good players on there. But let's be honest, like we got a lot of good players across the board here, even though some people grab some friends streamers. At the end of the day, like we're also here to have a fun time. Throw back to a time where Overwatch was a little bit, I want to say simpler, but GOATS is probably the most complicated meta that we've ever seen come out from that game. But still, to a time where a lot of people did have fun. I think especially because the composition like GOATS starts off in the tier 2 scene, hashtag support tier 2. It's a really cool thing to just go back to this really long time period in the game's history.
And maybe a bit of PTSD for some of the DPS players that maybe have to jump back on Brig.
That's
that's
what they deserved.
What they deserved, especially
That's
at least
right.
the flex DPS usually would be, or I guess depends the team, but one of the DPS players goes on Zarya, the other one on Brig. But speaking of goats, if you guys are maybe a little bit new to Overwatch or you're under a rock, goats, we gotta explain what that is. The 3 tanks, 3 supports, so you're absolutely gonna see Reinhardt, D.Va, and Zarya.
That's right. So those 3 tanks, pretty much non-negotiable in the main GOATS composition here. And the 3 supports, it started off originally with the Moira, the Lucio, and the Brigitte stacking AoE heal, and the sustain you also get from Moira's heal. But later on, what it really became, and what we're likely going to see today, is the Zen Lucio Brigitte with the Rein, D.Va, and Zarya. Super potent composition that was alive through the majority of Overwatch's 2019 season, and if not for the 2-2-2 role lock, it very likely would have persisted throughout the entire regular season. But that's what we're going to see played out today. It is a lot about cooldown management, not just your ultimates, but also the individual abilities. And what I loved about the meta so much is that it was so, I love the minutiae of it, all the timings of the Zarya bubbles, the speed boost timings from your Lucio, like everything had to work together. It was like a symphony. And when it all played out right, when you saw teams like the San Francisco Shock during that year, when you saw the Vancouver Titans, when it was still the previous runaway roster, it was just beautiful to watch.
Well, just the format of our tournament real quick before we jump into our first game. So we have those 10 teams that we announced the captains for, and you'll get to know the rosters as we jump into those matches. But for the first part of the tournament is a round robin where those 10 teams were split into 2 groups of 5. So those 2 groups of 5 are all going to play each other, and then the best 2 teams of each of those groups will move on to our final single elimination bracket. And then we'll be concluding so all of it is happening today. Strap yourselves in, drop a sub, drop a like, let us know who you're cheering for, because Beatdown Boulevard and I are about to jump into our first match, and I think it's going to be Team Zik versus Team Logix.
That's right. The first map of the day will be Lijiang Tower, as everything is just getting set up. So it is going to be a best of 3 format in all of the earlier matches here. And the fun thing for a lot of you Overwatch fans is we're not actually going to play any 2CP. The wonderful people organizing this tournament, they know. They're just like, no one wants to see it. Nobody wants to see Dranamura, Temple of Dranubis. All the memes that have just been run into the ground are no longer going to be applicable, at least for today. So it's just going to be Hybrid, Escort, and, come on, Brain, work with me here, a Control, which is where we're starting off on Lijiang Tower.
Hey man, we gave the community what they wanted. It's goats. And what they don't want is assault. But let's take a look at these rosters, starting with Team Zik. Team Zik went the French route. All French comes all the time. And I didn't even know that Zik was French himself. So good luck to him. We got Zik, Kaiser, Suna, Tech36, Askov, and FD God.
That's right, and what a good roster we have here. And I already talked about how the minutiae of this composition are so important. And if everyone's communicating, in the same language, it definitely makes these things a lot easier. That was kind of the whole talk during the time with mixed rosters, where you had to be really specific about your cooldowns, about timing. So having everyone be all French is definitely really nice for them. And we got a lot of good players on this roster too. Some that played in contenders, some that actually were in the Overwatch League as well, who've done really well in their respective positions here. So this is definitely a pretty solid roster going into this tournament.
And just looking at some of the roles, I mean, I'm not 100% sure if they have like a real main tank, but I'm sure a lot of people, because they're playing this mostly for fun, there's some money on the line, but you know, some people are going to chill out, maybe play off role. But Zik, Flex DPS, I think Zarya's in his hero pool. Yeah, Askov, Lucio, Tech36, probably going to see Diva, FD God with one of the supports, maybe Lucio Moira. You got Kaiser, who probably Flex DPS, who knows if he's going to be Zarya or maybe fills one of the support roles, and then Suna, who's known for his Tracer and Zarya.
Yeah, I think if I'm just looking at this roster, I would really like to have Suna on the Zarya. We've seen FD God do a lot of good work this season, especially on the Paris Eternal, playing that main support role on the Lucio. Like, he's pretty nuts.
Now we can look at their opponent. It's Team Logix. Will be LH Cloudy, McGravy, Facility, Vodka, and Yofi, or I guess Jofi, joining. So expecting Logix, you know, he's a hit scan player, so who knows what he's going to be picking up. A Cloudy, very known main tank for the LA Gladiators. McGravy, of course, he has the Diva suit, so hopefully we get to see some Diva from him. He's from the LA Valiant. Facility over on the contender side, plays on Angry Titans currently. Vodka, I think I've seen on her Twitter that she's top 100 on NA ladder on support. And then Jofi, who's very famously known in contenders for his Lucio play.
Yeah, that's right. So I think the roles are a little bit more clear here. And of course, we got it's looking pretty good, especially for McGravy. You talked about the Diva suit. Quote tweeted by Halsey too. I'm not ready to let that meme die just yet. But overall, another solid roster going into this first matchup here. So these are the 2 teams we're going to be seeing as we get started. I'm still pretty curious to see what the roles will be specifically. I know for Team Zik, we're definitely unsure, but I'm pretty excited to see a little bit of fun with it. Maybe switch the roles a little bit. I actually heard too in Numlock's team that he's actually going to play Lucio, which that's going to be good.
I'm liking that some people are going to be off role, especially if your whole team is stacked with owl players. It might be good to give the other team a chance. But let's jump into our first map. It's Junkertown, Team Logix versus Team Zik. This is first to 2 or best of 3, but if they lose here, don't worry about it. It's round robin. But going down 0-1 at the start of your first match, it would not be good for your results to get into playoffs.
Yeah, you would absolutely love to get started on the right foot here. So both teams are looking to do exactly that, trying to set the pace here on Junkertown as we go into night market. So we are seeing that standard Lucio Zen Brig Goats composition here, and on control, like, the first fight is actually super important. It is because once you win that one, you end up generating enough ult charge that if used correctly, you can actually cycle them to the end of the round. So it's really difficult to actually win it off after getting first cap or losing first cap.
See the fire strikes, important to try and matrix those as Cloudy swings away at Askov, who's playing the main tank for Team Zik. And without a Reinhardt, you can see there's not a lot of protection, but at least you have 2 other tanks that you can depend on as Team Logix. They'll give up that pressure they were applying. They'll go towards the point for the cap.
The nice thing about it is Team Zik actually managed to build about just as much ult charge outside of Askov, but he's already back and he's already dead.
So much energy for Logix to look at the point. It is being surrounded by Team Zik. They are focusing on singular targets, so they're able to get some of these kills. Team Zik still also can get the cap. I mean, you thought Logix, because of those early rotations, they would have been able to benefit from some objective time, but Team Zik that flip it around.
Yeah, and here's where it gets tough for Team Logix. They built up some ults on their side here, but Team Zik are just ahead in about every category here. We're looking at each individual ultimate. So Zik have this advantage in that if they can get some good ults, if they can force some ults out of Logix and not use too many of theirs, they can pretty much cycle their way to the end here.
First grab from Suna. There's a rally from Team Zik. They collapse on top of Logix. And the shatter from Askov absolutely floored Logix, but choking was there in time with the sound barrier. And that's the beauty of Goats. Not a lot of people will die very fast. But Logix looking to turn this back around. They're forcing themselves right into Team Zik. And they're starting to back away as Logix race to the point to try and get that flip over while Team Zik are occupied.
And they're going to be able to hold on just a little bit longer, try to get as much percent as they can out of this one. They actually forced the Transcendence out of Girl Sim, which is huge because Team Zik are still ticking up points here.
Gravy self-destruct finds Suna. Almost 60% for Team Zik. They're going to use the rally to make up for the health, but they were not able to save Tech 36's back. The grab thrown from Logix. Counter shot from Askov to protect the team. Team Zik still in a good position. They have some members missing though, and now with only one support, I think it's FD God. We'll see if we can keep the team up.
It's going to be really tough. Facility here has the rallies, doing a lot of work for the squad. I think we might finally see Team Zik lose control of this point, but Lemon, look at what it cost. Team Logix had to use so many ultimates only to just now get the point. Team Zik have an amazing amount of time to just be able to build up more ultimates and try to get one more fight, because that's all they need. If they get on the point, if they wipe Team Logix, they win the map. Go to round.
See Cloudy close to Shutter too. Try and pressure this doorway. They see Team Zik going towards the left. Zik has Transcendence. Doesn't have to worry about the grab yet, so it could be a good engage tool, or Fastcop starts to lose the Ryan duel. See the shield of Cloudy Discord on him. They're going to start to back away. Shatter was brought down by Cloudy. It only got a support round temporarily. Shieldless up. Sounder used from FD God as Team Zik trying to play aggressive here. Team Logix starting to back away. The grab is thrown from Zuna. The rally to collapse on the Logix. But they do lose Cloudy, but the Gravy's going to try and retaliate with the self-destruct. It blows Team Zik away. 3 down. There's only 3 remaining from Team Zik to hold on to this point to try and flip it around. Team Logix just having more members. You see Team Zik going for the reset.
And that's really wise, but this is really good for Team Logix to be able to hold on this long. They forced out a lot of good ultimates out of Zik, who couldn't get control, and now they're pushing hard and punishing them at their spawns.
Cloudy already with a double kill. This is great. Team Logix will be able to go for staggers. Almost a spawn room touch, but you know, somebody is keeping them a little bit composed here.
You know, that's super good. You're wasting all the precious time that Team Zik had built themselves up. Now we're in an equal scenario here, and if you look at the ultimates, Team Logix have the advantage here. Shatters out, and it actually catches a few.
Big Transcendence will just keep the space. Cloudy can play a little bit more aggressive. 93% though. Team Zik have to get back to the point quickly. And with these staggers, I mean, you have 2 supports down for Team Zik. This is going to be almost impossible for them to win.
And overtime is starting to take down. A huge boob coming out from Facility with the whip shot. It's going to seal the deal. That's going to be the first round of Lijiang Tower over to Team Logix. And they played this one really well, Lemon. The thing is, too, during the middle parts of that round, they managed to force out a lot of crucial ultimates out of Team Zik. They kept draining all of their resources and not allowing them to actually get any value. And the thing I really liked was towards the end, they punished them at their spawn, buying them enough time to actually win the round. So it's off to a good start here. And now that we move over to Control Center, we're actually going to see Girl Simp swap over to the Moira, as in the middle of Control Center, things do get a lot more scrappier. It is a wide open area, so they may believe that they can be making, offering more support to the team with just the raw healing that Moira provides.
Of course, at least with the Transcendence of Zik, this might be a better tool to deal with the grab. Girl Simp forced to fade away. Resources will be low for Logix as Cloudy bumps into the other Reinhardt, but Cloudy is lower health, so Team Zik will confirm that kill. Chase after the rest of Team Logix, which seems to be a rather easy fight. Able to push into those supports from Logix early, forcing them back. Team Zik will get the cap first.
And so important that Girl Simp, like you called them, forced out early in that fight. It means there isn't enough healing for the rest of the team, and as a result, it's so easy for the rest of Team Logix to fall. I say easy, but that is by GOAT standards, as it's taken a while here. Now also available, Team Zik have the grab.
The grab from Suna, Team Zik surrounding them, trying to break down the shield of Cloudy. As Ascom went through Shatter, at least they've got Cloudy down, and with the high energy of Suna, Team Logix has to be so careful how they engage without their brightest. Jofi's going to use the sound barrier, and you're going to see FD God mirror that as well. But everyone cleared from the self-destruct. I think that was from McGravy that came in. As a Transcendence is used from Zik, just so they can try and go forward towards the point. With 29%, the flip went over to Team Logix early. Let's see the Zarya from Team Zik putting out so much damage. The shield is healthy for Askov. As the rally starts from both teams, Team Logix are just not giving this one up.
In the middle of this, the points actually swap sides. Team Logix are in control, so every second they stall is super crucial for their own time bank. And they actually look like they are the ones who are going to hold on to control here. Tech and FD God being forced off the point. FD God trying to go for that Lucio 1v1, but at the end of the day, Team Logix are in control now. They are about to come up to another Graviton Surge as well, which is a crucial ultimate in this next fight. Team Zik only have the self-destruct to work with here, so this next fight you want to go for the Graviton Eat with the defense matrix.
You hope for the best, maybe expect
Yes.
the worst. I mean, first map, oh, you can see there's the grab thrown. Is from Logix, traps Zik around the corner. Tech 36 with the self-destruct right in the middle of the point, forces Team Logix to scatter as they try and group back up. Team Zik divide and conquer, but as they tried to conquer, they lost their Reinhardt in the process. Soundbear from FD God makes it so Team Zik can try and retaliate. The grab is thrown, but Suna, I think, completely misses it. So Team Logix starting to back away. Logix is going to frontline. He has the most amount of energy, gives the bubble over to Facility, and now it's the re-engage Jofi, the sound barrier. Transcendence from Zik, as Team Zik hold on to the point as the Shatter came down and found 3. Team Logix on the 4th. The shield is not so very healthy, but Cloud is going to try to lead the charge for Team Logix back on this objective.
And Suna gets another chance with the Graviton Surge. He's about to come up, but he's so low he gets taken out before he could use it. That could actually spell the end of the map here. A crucial takedown from Team Logix as overtime comes and goes. Means Logix will win Lijiang Tower 2-0 and go 1-0 in the series.
That also means match point. It is 1-2 in this round robin. This whole tournament is 1-2. So we have so many matches to get through. Everyone has to play play each other. But Team Logix, Well, what did you think their goats comp had an edge on when it came to Team Zik?
So I think it's a lot about decisiveness more than anything else. They are really quick with their decision making, and they're very quick to punish Team Zik as well. I talked about it at Night Market. I loved that they pushed into spawns after getting a really good team fight, because when you're in a ghost composition, you want to, or just in general, you kind of hang a little forward out of spawn, which when you think about it in this kind of meta is a little bit greedy, because it's so easy for you to get caught out and taken down, which wastes more time. So the punish is really great, and that's why I like their Night Market play. And if we're looking on Control Center, the Moira swap ended up being pretty good for them. That extra sustain, even though it didn't work out in the first team fight, ended up working out for the rest of them there. And the way you see Team Logix move in and out of fights, often on the point, making sure they don't lose it once they actually get it for themselves, was a big thing too. And it helped them avoid some really key ultimates from the side of Team Zik.
And since this has mostly been a mirror matchup, I think we've seen Team Logix offer more of the Moira and Team Zik for more of the Zenyatta with the Transcendence. You're seeing a difference of how that plays out when the Gravitons come online, which is usually pretty quickly in a composition like this, where the Zarya can stay alive for so long and gather 100 energy. So no surprise there. They just become human microwaves. And another difference we saw is that I think LH Cloudy was also at least beating Askoff most of the time on the Reinhardt. Of course, maybe ALH Cloudy having more experience. I mean, he is a main tank player, and Askoff, from what I remember, played a lot of Lucio, or at least support. Now he's a coach, so he probably knows everything about everything. But there is going to be that Ryan diff there.
Yeah, a little bit. The Ryan mind games, especially in the GOATS meta, are so crucial, because there are a lot of, your shield does so much to block a lot of this utility here, to block self-destructs, to try and protect your team as best you can, to block earth shatters more than anything else, and even to get your own off as well. There's a lot of pressure on main tanks. Of course, team game, everyone's involved, obligatory, yes, see all of that. But the Ryan, there's a lot of pressure on Reinhardts as well, because they do have a lot to live up to.
And if you are just joining us, Team Logix did take the dub in map 1, but that gives the chance for Team Zik to choose our next map. So where do you think they could go here? What's GOATS friendly?
That's a tough one. There's a lot of them. I think if you want to pick a map, it's mostly dependent on comfort. I think off the top of my mind, maybe Dorado could work out, just because it's one of those maps where you can basically hold at spawn doors if you really want to, especially in a meta like this where you can re-engage fights without actually spending any ultimates, key resources, being big lumbering tanks. You just kind of walk right in. So you can hold more or less, not quite spawn doors, but just at that first corner, take as many fights as you can, run the clock, and hopefully on your attack you get further.
I think our map 2 is almost ready once the teams finally decide what escort map we're going to. So their choices are Dorado, Havana, Junkertown, Rialto, Route 66, or Gibraltar. So if you guys are like, King's Row, well, you're gonna have to wait and see if Team Zik can even tie the series first.
And if it makes you feel better, chat, I almost said King's Road just thinking about it, because, oh god, it gets to the best map. But we'll get there. We'll probably get there. So we'll see. I don't know if you... I really don't think Havana is the pick, just because it's a really volatile map. First point, third point is just... You have to win, like, I don't even know if I'm exaggerating, like 6 or 7 fights just to get through them. And that's at minimum. It is just ridiculous how long things can stall out, especially in a meta like GOATS. And it's looking like Junkertown is going to be our second map of this series.
Ooh.
Not a bad decision either, especially when we're just playing GOATS. This functions similarly to Dorado in that you can hold at the spawn doors, you can take as many fights as you possibly can so that you can run the clock out before they actually finish the map.
Looks like Team Zik attacking as well. So you guys can already see how long these fights take because of the amount of healing that comes out when you run 3 of them. And especially for a team that like Logix, that we're running a little bit more Moira, so you have some additional healing of the Moira versus what the Zenyatta is able to output, especially when they can only heal one person at a time. But the Zenyatta adds so you can break down the shield of the Reinhardt faster.
Yes.
And then this opens up those opportunities for shatters that we saw.
Yeah, that's right. Zen has a lot of also damage potential in his own ability to output damage, and the Discord Orb, where he basically it's a debuff if you're not familiar, where that anyone who has the orb on them, any enemy, takes I believe it's 30% extra damage now. It used to be 50, which is that's messed up. I can't believe that existed for so long, but 30% extra damage. So it's so nice. If you manage to get that on the enemy Reinhardt, it's so easy to burst them down. Oh my god.
Oh my god, she's simping that wall now. That was a right hit. There's so many bodies. I mean, how you play goats is you just stack on top of each other. There's a lot of AoE heals there. So with all the bodies in the way, I wouldn't have seen that pin either.
No, definitely not, and I'm sure Girl Synth probably yelled when that happened. I know I've had some close calls like that myself. It's just... So that's a really good first fight, and you know what? That's okay that you lose it. You want to last it a little longer if you're Team Logix, but the point is, they get to recontest right now. And look at that, first blood onto Zik this fight, and they are in a good spot, forcing Zik to back off.
I don't even know how a Brigitte claims that kill too at long range, but Team Zik backing away, and you can see Logix chasing one last time. Even got the Discord Orb on Kaiser just to make sure they could not go back to those spawn room doors, and Team Logix shutting that door.
Yeah, great punish coming out here, and to your point, Lemon, it just how Brig got that kill, it's just old Brig, because remember, if you guys are just joining us, they have basically made a workshop patch to roll back some of the changes, nerfs to certain characters to be as close to the Ghost meta as possible, and old Brig was definitely a champion. Ask Great Root Beer about that, but here we go. Grab Bomb, one of the oldest combos in the book.
Oh, McGravy! Double kill on top of that, and it's so hard for someone like Askov to block that, and a huge investment of ultimates. You did see Askov try to go for a counter shatter to maybe catch six, while Cloudy maybe had his shield down, but didn't budge.
Yeah, and that's part of the Ryan games too. You always have to be ready, even when you think you have the advantage, because Earth Shatter is that kind of ultimate where it's just so game-changing. It completely can change the paces of fights. So now we're going to see teams that can't get out of spawn, but they're going to try it out with the grab. It gets a few.
Oh, there's the grab. Yeah, earlier from Tuna, the self-destruct didn't claim any kills, and as they leave their spawn room doors,
wow.
and Team Logix are just keeping them. They're spawn camping them.
Oh, this is painful. Suna with the high energy, trying to do whatever he can to try and get his team out of the spawn doors here, but he can't quite build up the grab just yet. Him and his team, they probably need to move in a different direction here, and as I say that, they're going to go up top, and they're going to try to get the drop from the high ground here, because it is going to be easier for them to throw out some damage. Also looking out for that pesky Lucio.
Grab from Logix is thrown around the high ground. They force out the Soundware from FD God. Now they want to engage, and as soon as Askov landed, he tried to go for a shatter. I don't think anyone was down, and the counter pin came as the Reinhardts are kind of slapping each other in the sandbox in the back, and the rest are trying to figure out, well, where's my shield? Where's my main tank? And actually, both of them are dead. This could be an opportunity for Team Zik to go forward. They have closer respawns, but there is a pause coming in, so there might be a disconnect.
Oh yeah, and it's looking like we already lost one there. It's gonna be FD God. So once they take care of that, we'll go right back to the gameplay. But Lemon, now we already have just a plethora of things to talk about here with how well, especially Team Logix, are playing it out here on Junkertown. So they hold close, they lose the first fight. Happens, but on that second fight, not only do they win on the retreat, they punish Team Zik and shove them into their spawn, and for the last couple of minutes they haven't been able to come out. They're on house arrest.
And just everything you've known about ult tracking is just so thrown out the window, because this patch also increased ult generation a little bit, so you might have to think they're getting it faster. And then through fights like this, you should be expecting almost every ult on the board. I mean, especially a grab every fight, that's for sure. Zarya is being kept alive much longer than she is in the current meta, and Reinhardts also are enabled a lot more, just tanks in general. So the Reinhardt mental game, though, is really the most important one, because a shatter could be a team wipe, or it could be nothing.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And honestly, it's why like main tanks get a lot of flack as a result, because they're doing so much. Even when it looks like they aren't doing too much at all, they have to keep track of so much there with their shield. Can't always slap around the other Reinhardt in the sandbox. You have a team to look out for, which a lot of these guys do more often than not. So if he got is reconnected, fortunately loses all of his ult charge, but Team Zik won the fight just before that happened. So this is a good spot for them to be in. Suda throws out the grab.
Not a good spot for Team Logix to be in the middle of that grab. They do manage to survive, and that's the facility rally. Lots of healing, self-destruct. It's a double kill from Tech 36. And a shatter, though, from LH Cloudy came down. Slammed down 2 or 3 from Zig, but they are still alive. They didn't even have their Transcendence forced yet. Speaking of which, Girl Simp, Vodka, gonna go for that for Team Logix. Equally mirrored from Team Zig. Self-destruct from McGravy right on the card to try and reclaim some space for the defense, but the front line of Team Zig is just too strong. The shield's starting to break from Askov. He has the shatter, but with only a couple remaining, you would think he doesn't need it, but he's still gonna go for it. As Jofi, Sound Bearers, only 3 gonna benefit from that. Team Zig are still very healthy and pushing to the card towards the end of point A.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate use. Jofi should have used the sound barrier as soon as he got it, but that hesitation in use means it doesn't get that much value, and now you get this punish from... Actually, FD God is the one who ends up being punished, which is really good for Team Logix, because now they can push a little forward, knowing Team Zik didn't have their Lucio, but now that he's back, the card is just moving through the checkpoint as where all eyes are on Logix, who's just getting kills with the right click, just saying Kobe in the background.
Yeah, just saying scoot scoot, it just right clicks across and lands on the ground. The shatter, he has 8 HP. He won't even be able to do anything to that shatter, but the grab also came out from Logix earlier. Team Zig barely surviving, having to use so many ultimates to rally the Sound Bear. Tsuna fighting back with the grab as Team Logix, their Transcendence kept them up. We're starting to run out of ultimates just finally. Tech 36 won't be able to get back to spawn in time. We'll conserve that self-destruct. We got another kind of spawn camp going on.
Yeah, this is tough scenes once again here for Team Zik. They have some tools to work with here. There's definitely the possibility of going for the Earth Shatter into a bomb. We're gonna see if that plays out, but they might just do LH Cloudy the normal way. No ults needed.
Tech 36 is playing behind them. He has the self-destruct, but realizing this is a lost fight, at least maybe you get the kill on the Cloudy. But it blew up the shield and him along with it. Team Zik can start to break out of their spawn, and you can see the speed. They're going all over Team Logix, and they're falling one by one, but there's only 49 seconds remaining.
And this is really tough for them, especially now. LH Cloudy has another shatter ready to go. Team Logix, if you look across the board, you're seeing a couple of very key check marks online and about to come online. So again, we haven't seen it so far, but a big thing that's going to be the decider here is whether or not one of these divas can eat the grab. It's looking like Suna gets his off.
And the shatter on top of the grab, and the Sound Bear from Jofi could only do so much. Like the counter shatter was even bigger. Team Zik used so many ultimates, could not get a single kill, but the Cloudy patience will be paying off. I don't know about that grab. That's just the tilt FD.
It's BM.
It's BM a little bit.
Yeah, and it's so unfortunate because Team Logix had their sound barrier ready to go during that fight, and there was no way to burst through the shields in time. And we talked about it, even in those heated scenarios, you have to remember the Earth Shatter. LH Cloudy definitely did, as he gets a nutty counter shatter to wipe the floor with Team Zik with time running out. So now the check mark has been set. There's no chance at overtime here on Junkertown. Team Zik have to defend. And I gotta say, Lemon, I don't have hopes right now.
It's not that far of a push, but they got to the end of point A, which was more than maybe what we were expecting after the little bit of spawn, the spawn dance happening.
Right.
But Team Logix, match point, box of victory there. They could start this round robin off hot.
They really could, and it would be a convincing win to start it off. But we're going to see Team Zik definitely not looking to go down 0-1 already. Going to see how they're going to respond this time around, how they're going to change things up here. Maybe some different ult combinations, different strategies going into some of these team fights here. Maybe they can get some spawn camping of their own done.
And we saw even on Lijiang Tower how Team Logix were thinking more about the Moira thought. They thought the coalescence, that the damage behind the shields and overall the team healing that provide would help a little bit more with their aggression. But you're seeing how valuable the Transcendence is against Graviton, as long as you can build it in time. But Team Logix going to the high ground. Team Zik playing on the other side of the card. You have to be careful with these initial shatters when the walls are that close, but look how Team Zik are already low, but they haven't lost anyone yet. Tech 36 sacrifices the mech to the Overwatch gods, and Team Logix thinks this is an opportunity to engage. 6 versus 5, LH Cloudy swinging away. McGravy is a little bit low, so they're going to be cautious with this.
Yeah, this is going to work out really well. Tech going a little too hard in the paint there, just trying to chase red dots in the back line without boosters. Might not be used to the old cooldown there, because there was no way for him to get out of that scenario. And already losing a fight. Again, you know, you want to just take as many fights as you can, so this isn't really that bad for Team Zik. They aren't coming up to many. Well, they're getting pretty close. Suna, especially once he builds that energy, will have the grab. But hold on, LH Cloudy.
He just popped off. Like, who expects a shatter on a top little narrow bridge like that? I mean, and it was an interesting rotation in general from Team Zik, but Cloudy, like, hot damn.
Yeah, like, how do you predict that if you're Team Zik? It's like, okay, we're gonna take the high ground. We're gonna get into the why is Cloudy here? That's pretty much what was going through their mind here. And Team Logix now, 5 minutes to get another 60 meters. This is gonna be tough. Team Zik though, they have all the ults and they're ready to use them.
Team Zik just jumping down from the high ground. The rally trying to go also right after the Zarya, it seems, as the grab was thrown from Suna. FD God with the sound barrier, but also mirrored by Joki. A humongous slam from Askov. Team Logix still survive. They don't have any support ultimates, but they have one grab left. They need to get rid of Askov here. It's a self-destruct trying to confirm that kill. It's a double kill for McGravy. Team Logix back on the card, chasing those supports away. Team Zik will have to reset, but Tech 36 self-destruct at the end of the fight. It's not going to work out.
No, it is not. Hopefully, he can get out without losing his mech as well. LH Cloudy's actually really far up, but FD God is the one who gets punished here. And this is dangerous scenario, Lemon, because they're already getting so close to the checkpoint. The golden rectangle of victory. And LH Cloudy, another shatter.
Suna is down for the moment. A lot of damage. Biggest source of damage from a Goats comp does come from the Zarya, so Team Zik have to be careful. They're starting to back away as a grab was thrown from Team Logix just to trap Tech 36, and they looks like they'll let Kaiser run away.
Yeah, and Logix, they're just playing so clean. McGravy is gonna lose his mech here, so this could stem the bleeding just a little bit here, but McGravy's still alive. They gotta make something happen here, Team Zik. Yeah, they're almost there.
It's right there. Graviton, Suna, thrown. Team Logix do survive, but LH Cloudy needs a little bit of help. So does Logix, but the shatter from Askov is a huge slam. Team Zik getting back on the card. They don't have a lot of members. Only 3 meters for Logix to get the dub in this series, but they just don't have a lot to keep this going. Only 3 members remaining, and you're seeing them back away.
And this is crucial for Team Zik, who have just built up both of their support ultimates as well. So how these next 3 minutes have to go is you have to be really smart with your support ult usage. One thing you never want to do is layer them, and hopefully you can win the fight with one. But it's all going to be about how quick Suna can get the Graviton Surge up. Halfway there. Shouldn't be too long, but it's got to be a big one.
We also got a McGravy self-destruct. Sometimes they're used defensively, sometimes used to break down the shields of the Reinhardts, but 6 versus 5, 6 versus 4 for the defense of Team Zik as they surge forward looking for more kills. Askov misses the charge, but he doesn't miss that swing, and Team Zik have slowed down the bleeding, and Team Logix will have to go again.
Yeah, and this is so good because they only use their sound barrier to do it as well. They don't really force much out of Team Logix either, so it's starting to look like teams are they're just trying to build up as many ults as they can and try to just make one big push. They have 2 minutes, enough time, just enough for 2 fights, but we'll see how they want to play this one here. They are pushing onto the cart.
Now we have a ton of ultimates online. Keep an eye on this Graviton. Suna will throw it. And coming down from the high ground is Askov. Self-destruct from Tech 36 on top. Team Logix using everything they have to fight back, to stay alive. It's the grab from Logix. It's the self-destruct, the Transcendence, the Sound Bearer. Logix barely staying alive. But Team Zik looks like they're firing right back. You had the Shatter. You had a Transcendence. Team Zik using their ultimates later will win that fight, and only 133 remaining for Team Logix to get to the box of victory.
And this is so good for Zik, who are coming up not only on their grab, but FD God is really close to that sound barrier as well. We're pretty much coming up to what's most likely going to be the final fight. This is the advantage you want to have when you're Team Zik, but you got to be careful with the ult usage. Now would be the worst time to have your Graviton eaten by McGravy. So I hope I didn't cast or curse it, and let's see what Suna can do.
We gotta see our first one of the day. It has to be this one. Suna throws the grab, not eaten this time. Team Logix only have a rally, but the shatter from Askov be laid up behind them. It's a humongous slam. Team Logix already lost 2. Do they really want to commit to this fight when it just doesn't seem winnable? As both Reinhardts collide in the closet, sound bear used from FD God to keep them up. Support still coming back from the spawn from Team Logix, and they just don't have enough gas in the tank to keep this trucking.
Okay, but here's the thing. They have a time for one last really quick recontest here. 30 seconds on the clock. And they actually have a lot of crucial ultimates ready to go here. Logix with the Graviton Surge especially is going to be impactful. Team Zik, they have to build Sunas as quickly as they possibly can, as this is kind of the last, this is going to be the last fight, one way or another.
Tie series or a 1 series for Team Logix. Logix has the grab facility down. 5 versus 5. Team Zik staying alive, but they wish they had that Transcendence. They'll make do with the rally for now as Team Logix should focus on stabilizing on the cart. They only have a few more meters to go. It is now overtime. Team Zik starting to zone them off the cart. As all that LH Cuddy could do is swing and hope the front line can do the rest. A self-destruct will be coming down from McGravy, but it's not the kills he was looking for. They had so many minutes to push a few couple meters, and Team Zik were able to fight this one back. Team Logix only have a Zarya left on the cart, but overtime goes away, and Team Zik will be able to tie the series.
Even in this tough scenario, Team Zik never said die, and they actually managed to bring it back here with some really good ultimate usage, really good team fighting ever since the cart got inches away from that golden rectangle of victory, especially in the last couple of fights where Team Zik were using their ult. They were cycling them out perfectly, getting the most value out of it. And even though we worried about Askov not exactly being a main tank player, played the Rhine games very well, blocked a lot of big shatters from LH Cloudy, and that was one of the crucial elements here.
We were thinking Team Logix weren't gonna get the dub there. I mean, they were spawn camping at some point on their defense, and everything was smooth sailing for point A, but retaking point B is so difficult as it is in any meta. It's just how the map is built. But then you saw Team Zik really starting to step up, and you're seeing that frontline diff really closing.
Yeah, it really is. And just overall, like, the team play is really good, especially in that last fight too. The interesting thing that a lot of Zarya players would try to do on areas with geography kind of like Junkertown streets, they have their Zarya on the high ground, and it makes it a lot easier to bypass that Reinhardt shield. You can lob the right clicks right over it. You, in some situations, can even just get the particle beam right directly on the target and burn people down. That's what we saw Suna doing. The entirety of Team Zik managed to push Logix off that high ground and allow him to hold onto that position and pick up those last couple of kills for free. You saw him in that last fight lighting up the kill feed.
And I just like that high ground approach because not only the grab from the high ground, as you explained, but they were just right below the bridge where they could jump on the other side of the team. And as they started to surround them, you had these 6-man Askov shatters. And so even though if the grab, if you don't have plan A work, then you could try plan B and then plan C and plan D. And then eventually that was the team win, team fight win. And Team Zik were able to defend for several minutes at the end of point B.
Yeah, and that's just really exciting for the implications through the rest of the series, even the rest of the day, because like you mentioned earlier, we did think that Team Logix were going to be the ones in control here pretty much the whole series. They were spawn camping them in Lijiang. They were spawn camping for a lot of Junkertown too. But to see Zik come back to really pull it together bodes really well, especially in this series as we go to a map 3 that could very well be King's Row.
Ooh, it looks like on our map set we see down below that
Let's
they did.
Go.
Let's go. We're gonna see some King's Row goats. Anyone else comfy in chat? Because I'm feeling so cozy about to cast some goats King's Row. This brings me way back.
Yeah, it brings me back too. Although I think what we just found out from production is that we are going to have a small break between maps. So before anything else, we're going to throw it to a short break and we'll actually be right back. All right, everybody, we are back. Map 3 of this first to 2 series between Team Logix and Team Zik. Just the quickest refresher, if you somehow have the memory of a goldfish, Team Logix seemed like they were going to win it all here in this match, but Team Zik pulled it together in the 11th hour. We're going to see if they can keep it up and complete what is technically a reverse sweep, as it is actually 1-1 now in favor of Team Zik. They're going to get that fixed real quick.
Yeah, and as the players decide what 6 heroes they want, which, I mean, you don't have a choice of tanks, maybe some supports. Just a reminder, it's Team Zik versus Team Logix. Team Zik is, consisting of French superstars. You have Askov, who coaching the Boston Uprising. You have people like Tech36, who are on the Team France of Overwatch World Cup. You have FD God from the Paris Eternal. Kaiser, who competed in Tier 2, Tier 3 with Crescent Dew. And then, of course, Tuna from Eternal Academy.
That's right. A lot of talent on both of these squads. As we start off with Team Zik on the attack. So here on King's Row, a lot of the rules are the same. You don't want to hold quite at spawn doors, but you're looking to fight straight out the gate.
Wow, these fights start off so quick. It catches you off guard with the Lucio boost and everything, but I'm sure it caught Team Logix a little bit off guard. They were backed away all the way towards their the point walls. Team Logix lost a lot in the process, and that's kind of the punishment that you get when you're a little bit too aggressive. You do have a lot of healing, but you still have to be careful.
Yeah, it's this weird duality here. You get a lot of healing, but a high energy Zarya also does a lot of damage here, so you can't really sustain through anything here. Speaking of the aggressive defense coming through from Zik.
Yeah, they just sped right into them, but the issue is that Kaiser was a little bit too much off towards the left, so he was picked early. There's the grab thrown this time from Suna. The high energy, it's a perfect opportunity, and the shield's about to break from Cloudy, so Team Zik could have been a little bit aggressive with it. They are thinking about it, but making sure to not lose Suna, because that's your biggest source of damage, so you do not want to take risks with that Zarya.
Yeah, I like the discipline from Team Zik to not push their advantage and fight off more that they can chew. We're going to see the self-destruct come out here from Tech, and the Trance, unfortunately, doesn't get any kills.
And you saw that the Graven wanted to deny the chance for Tech 36 to get back into mech, but he is back, and so is the Sound Bearer. Team Zig still lose their break. They are down a little bit of heals, but so are Team Logix. Without a main tank, the fight is just kind of dead. You're just taking in all that damage, even with Zarya Bubbles and Matrix, but Team Zig defending well so far.
And they're just waiting for their break, Kaiser to come back to point, but unfortunately the Shatter doesn't wait for anybody here. LH Cloudy, though, is going to pay for it with his life.
Yeah, he bumped into the other Reinhardt, had the Discord orb on him, so he just got bursted down, but Team Logix are going to try and initiate without him. They use the Transcendence. They're forcing Askov back, but Askov almost went down. They could not confirm the kill, but they will confirm this team fight win with the Graviton. Logix did try to counter grab. You did see a counter self-destruct from McGravy, but Team Logix don't have a lot of people alive. They thought if they could get a few trades, Team Logix have the closer respawns. They could have maybe turned the fight around, but it was expensive for Team Logix, only 125 left.
Yeah, they were basically a death's door in that fight. It's not good that they used the Graviton Surge. However, if Logix can build up the energy, 1 minute is more than enough time to be able to get it back. But you have to live long enough here. And if we look at the ult bank of Team Zik, that may not be possible for Logix and the rest of his squad here. But they are taking their time with it, which is good. However, Team Zik don't want to wait.
Oh, they needed to save Askov. He was in the middle of 6 people. What a good sound beer from FD God, but you can't save him this time, even with Transcendence. Zig wishes he could have. Team Logix setting up camp on the point. Not a lot of ultimates to work with, but soon will be a grab, and he maybe not even needing it. Logix claims a first pick. Tuna throws a grab to maybe slow down this Team Logix push, as Askov will be back. He has shattered. Team Logix, though, lasering down the defense. Will be already getting a first take. Almost the second with 30 seconds left. It's about damn time.
And you already talked about it before, Lemon. When you lose your Reinhardt, it is that easy for everything to fall apart. They ran the clock enough, though, that there are only 250 left through the street space. So Team Zik are definitely happy with that. The problem is, though, Team Logix win it out. It managed to build up some really big ultimates as well. The grab bomb combo is available to them if they so choose to use it. And there is the sound barrier for when Suna will expectedly instantaneously build up that grab, just because there's so many meaty tanks that he can farm.
Shield management so important here. 2 shatters online. Pretty narrow corridor, but the grab comes out first. The shield will protect most of Team Zik. As the self-destruct was sent towards the back from McGravy, it is blocked away. Team Logix 6 versus 4. They even used the Transcendence as Team Zik tried to go for trades. As they are starting to be separated from each other, Team Logix working so well as a team. They will be advancing the card.
And what a great grab through the other wall there in the library from Logic. Really smart thinking so that it doesn't get eaten. Mind games between a D.Va and a Zarya are just incredible here. Now, even though there was a chance for Team Zik to hold the streets, one fight is really all it takes in a lot of scenarios. You see Team Logix are holding them up, and we're just about at the gate.
3-man shatter from Team Logix, using the rally to get some armor up. Team Zik starting to occupy some space on the cart. You saw Kaiser got so low. This forces Sounder from FD God. As the shatter lands, Askov gets a couple down, but Team Logix uses sound barrier in time. They retaliate with the Graviton of Logix, and even a few more ultimates on top. Yeah, we'll give them point B.
Yeah, at this point, I think Team Zik just can't hold on any longer. And that's going to actually end up being 2.5 minutes. And if they do it as cleanly as they did the streets phase, it is going to be a decent time bank. The thing is, though, now the defender spawn advantage, especially in a meta like this, becomes quite obnoxious. Not only do people get to come back very frequently, they have giant health pools as well that you have to get through over and over again.
Grab from Team Zig, self-destruct right on top. It will burst through this Transcendence, claims a few kills, and only Girl Sip is the healer for Team Logix. They will be resetting, and it's a good place for Team Zig to win a fight.
Yeah, and this is where the third points of maps on Escort and Hybrid are where things go a little awry for teams, especially in GOATs or in very heavy sustained compositions, because the spawn advantage plays a factor. so much like we talked about earlier here. So if you're Team Logix, you want to build up the ults that you can and try to gain as much ground as possible. Logix has the grab, and he's going to look to use it.
FD God is going to help Team Zig engage with the sound barrier as they start to get behind the shield of LH Cloudy. Jofi finds the perfect moment to reinforce Team Logix as a self-destruct from the Gravy tried to make some room. Team Zig a little bit separated from each other as they're still pushing as a team. Not really a lot of ultimates you have to worry about unless Tuna feels this graviton, but with all the speed, they force Team Logix back again in the last minute of play.
And there it is, only one fight available to Team Logix. It's seeming like the third point, we'll call it the grind, is coming or is living strong here. And we're going to see, because Team Logix don't have too much to work with. They're going to have to stretch this Shatter and Transcendence very, very thin as Kaiser responds with the rally.
That's a three-man Shatter also from LH Cloudy. Team the
Gravy!
The first graviton eat of the day! Goodbye! You're going to be feeling that one in the morning, and the Shatter at least. Facility will feel that one. Team Logix get hit by a double self-destruct there from Tech 36, and they've had several tries now at this point, and Team Zig, they can hold another fortress of a defense just like they did on Junkertown.
And if they do, they might be able to win it out. FD God gets his Transcendence canceled, which could actually really big. If someone could get on the cart, this could be the game changer for Gavy buying space. Kaiser gets a much needed pin. Lemon, I think it's happening.
It's happening. Team Logix in a position to take this fight. Looks like Team Zig, I mean, they've drained the clock. It is now overtime. Team Logix cannot play as aggressive as they did before.
No, they cannot. They don't have the ultimates on the side of Team Zig, though, to really do anything about it. They have Suna's grab. If it gets eaten again, that is going to spell the end. But Logix gets a big grab into the spawn. And, oh my god, it does everything they need.
There's Logix there with the grab. Team Zig falling one by one. Their backs were already against the wall, and Team Logix are going to nail it there. They will be finishing the map with 0 seconds remaining.
And you know what? In the GOATS meta, if you manage to finish a map, well, we take those, because getting through that third point was a big slog for Team Logix, but they actually managed to get it done, which is supremely clutch for them in those last couple of moments. Now Team Zig are going to have to answer with an equal or better attack if they want to go into time bank rounds.
And you know, you can get a bigger time bank by just snowballing this map, which sounds really forehead to say, but exactly, as you accumulate ultimates, you can just keep cycling them, and with the composition like GOATS, you can't really ask for a better snowball composition than that.
Yeah. And especially with how easy it is to build up ultimates with all the damage being put out. Like, it's ridiculous.
I think Team Logix, they've sometimes they get stuck at points and it takes them 3 or 4 fights to break out of it. It's like smooth sailing to the point towards most of point B, and then point C happened, and they just had like 3 or 4 fights just stuck at the same spot. It was kind of like Junkertown-esque at that point.
And then that's how it goes. Again, even when after the Ghost composition, when things became with the Sigma and Orisa comps, where you have your Reaper May, it was all about sustain, and it was all about making fights go as long as they can. So it really does get obnoxious on second point 2CP, on the last parts of Control and Escort, or not Control, Escort and Hybrid, and it's just. That's what we saw here exactly. It's so tough to get through VP compositions like these when their spawns are so close, especially. You got to do it time again. So we're going to see on the offensive, Zig can do a little bit better than Team Logix, because that is definitely the goal.
Let's see the Discord Orbs exchange on the other Reinhardts. Team Zig really respecting that space, and Team Logix on the defense not playing as far forward as Team Zig did on their defense. As FD God just moved them a little bit away from the point. Team Zig can start to pressure that first tick. Team Logix losing their main initiators. That main tank, no shields, will be protecting them, as you hope Logix will have this grab soon enough. And there's the engage. The grab is thrown. The sound there from Team Logix should keep them up, but soon also counter grabs. Zig has the Transcendence. Team Zig stayed nice and healed up. They probably lost FD God, but this is still very winnable for Team Zig, and Team Logix are going to hope they can hold on to the choke point.
And this is a fantastic time bank to start off with. An immediate burst cap, giving them 5 minutes to get through the streets phase. And if they manage to take a fight here in the middle of the streets, just past the second corner, they might actually be able to just win the streets phase with one fight. But it all depends on Team Logix. They have to push forward, use the ults that they have to make that less than likely. Because again, it's about maximizing the amount of fights you can take.
Rally started from both sides. You got the Rhine mental battle, the Shatter. I mean, Ellich Clutter, I think he pinned and went for a Shatter, got a few down, so did Askov. Team Zik still on the cart. McGravy was a little bit behind them. He has the self-destruct, and this was his plan all along. But the plan is for Logix to kill everybody with the grab, the self-destruct in the back, finds Tech 36. He's not allowed to get back into mech. And with only FD God and Suna left, this defense, or this attack is pretty dead.
That it is. He does get to leave with his life is ever so close to another sound barrier. So there are plays that are possible for Team Zik, especially with the time bank they have. We're just scratching the surface of it right now. There are a handful of fights going to take place here on Kings Row Street. So we're going to see if, oh my god, from the back?
Cloudy just snuck up and got a 3-man Shatter, I think it was, and as Team Zik turned around, then the rest of Team Logix followed up, pinching them at multiple angles. That was so big brain.
You can't keep letting them do that like that. LA's Cloudy keeps getting away with it time and time again, and it is really clutch ways to win fights, especially like nobody. How do you predict that kind of stuff, right? But Logix throws out the grab and pick, helps get his team 2 kills, make it 3, and Team Logix, oh, Lemon, I think it's a throwback to the spawn camping.
Surely couldn't predict the grab like 50 feet from your own spawn room.
I would like to think so.
Team Logix feeling like Team Spawn Camp, but Team Zik also leaving out of a different spawn room door, and LH Cloudy gonna catch them off guard, but Team Zik have a ton of ultimates. This is gonna be an explosive fight. There's lots of time left, so Team Zik for the grab. It's the self-destruct. It's a 6-man Shatter and a 5-man grab from Team Zik, and they are back on the cart.
And Askov says, damn your main tank diff. He's gonna help get his team the 5K to finally get through the streets phase here. Unbelievable. And the only thing that is a little unfortunate about all of this is the thing with spawn camping is you force people to use their ultimates in their spawn, so they don't get as much distance as they'd like to. So they are going to need to win a second fight here, as Cop, though, is going back.
Elish Cloudy just posted up, went for a Shatter, got a few down. FD God responds with the sound barrier as the grab is thrown from Logix, countered by the transcendence of Zik. Self-destruct from McGravy on the cart. Askov didn't have a shield to protect himself, but he's the only one to fall for Team Zik. They're going to see if they can make it up. Make it up to him. They are pushing in. FD God got a little bit too aggressive. Sometimes he's wall riding Lucio's a little bit too confident, but there's a fire strike claiming Tech 36. Team Zik approaching the end of point B, but Logix realizing this window of opportunity, able to punish the mistakes of Team Zik and win the fight at the end.
Not only that, they are pushing them all the way back to spot. Askov, though, actually manages to take one down with them. I like it. I respect the big boldness, but one thing I do want to highlight really quick is Facility has been actually really big for Team Logix. Very silently doing so much work for the team. There are a lot of shatters, a lot of diva bombs made possible by him shield bashing Askov, and that's been a big factor in why Team Logix are doing so well, especially here. Speaking of Team Logix, Logix has the grab from the back.
Team Zik were not expecting it. He's going to counter grab. McGravy gets the second eat of this series, of this tournament. Team Logix got the most amount of kills. Tech 36. You hope they don't stagger him. Don't do it. This is a for fun tournament. There we go. Logix.
I know.
Finish.
That would actually be super toxic if they did that. But technically, like, tactically, it would have made sense with 1 minute left. You want to run the clock. What a lot of teams do was just stagger. I think the longest diva stagger I've ever seen was 30 seconds. It was actually like cyberbullying. Yeah, it was crazy. But now, it's not what's going to happen today. Nobody's sweating for the money that much. Team Logix, though, trying to see if they can hold this defense one more. Remember, everyone, this is for the map win. They have some ultimates to make it happen, but Askov has had some big shatters. I want to see if he can pull off just one more.
Cloudy has his as well. Cloudy
come on!
Zik down, caught him out of position. They are going to capitalize on that kill. 6 versus 5. Counter shatter right in time for the self-destruct. Tech 36 gets 2. Team Logix still have both support ultimates. They had you Sounder, they had Transcendence, but they're losing a lot of space on this card, and Team Zig have everyone alive, so they're gonna keep pushing. They have somebody on the cart. Surely this is point B, but it took them so much time to get this done.
Yeah, now they're going to end up with less time, I believe, than Team Logix had on their attack here. It's really only going to be enough time for one fight. They're trying to zone Team Logix with the Zarya damage just so that they can at least get as much free space as they can, so this next fight ends up being the one to end it all. So we're going to see Grab is available soon as lobbing it out.
Yeah, the shield is super broken for Cloudy. It eventually bursts. It's gonna try and swing. Self-destruct from McGravy to protect his team. Catches Kaiser, I guess, without a shield. Shatter right into the shield. Team Logix unfazed. But their shield is starting to break, so it might be the go side to try and take this fight quickly, as the Divas will duel for the high ground. Tech 36 will not budge. He is taking most of the damage. He could lose mech. Falls off maybe the side, but he does manage to conserve it in time. Team Zig will be respecting that space around the corner. Cloudy gets 5 on the ground. FD God, the sound barrier. It saves almost everyone except Askov. They're going to see if they can win the fight here as LH Cloudy goes for a very risky pin, and it pays off. Team Logix sent Team Zig packing.
But more than anyone else, Askov is the one that needed to be saved by that sound barrier to keep them alive in this fight. Still a chance here for Team Zig. They have to get to the cart soon. Logix, though, Grab available. McGreevy also has the bomb. Can McGreevy eat another grab is the question.
Well, Logix pulled the trigger first. He's trying to kill Tsuna and does manage to do so, but the grab was already thrown, as maybe some members of Team Logix were stuck. It is overtime. Team Zig, Tech 36 does it again. Double self-destruct. 2 supports down. It's only up to Facility to keep Team Logix alive. They are actually getting a bunch of kills. This is very winnable for the defense. Self-destruct right at the back of the cart as McGravy catches at least one who didn't have a shield. Team Zig only have 2 people alive. They're not on the cart. Team Logix will be taking the series 2-1.
And so much tighter than we thought it would be based on map 1. However, Team Logix still come out in the end, and we talked about it earlier on in the series. It's the plays like this that they're making, grabbing the wall on the other side of the bookshelf or the bookstore, getting these flank grabs. At least Cloudy doing literally whatever he wants and earth-shattering the backline, sometimes running past Askov's Rhine shield. And because of that, these decisive and proactive plays, Team Logix do consistently come out of each fight in the end.
They will be coming out also the round robin, not yet, but they will be starting off 1-0 in their win-loss. And if there's any issues of ties, if you guys are wondering, then it comes down to head-to-heads and map differentials and stuff like that. So Team Zig will be starting 0-1, but man, they forced the map 3 and it was almost a dub. So it was still really close.
That's right. So I think Team Zig can still be pretty happy with how they played so far. They definitely still have a chance. As you said, the round robin isn't quite over yet. So I do have a lot of faith that they can put up another good performance, maybe even get a dub depending on their next opponent.
And if you have some of your favorite players maybe competing in other matches right now, we have other broadcasts going on.
Right.
Other casters are going to be casting those streams. So check out the Toronto Defiant Twitter. I'm sure they're retweeting the other streams. If you're wondering, just that's the easiest place to find it. But our next match coming up on stream will be Team Beast versus Team Roki.
Yeah, and that is going to be a fun one. We did talk about how Roki is the one kind of your resident sweater here with the team that he's put together. A bunch of very well-respected OWL players on his team. And, of course, got to include himself in that scenario. But I'm sure that's going to be an absolute barn burner of a match.
Yeah, this is the Toronto Defiant Throwback Tournament presented by TD. We're going to throw it to a quick break, and when we get back, it will be Team Beast versus Team Roki. everybody, to the Toronto Defiant Throwback Tournament presented by TD. Yeah, Rap got that one. I kind of have to be for GOATs, but I'm joined with a new and maybe prettier face. Don't tell BDB. It's LaFawn joining me today.
I mean, I'll disagree with that. I think Beatdown's much more attractive. Anyway, it's good to be back. It's good to be. I'm actually here in Toronto. You can see behind me the CN Tower over there, but I'm actually casting from on top of the lake. It's impressive. Speaking of GOATs, we're gonna have to get really into it. It's been a while since I've been able to see this composition, and Lemon, you know, this is one of my favorite team comps to be to watch, to play, to cover. So it's gonna be a good time.
I feel like last time we casted together was probably GOATs too.
Yeah, that sounds about right, actually.
It's like a throwback caster duo with throwback matches. But if you are just joining us, we're about to jump into Team Roki versus Team B. So let's look over this roster, starting with Team Roki, which me and BDB were saying is the most stacked roster this whole tournament. It's consisting of all OWL players. So we got Roki, Rhea, Glister, Gator, Hanbin, and Elris.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a little funny story about Elris's name. We'll get into that a little bit later, perhaps. But not only is this a team of OWL players, but they're very, very good OWL players. Hanbin had an argument to be for Role Star, for tank, right? Glister really performed really well. We saw him in the All-Star game just yesterday as well. So, and actually, the main tank for this team, Gator, weirdly enough, was on the team that developed this composition and was therefore named after that team. So GOATs, coming from GOATs, Gator, the main tank for that squad. So certainly a lot of history with these players. And I think Roki taking this one very seriously, trying to come in first with this roster, Lemon. It's really, really high-end players here.
Rhea from the Hangzhou Spark, either Diva or Zarya. We'll see what he chooses. London Spitfire is Glister. You got Gator from the Atlanta Reign, Hanbin from Paris Eternal, and Elris also from the Atlanta Reign. But then let's take a look at their opponent. It's Team Beast, or formerly known as Beast Halo. He's from the Toronto Defiant. He's joined by Bernard, Dante, Karkar, Blase, and Juno.
And Beast actually former teammates with Karkar back on Fusion Uni, right? The academy team, the former academy team, rather, Philadelphia Fusion. So certainly some history there in terms of teammates. But as you said, OWL players mostly across the board here. Dante, well known from the Houston Outlaws, Blase as well, Houston Outlaws, Karkar, Vancouver Titans, currently Beast. You know, these guys have played together for such time. So excited to see how they stack up. I think they'll have a harder time perhaps, but overall, you know, with such good talent, I'm sure this game is going to be absolutely terrific.
Yeah, this is just stacked with OWL talent. This is going to be an insane match. And then how practiced are these guys on how to coordinate GOATs? At least GOATs is one of the most forgiving compositions because of having 3 healers. If you're wondering who Juno is probably the only name that isn't part of OWL, but he wrote in his own team sheet that he is a ladder rat. So that says it all.
I mean, sometimes you just got to get a little bit of that scuff coming in, right? Try and play it up with the mess that ranked ladder gets you. Overall should be a good time. And before we get into the actual matchup, we're going to talk about this through the entirety of the broadcast today, but it's going to be, you know, a back to GOATs' heyday really in how we perform or how the teams kind of play out here due to the changes that we've got. Some healing changes, some HP changes, and obviously damage changes for Zarya. So really excited to see how these teams play out. We're going to start off on Nepal as our first map. Control opening up as always, Lemon. And here on Village, it's going to be extremely explosive.
Just a reminder of our prize pool too. These guys aren't just competing for fun. This is a $5,000 prize pool. And maybe this is a drop in the bucket when it comes to these OWL players, but I'm sure maybe someone like Juno, apparently the ladder rat, will appreciate that. But off the gates, you're seeing no surprise, the Zenyatta as the optionalist. That's the only one that really changes, but the Reinhardt duel between Gator and Beast will be taking place. Fire strikes exchange. You can see the break at an off angle, and you can see that Beast was really worried about that, and that flank from Hanbin opened things up for Team Roki.
And actually, this is a really interesting little historical piece about Hanbin, obviously hailing from Contenders Korea back in the day. Element Mystic, where he actually played Brig a lot there so that they would have Doha on Sombra when they ran that Sombra Goat. So not entirely unfamiliar with that character. And you can see already up to 85% on the rally. They're going to have it here early in this first fight, and Team Roki are looking good here on this next engagement.
It's going to be a very little room with 12 bodies in it, and I'm a little bit concerned, but quick swap going main. Team Roki on the point. Now it's Gator versus Beast again. The Discord orbs gonna make it so they can be bursted down quite quick. And Juno was the first one to fall. Team Roki have Rhea losing mech, but a self-destruct will make sure Team Roki can still hold on to the point. They even get Car, who was maybe wall gliding near it. But either way, Team Roki won the second fight.
Yeah, very expected, right? Rally is such a powerful ability, even now with on live with nerfed Brig. So the fact that you get it up so much faster than Team Beast means that Team Roki are very much ahead. Heading into this next fight, though, Lemon, we're looking at the Graviton Surges. This is the exchange to kind of keep an eye out on. If a D.Va can deny it, then things are starting to look a little bit better for you. Was that a 5-man shatter?
Whoa! I didn't even hear it. I didn't even see it. I don't even think Team Beast saw it coming as the sounder, I think, or no, sorry, just a rally from Blase was used to armor back up. They lose Beast, and it's smart of them to hold on to the rest of their ultimates.
Yeah, you just win. It wins out a fight. It really buys time, and here up to that 70-ish% mark is when this next fight's going to really start to take its next engagement. You can see rotating through main is Team Beast as the low ground. They want to clean engage here and just force the high ground away from Team Roki.
5 ultimates, a very confident pin. They're gonna have to save Gator. He's got the Discord orb on him. There's no chance, but Rhea just ate the grab from Dante. He is punished, but the Salamander from Car kept Team Beast up. The shatter to retaliate. Team Roki starting to separate from themselves, and losing Glister means a lot of the DPS from this GOATS composition will be gone. As we're approaching 90% mark for Team Roki, they're gonna try and hold on to it, but only one tank remains, and it is Gator. Team Beast will be getting it back. They have quite a gap to close now.
Yeah, certainly. A little bit of a greed from Team Roki at the end there as they push the main tank a little too far forward. And Lemon, as you said, it ends up going into Team Beast's favor. Now, this is pretty much a dearth of ultimates on the sense that GOATS has very few. So support ultimates online here from Juno. And expectation here is try and force a fight off your superior healing.
High ground approach, both divas playing on the point, self-destruct to maybe surprise everyone. Let's see what Bernard finds. Roki out of the fight. Team Roki now with the shatter, the graviton. Lots of ultimates being used. Team Roki, the rally's just not giving them enough healing, and Alvarez decided to hold on to the Transcendence. Team Beast losing a lot of their damage providers will be falling back, and at the 90% point for Team Roki, Team Beast will have to be back soon.
And they have the Graviton Surge as well from Glister online, so you just know they can deny this land. There's no denial available as the mech has been destroyed. This is going to be the round here, Lemon.
One person touching from Team Beast, the shatter that gets 4 down. Alvarez is there with Transcendence, so Beast by himself and maybe a break there or something is not going to be enough to puncture in this point. Like you said, the round will be going over to Team Roki.
Yeah, excellent play there from Team Roki. As expected, right? They step in. It's the hyper-aggression from the main tank that leads the way. Gator looking spectacular on the Reinhardt. And we should highlight the characters that are available here in this GOATS tournament is the 3-3. We know that. The only exception is the tanks will always stay the same. The quote-unquote DPS will always stay the same. You will always see the Zarya, you'll always see the Brig, you'll always see the Reinhardt and D.Va. It's only the flex supports that can change up a little bit. I believe Moira and Zen are both available to be chosen from. So there is some selection there. I expect Zen's going to be the hero we see all the time. Discord Orb is so powerful at burning through tanks. And yeah, so expectations here, you're going to see the mirror basically every round.
Yeah, we saw in our previous series that some people are trying out the Moira, maybe thinking that more consistent heal can help out in the early stages. Also, Ana is a choice, but haven't seen that yet. So far, it's a pillar fight. Team Beast, though, Juno got whooped off. I thought he just fell off. Roki gets the credit for that, and Blase, I think, went too far forward, and that's really the decision-making that's so important. If you go past those shields, you can be lasered down really quickly.
Yeah, exactly. There's discussion to be had about when GOATS was, sort of the confident meta, is that break play was so underrepresented in sort of how we appreciated it, right? Knowing your limits and knowing how to play within it was one of the hardest things to do, but the teams are going to play outside those, hyper-engaged right off rip.
Saw both shatters exchange, the shield starting to break from Gator. They have a little corner that they can round about, but Roki found maybe out of position. Still not the worst, they still have 2 other healers. As you can see, both teams maybe working towards ultimates. Glister's going to have that grab as a quick rotation from Team B. He's just going to the point to get the flip. Team Roki were able to contest it in time. Might be a wall riding Lucio. It might be posted up as Beast. Grab thrown from Glister. Dante in response traps them so they can't follow up with it. Only Lucio's being exchanged as a self-destruct right above as the shields are low. Could have been big. No kills yet, but as the resources are falling away, Team B's gotten a lot more aggressive in that fight, surging towards Team Roki. Completely zoned them away and got the flip on the point.
A lot of what GOATS is about that mirror matchup, right? You use one thing, then you're responded to by the opposing team's sort of counter to it, and then you go back and forth until a team has kind of won out the fight. Their Team Roki uses it a little too aggressively, a little too expensively with the Transcendence early. They're unable to block out the Graviton Surge. Team B is doing a great job of reading out the space that they've been given.
Team Beast. Oh, how did Blister got pooped off the map? And that is really the danger of Sanctum. You also have Dante over on Pillar's side. The rest of Team Beast are actually on the point. Self-destruct available for Beast. He can at least try and hold on to the space. He decides not to use it. And Team Roki will flip it just as quick.
Yeah, that's just a really clean play by Roki, right? 2 kills off the boop, and then you just walk in and you're forced to retreat. Now, though, it's the re-engage, and with the Graviton Surges available, again, Team Roki looking to open up with that. Roki again, another pick. What insane play for Lucio here.
There was no shields. It was just, yeah, the shots from Roki at a long distance, and then you had the grab from Glister just to clean up the rest of the fight. 65% plus now.
Honestly, I think GOATS is one of the things that was best for Overwatch's like professional play in its start, right? It allowed us to see a lot more coordination come in. Now looking into this next fight, speaking of, look at Gate around the corner. He's hiding. He's looking for that shatter. Trying to bait in.
Oh, he's thinking about it.
Oh, they got scouted.
They discovered him. Gets a shatter down. I think it only nails Bernard, but he has the self-destruct. The Salver from Karkar is used along with the Juno Transcendence. Overlapping those support ultimates is expensive. The self-destruct from Bernard finds Roki away from the shield. Speaking of that, Gator doesn't have a lot of that left, but neither does Beast, and they're looking behind them. Team Beast just can't seem to break through this choke point, and at 99%, Team Roki on round point will be keeping them at bay and most likely taking map 1.
Yeah, that's gonna be it as Karkar is taken away. There's no one else who can contest. And the Graviton Surge as an exclamation point. Team Roki winning out indeed in our first map, looking dominant the whole while. Realistically, in such a chaotic game with how much there is going on, Team Roki felt like they were in complete control the whole time.
Really a support diff we're starting to see. I mean, Hanbin got a triple kill. You've really just led the aggression for Team Roki. He got behind the tanks, able to get a few stuns and force their attention away from maybe the main objective, which was maybe to kill the other Reinhardt. Then you had people like Roki who really took advantage of the map structure of Sanctum and got a few environmental kills.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. You know, winning a fight off of no resources and just building, towards your own percentage that quickly is substantially huge in the GOATS mirror when you have to, sort of coalesce around specific ultimates, and the longer you can take to kind of use them, the better it is for you. I mean, we saw in the highlight there from Hanbin just how good he is at the Brig. It's hard to get into the backline with Brig because you often get focused down, right? People are going to call you, oh, the Brig's out of position, but Hanbin sneaks and somehow gets 3 kills, and it's definitely a player to keep an eye out on. We know it's flashy Zarya play, it's flashy Diva play. We saw McGravy in the previous series, eat the grab. Obviously, Rhea here as well. But I think, it's easy to talk about the super flashy plays when it comes to this particular composition. And then I'm really interested in seeing how sort of the quieter moments step into play as well when we see, the Brig, for example, or the Lucio.
And on a game type like Control, the first fight win has been so important. And Team Roki got the first fight win on both rounds. And it's the best snowball composition has to be GOATS. But we also saw a little bit of creativity of how these Reinhardts through this whole tournament are trying to kind of sneak up on the other Reinhardts. It's not like old metas where Briggs were able to just stun through the shield and kind of open things up. But we saw even Gator, making some sneaky shatters. And there's attempts. But although it wasn't the 6-man shatter we thought was going to happen, I think it still really confused Team Beast, and they were still able to snowball Sanctum.
Yeah, and so I'm excited to see how that happens what happens on map 2. Right now that we're going to a slower map type, right onto Escort, there's none of that extreme tempo and aggression required from Control. Is the game style going to slow down a little bit, or are we going to continue to see this hyper aggression from Team Roki? And I think my gut instinct is that we are actually going to see faster and faster gameplay because Team Roki, one thing that they're doing very well is they're forcing that first bubble out from Dante basically in every fight. And if the Zarya loses her projected barrier or is forced to use her projected barrier early, the Reinhardt is so much more, vulnerable. And Team Roki are playing off of that very, very well. So excited to see how that evolves in map number 2.
And for this tournament, the loser gets to pick the next map. The first map is neutral, chosen by tournament admins, and it looks like Team Beast have chosen to go to Havana. So point A is a perfect GOATS area. It's just one road, lots of space to work with, lots of spaces to hide from self-destructs and stuff like that. But I feel like point B, a little bit more narrow, and the high ground is quite skinny for 12 people to dance around on. So I'm a little bit more worried about how point B is going to go.
Yeah, point B is definitely going to be a conversation about, the supports like the Lucio specifically and the Brig. And I think the Diva in how well they're able to contest that high ground and sort of displace people. That's going to really be what comes to mind when we see those later stages of Havana. And if the main tanks come into play as well. So excited to see that. Just a reminder, of course, to everyone, we're not going to see Assault. I think to a lot of people's delight, GOATs on Assault. So we'll see. We'll see. I've heard complaints about it before, so you guys ought to be happy about that for sure.
Yeah, and another thing that Toronto Defiant did for this tournament is they made us very special workshop patch.
Yeah.
That they kind of bring back some of the cooldowns and speed and damage levels that were back in the GOATS era. So we were talking about how fast this gameplay is. It's because there is a movement speed buff in this workshop code.
Yeah, actually, that's, speaking of speed, it's one thing, right? You and I haven't casted GOATS in a very, very long time. And so there's some rust in terms of just catching up to speed. These players don't seem to have any whatsoever. They're just back into it instantly. And one of the things about GOATS is that there's a lot of micro moments where you can kind of see fights won and lost off of one cooldown. I mean, I highlighted the Zarya projected barrier earlier, but I mean, the Discord orb on the wrong target, speed amp used too early or too late, rally pack or repair pack, I should say, for Brig, using the wrong target, things like that. And so with how quickly it is, I was expecting to see more mistakes from these players, but frankly, they're just completely up to speed.
It's going to be a close spawn hold from Team Beast. And no surprise, I mean, even in this current meta, Lucio Moira enables a lot of teams to just speed in, have the healing to take a quick and early fight win, and then back right on away if the shield starts to break, which shield management is so important in this meta. As Team Roki come out a different doorway, Bernard is able to call that out. Fire Strikes exchange is where the Zarya is going to start to build that energy. It might be slow at the start, but waiting for that speed engage. The Discord orbs placed on either Juno or Glister as they find them out of position. That's a first pick for the defense. Glister back in spawn. It is rather close though, but either way, the defense will still prevail.
Yeah, Elris gets one trade though onto Juno. And that's not ideal. No Discord orb means the reset from Team Roki is going to be more effective. And Glister just, farming for some energy up there, but going to buy some time. And you see Team Beast, they don't have the Zen. They recognize they don't have the room to work with. They just back on out here, soft reset to bring their support back into the fold here on this next fight. Beast has Shatter, though, and I don't know that Team Roki necessarily expects this.
See his shield starting to break. He's baiting them into it. They were maybe a little bit behind the card. He gets two on the ground. Rio will be able to conserve mech. Just barely. He did get stunned by the Brig a little bit, and that's just how aggressive Team Beast were playing, especially when Blase had rally. You just gotta say go, and go they did.
Yes, sir. That's exactly what you need to do. We talked about, Hanbin having the rally up first in first map. This time around, it is a Blase. They're going to use it to their own effect. Now, though, it is the Graviton Surge fights. And if Dante can land this one, there is room for Team Beast to kind of continue to buy time here.
Yeah, a lot of time taken away from the attack, but expect this next fight to be big. It shatters, it's Gravitons online. Salambeer's Transcendence ready to counter those ultimates. First grab from Glister. Transcendence will keep Team Beast up as they gotta be careful with the shatters. Gator got too aggressive. He's the first found. Beast winning the Reinhardt duel with the Salambeer is even invested from Car just to secure this fight. And Team Beast, it's back to back to back. And Team Roki now time bank in half.
Yeah, exactly. That's one of the things here. And the cart hasn't really moved forward that far. They're also gonna get the stagger onto Rhea as they get the D-Mech there. And so this is just going to buy time yet again for Team Beast. Excellent management of aggression here from the main tank for Team Beast.
grab this time from Dante. Team Roki have the Transcendence. As you can see, he tried to pin the right heart away, just open up an opportunity for the Shatter. Swinging away, already claiming 2 kills. Team Roki have the respawn advantage, but they just can't seem to puncture this front line of Team Beast, who will take away another 30 seconds from the bank.
And this is the best thing about Team Beast here is that they're able to, even when they invest multiple tank ultimates, they're getting enough away from Team Roki to continue to buy time. Elris uses the Transcendence, obviously, in that last fight, so no support ultimates available here now for Team Roki. Team Beast heavily an advantage in that regard.
Glister, he's the one that can initiate this fight with a Graviton. They're getting close. The rally is started from Team B, starting to retaliate. The Graviton thrown from Glister, self-destruct in defense, and it's a quad kill! And Team Beast didn't even expect it. They thought they were safe with the Transcendence, but Team Roki can finally breathe a sigh of relief.
Hanbin has to have been the one who did something there with the shield bash to knock down the shield of Beast, right? That's the only thing I can think of anyway. The self-destruct coming in, getting 4 kills, opens it all up, and finally, perhaps, you know, Team Roki are making some progress here. There is a re-engage available for Team Beast, and they start to make their way forward.
Glister a little bit low, has to be careful. The rally started from Hanbin just to make sure the self-destruct placed from Bernard, just to hold on to the space that they do have. A lot of support that's being used from Team Beast, and maybe the cherry on top is the Graviton from Dante, and as they collapse all over Team Roki, they will be sent away.
And now in last fight, 10 seconds, the only one who's there to touch is Rhea, but in pilot form, shooting at the sky. And yeah, that's going to be the hole. The first point completed. Team Beast, a great return there after their first map performance. Getting the full hold on Havana. And now for Team Roki, all they can kind of hope to do if they want to close out the series right here, right now, is the fuller hold.
Yeah, very tieable. Team Roki on match point. Thought that success was maybe going to transition through, but it's hard to say what really the issue was. There's a lot of creative ways of getting, you know, shatters. You know, I think we saw even a pin from Beast, and then he turned around 360 shattered, you know, type of stuff. And overall, I think once Team Beast had rally, you saw they often engaged off of that. And I think just the surprise factor of getting those first picks on the Team Roki really just made the fights easier for Team Beast.
Yeah, I think the other thing Team Beast did is they used the map geometry to their advantage, right? And then they built tempo off of that as well. So with the fact that they're, you know, they're using high ground and they're kiting, you know, they're using walls to kind of protect themselves from a little bit of damage and re-engaging off their health advantage. It's a good sign for Team Beast on that, and I think that's one of the reasons why they were able to get the full hold. It's not out of the question though. Things could still go wrong for them. And, I mean, here in close, Gator standing up on top of gas station outside the door as the close hold begins.
Yeah, T-post for dominance. They can get the fuller hold. This is still winnable for Team Roki, but I don't think they can really afford to lose a single fighter. Maybe if Team Beast can, Team Roki can get back quick enough, the Lucio, the extra movement speed will help with that, and they couldn't help Juno or Beast. Fire strike right through the hallway, and Team Beast will take a second to chill.
Yeah, that's, I mean, it's just an in-spawn kill. Tough place to be. The Fire Strike, obviously, spam damage coming in. Very clean kills. And Team Roki are now ahead in terms of ult charge. It's a small advantage, but perhaps one that could stack up as the fight begins.
Elise breaking out your spawn room doors is a start. First bubble given over to Gator. He's like 80 HP. He had the Discord on him, and Beast knew he could just run him over. And as soon as that shield falls, just every pillar behind him will crumble. Team Roki giving this one up, and this is scary. Team Beast can get on this cart now and start this progression. And one more fight, I think, and that'll be the dub.
No, you're absolutely correct. And now on this retake, the problem is you obviously Team Beast is obviously being allowed to set up and sort of cover every angle on the entry. And the bigger thing too is the advantage in energy at the start. So Dante's gonna be able to build up this grab ahead of Glister, and they're gonna be able to, Team Beast are gonna be able to start this fight with the Graviton Surge. So things are starting to look really good here for Team Beast.
Bernard's also scouting the high ground, just in case anyone were to flank and do something crazy, but just a frontline duel where Beast got a little bit too aggressive and Dante fell soon after Team Roki. The frontline div starting at that fight, sending them away, and this was such an important fight for them to win. Like we just said, Team Beast could get the win on this map if they take a fight.
Yeah, just a really good break of the block of the Shatter. First of all, Beast was unable to lay it down, and then just following up in terms of focus fire on targets, always following the same member that's being taken down. And Team Beast are forced back to the respawn. Now, though, it's a 6 ult fight here for Team Roki, and just as many on the board for Team Beast.
It's gonna be big. Could be grabs, could be shatters that start this fight. Glister throws his first. Juno doesn't decide to use the Transcendence, died too quick. The rally will try and save Team Beast. They have the sound barrier, but they're deciding just to die and reset. They made a mistake and they don't want to be making any more.
Yeah, I think one of the funniest things to do though, when you're watching Goats, is keep an eye out on the Reinhardt's HP pool. Right, they'll go down to like 5 and then skyrocket to 50%, then fall down again and just back and forth. Gator riding the edge there, is able to stay alive and lead his team to the fight win. They didn't actually use that much. Only 3 ultimates used in that fight from Team Roki. They are still very much in this.
It's another grab opportunity this time from Team Beast. Sound barrier used for the attack as they start to pressure them away. Some people are out of position. It's a 3-man shatter. This is doable. Team Beast still have not gotten a kill from this. Transcendence is self-destruct. Will be enough to burst through all of this healing as Team Beast maybe trying to save Bernard in this situation. The shatter gets Blase down. He was out of position. Team Roki capitalized on this. Shield is low, but Team Beast are lower. They are respecting this row. They are backing away. The rally started from Team Roki. Team Beast only have to win one fight, 52 seconds to do it. Bernard needs to hold on to this mech though. Not a lot of ultimates to worry about as Gator got a little bit too aggressive. First to fall for the defense. Team Beast can take advantage of this as Glister uses the grab, traps most of Team Beast, but they had the Transcendence to live through it. Team Roki are really running out of options. They're not really playing together. Team Beast can push this through if Team Roki are not careful.
That is going to be it. The map. Gator's the only one left standing. Zoned off from the point, Lemon, and they're going to roll the cart through. Team Beast equalize the series 1-1 after taking Havana.
That was so close though, Love. I clenched a little bit. There was like 30 seconds left. And holy cow, was it a bonanza of ultimates too at the very end. And you saw Team Roki, once the panic starts, once the chaos happens, they all start to separate, and your play at the game features the quadra kill from Rhea self-destruct, and you're going to see a lot of those this tournament.
Yeah, and I was actually wrong. It wasn't Hanbin that made the play. It was actually Roki coming in with the boop, sending everyone forward, and the bomb comes in as the Graviton Surge fades, and mighty explosion, everyone down. Unfortunately, not enough to win out the map, as eventually Team Beast equalized. And that last fight is just pure goats. Unfortunately, the Zarya was gone from the fight for Team Roki, so low energy, unable to kill anyone in the grab, and obviously Rhea without the mech means that just can't peel for Gator. And with the main tank gone as well, Team Roki just losing a lot of their frontline pressure, and Team Beast equalize the series off of it. So very, very well played, but it was a very close map. I mean, we were down to literally last fight there for Team Roki. So very, very, very hotly contested. And we're going to go to map number 3 to see who walks away the winner, as a hybrid is the next map type up.
Yeah, Team Roki, as you saw, won Nepal. Then you saw retaliation from Team Beast. Team Roki get to choose, and we saw King's Row in our last series. It's a very friendly Goats map. As once we'll jump into this, just a reminder, the Toronto Defiant tournament is all their players also have being a captain of the team. So you have Agilities, Beast, Kareev, Numlock, Surefour, Zik, Cruz, Logix, Nevix, and Roki. So we will try and cover as many of those teams as possible. We have so many matches left. This is just a round robin.
Yeah, just a reminder, if you want to see the POV of the players, there is also, if you look for the hashtag on Twitch with the TD Throwback tournament, you'll be able to see their team comms as well. So a lot of Overwatch to be played, a lot of Goats to be watched. And for us, the casters who stare at Goats, it's going to be a third map here, King's Row. Could it have really been anything else?
There's no really better choice. I'm trying to find the other maps that they could have chose from, and I still think that one is the best map of all time.
Yeah, I mean, King's Row is just one of the all-time greats in terms of Overwatch. The other options were Blizzard World. Yeah, that's probably not going to happen. Eichenwald, also probably not going to happen. Hollywood and Numbania, the last two options. So of that list, I mean, Kings Row basically makes the tier 1 there. So expect to see a lot of that here today. A lot of these players very much love to see that map. So I would not be surprised if that's just a hybrid map we see for the rest of the tournament.
This is a $5,000 prize pool too, so some shmoola on the line, but it's all about getting as many match wins as possible for this round robin, because only 2 of the best teams from each group will be able to move on to our final playoff bracket to be able to compete for that money. And we're going to be casting as many of those matches as possible, even the 3rd place match. So if you haven't seen your favorite player yet, they'll be on stream eventually.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to have a lot of very cool faces here from the Toronto Defiant, as well as their friends, as they step forward for the remainder of GOATS. And what a tournament it's been so far. I mean, we've only seen 2 matches here on our stream specifically, Lemon, I mean, I've been thoroughly entertained with the level of gameplay that has been showcased here so far.
And we're going to be jumping into map any second. And this is also our 2nd series of the stream that's gone to, map 3. And this match was already going to be super close. I mean, we have 11 Owl players competing in this game alone, minus Juno, the ladder rat that he calls himself. But anywhere from of course, the Toronto Defiant players to the Hangzhou Spark, the London Spitfire, Atlanta Reign, Paris Eternal, the Houston Outlaws, Vancouver Titans, tons of teams being represented here. And I'm even seeing on social media them supporting their players in this tournament.
Yeah, there's been a lot of representation. Obviously, we saw some Paris Eternal players from the previous match. Recently announced Rollstar for main support. FD God playing in that one for Team Zix. So congratulations to him and all the other players, obviously, who've done such a great job in the last season. It's been fun to kind of see, honestly, this tournament is sort of like a love letter to Overwatch's history in terms of the fact we go back to GOATs. We get to see a lot of our, favorite players get to just play a tournament for fun and kind of get, see some of them interact with each other in ways that perhaps we don't get to see during the regular season. So certainly a very, very fun moment here in Overwatch's time. And shout out to the Toronto Defiant and their players and what we've been able to see so far.
And the production team too for making this happen. I've been able to get a full picture of GOATs, as chaotic as it gets with 12 people just slapping each other in the face within 2 meters. There's also other broadcasts going on. Shout out to them and them covering the other matches of this humongous tournament. But out the gates, it's Team Beast. Both teams running the Zenyatta still. Not too much variation there. First bubbles given over to those Reinhardts so they can frontline, gather some energy for their Zaryas. But expect maybe a fast hold from Team Roki. They're right around this statue, and here comes the engaged Beast swinging right through the bubble of Glister. This is going to help his energy a little bit. Rhea is also at an off angle.
Yeah, this is going to be the first real look as to how this engage happens. Around statue, they're trying to just posture for position. And there's the real fight coming in. Dante already at almost 100 energy.
Oh, and he dropped down to 100 HP, so I like how careful Team Beast are playing. Discord's currently on Bernard and Gator. Charging right on in, though, is Beast. I don't think he was successful in killing that person, but does finish off Hanbin, and the rest of Roki tried to engage into the front line of Team Beast while Beast was occupied, but they're able to manage on their own, and Team Beast can now get on point, get the card unlocked.
The scariest thing in Overwatch is a Reinhardt on the flank, because you know something's going to go wrong. You just don't know for who yet. For Team Beast, this time it went in his team's favor, and he gets the kill onto Hanbin, who I don't necessarily think was expecting Beast to chase him all the way up through the stairs in Mega Pack room. But nonetheless, a very amusing play that opens up the point here for Team Beast, and they're going to start their progress here through the streets phase of Kings Row. Graviton Surge is online, 6 ultimates available for Team Beast. They're looking mighty ready for this next fight.
This one's gonna hurt. Team Roki have 2 support ultimates though. The Transcendence Sound Barrier. We'll see if that's enough, but of course the self-destruct can burst only through maybe the Transcendence. The Sound Barrier should be able to cover it if timed right. There's a shatter from Gator, doesn't get anyone. Team Beast, Transcendence, and Rally just survive, and counter shatter gets 3 of Team Roki on the ground as Roki tries to save them with the Sound Barrier. The grab was thrown, the self-destruct on top. That'll be a team fight win for Team Beast.
That is just clinical execution there from Team Beast. The block onto Gator shatter, then the dominoes start to fall. The Graviton Surge into the self-destruct in Team Beast. It costs them nearly everything, but they get the fight moving, and that's what's most important here in this mirror matchup. Now Team Roki are going to have a chance to recontest here in the second phase of Kings Row, but it's going to be a lot tougher to walk in, especially with these setting up for a shatter here on the re-entry.
Team Beast few meters away, 2 point B, a fight win here. It's gonna give them a huge time bank for C, and as Shatter starts out, 3 down on the ground, and the instant removal of Gator and Hanbin. This initiation is gonna be hard for Team Roki, and it's looking like they're just backing away and they don't want to be wasting any time.
Yeah, you can see Team Roki actually backing up just to keep Glister at that high energy. They need him in this next fight, and especially to duel out Dante, right? You want your Zarya to be equal in energy. So a smart play there from Team Roki to recognize the fight, how badly lost it was, and buy themselves some time. That being said, 5 minutes on the clock here, Lemon. Team Beast are setting up a speed run here on King's Row.
Team Beast have the Graviton. Dante throws it. Glister counters. Transcendence from both sides. No one's dying as Elris knows he has to back away. He has to deal with this Diva on his backline. Self-destruct did help the defense at least start the fight off right. And Team Beast tried to counter rally, but it was too little too late. The kills were just too quick. And Team Beast will reset.
Most unfortunate there for Team Beast is that they did use the rally while Hanbin didn't. So Team Roki are going to have a ton of survivability here in this next fight. And with Elris getting a late kill as well, that's going to buy even more time here now for Team Roki. And time they need because they have a large amount of time bank to whittle away from Team Beast. So things looking a little bit better, but still not ideal here for the team in blue.
Their Team Beast getting pressured back. Team Roki using the rally and already finding this Diva out of position. Bernard has a Discord, but of course gets away. There's a bit of a cooldown increase to those boosters too, so keep that in mind as Team Beast will be able to engage again, and maybe the self-destruct to counter the Graviton is a strategy we've seen before. Karkar will have the sound bearer just in case. Team Beast looking to engage. There is the self-destruct from Bernard as they get caught into that Graviton. Transcendence and sound bearer layered on top. Team Beast, oh my goodness, this Shatter gets half of Team Roki on the ground, but the Transcendence from Elvis will keep them up as Rhea is in the backline. He has self-destruct, he's gonna lay it there. Team Beast start to back away as the defense are still holding on.
That is so lucky for Team Roki. The fact that they used both support ultimates at the same time could have been disastrous, but they're able to last just long enough, and they're going to bring some more time into their favor. Team Roki, obviously, the captain, going to bring back his Zarya to get set for this next fight. This is actually going to mean that Team Roki has to back up a little bit because they have to give up some space because they don't have the Zarya in play quite yet.
Team Beast have a grab they can work with. Quick little stun into Blase, and they thought they could capitalize on that kill, but Team Roki got a little too aggressive. They got caught by the grab. Team wipe finish, 2 minutes and 40 to finish the map.
A really good read from Dante yet again. This guy is obviously, we saw how good he was in Overwatch League, you know, on the DPS characters, but his Zarya was very clean as well in previous setup. They're going to start up here on the gates of the spawn, trying to prevent Team Roki from exiting.
Yeah, Team Beast tried to corner them. Team Roki do break out. They have the rally. The Beast Shatter catches a few off guard as Glister retaliates there with the Graviton. Elris, Transcendence. Juno, Transcendence. Team Beast haven't really lost anyone. Bernard is back into mech. Beast has to Discord. He has to be careful, but knows the Gator shield is really broken, and he's low himself. Neither team can capitalize, but the self-destruct countered by the sound bearer of Karkar just in case not everyone was behind that shield. Team Beast, they approach one more time. It's the rally that starts the armor. They're cornering Gator in the mini pack room. Gator fires back with the Shatter. Don't think it caught anyone, but Team Beast have the Graviton online again. But Team Roki, the respawns are so close, they can keep tapping in their numbers, and they're cornering Team Beast in these small rooms, punishing those out of position. And Team Roki will save this fight in the last couple meters.
That's a really, really good time bank dismissal, right? Look at the fact they started off third point with 5 minutes, and now they're that 1.5 mark. So there's going to be one fight remaining now for Team Beast on their offense as Team Roki look to kind of stabilize and shut out this third point. Hanbin again with the rally. Expect him to open up with it just to give that survivability and allow Team Roki to just buy time. That's all they need.
Team Roki were on the high ground. Self-destruct from Bernard sent all the way at the back and finds Roki himself. The hero maybe they would have wanted. Shatter's exchange. Gator getting more value out of his, and the charge to secure that kill out of someone, I think. But either way, Team Roki, the defense just too strong. 6 versus 3. They have respawn advantage. Team Beast back away.
Yeah, respawn advantage and rally advantage. Those are the two things that just give you so much value. Hanbin still has armor from that engagement, right? So it's a raid boss. Hanbin is is a raid boss with the break in those later engagements. Now with 30 seconds remaining, it's going to be a hurried last fight, but Team Beast are slowly starting to build up to things to kind of close out this last fight. Karkar will have the sound barrier, and they're going to need it to re-engage because they have nothing else, and they need time to get to Graviton Surge.
Yeah, Karkar at least has a sound barrier in time to counter the Glister Graviton. So it was a bit of a charge, and you got to be careful of any of those surprising you. That could be a first pick. That could be what opens up Team Beast now entering overtime soon. The rally, we do get a stun onto Gator. He's going to try and hold his own. The sound barrier is forced from Roki. The Graviton thrown from Glister. Karkar counters it with the sound barrier of his own. Dante as well with the Graviton. No one has really died except Glister. Transcendence from Team Roki is trying to keep them up as the self-destruct buys some space. But their backs are against the wall. Team Beast have to push a couple meters. It is in overtime, and they're running out of members. Only the tanks and Karkar remaining as they push a couple meters, but Team Roki are still firmly in place with the respawns there. They will not be allowing Team Beast to finish the map.
Having Dante go down in the last fight is probably the death knell. In those late fight engagements, you need your Zarya because she is the most important damage dealer in this composition, right? This is the composition. The composition revolves around the fact that you get your Zarya up to energy mid-fight, and then you start to stabilize into, and she becomes the focus point in mid and late fights. So the fact that Dante goes down early means that Team Beast has no way to close out the fight, and as a result are unable to close out the map as well. They will have to be content with 2 points and only most of third captured, and will have to deny Roki the same if they want to take this series.
But both these teams are really good at exchanging and countering each other's ultimates, hence why you're seeing like 12 ultimates drop and nobody died from it. It really, all the kills seem to come through maybe surprising someone with a charge pin, or maybe a little bit of a stun or a shatter that catches somebody off the shield, or at the very late stages of the fight where all the ultimates are done and people start to run out of resources because everyone's scattering in panic.
Yeah, I mean, welcome to GOATS. It's one of the most chaotic things we've seen. And man, I love this composition. I will always love it. I mean, I know 2-2 is important for the game, but it's good to see this come back, just even for a little while. But now that being said, Team Beast, we'll have to see how they take the aggression here on their defense as they set up. You highlighted it so well, Lemon. We'll see if Team Roki can recover. We talked them up, but now they'll have to prove it as the gates open.
It ties Series 2. This is only first to 2. Match point for either team. Box of victory at the very end of the map. Winner is decided right here, right now. Team Roki, it's like rounding this right statue. At this point, the early stages of the fight, at least trying to get your Zarya to 100 enemy, it's easy, but you're going to take the few seconds to do it. It's all about this cooldown usage and really engaging when you're seeing those crucial ones used, especially the Zarya bubble. As Gator saw someone go for a health pack, bumps into the other Reinhardt, secures a kill onto Beast. Team Roki now on the point. Team Beast maybe not wanting to engage without him, but they could maybe try.
Yeah, this is they're going for a reset here. They're finding kills in Hotel, actually.
Yeah, Team Beast were able to speed Beast right back, so he was able to engage with only being down a few seconds, and Team Roki maybe weren't expecting that. They went into Hotel and a little bit of a scuffle there, and Team Roki thought they had the full cap, but it's a re-engage that wins.
Yeah, I think Dante recognized there was someone weak through Hotel, and then all of Team Roki tried to go back and support. But Dante just, I mean, 100 energy Zarya is one of the most threatening things in there, and in close quarters, those right clicks deal so much damage, takes down 3, and buys space, and only 1/3 taken off that point. That's really good, actually, for Team Beast so far.
Shatter used, gets 2 down from Team Beast. Beast also shatters, but only just the Reinhardt of Gator. The support ultimates forced from both teams. The grab is thrown from Dante as those support ultimates start to go away. Team Beast even layer the self-destruct, but it is blocked away from Gator. Glister uses Graviton early. Nobody has died yet as the Karkar sound bear will help Team Beast. Roki mirrored it. So both ultimates really neutralized, but Team Beast just played so aggressive. They sped right into Team Roki and just overwhelmed them with high energy damage. That Team Beast win another fight.
Excellent gameplay there. Team play, especially from Team Beast, and it's looking really good for them. The other thing too is they get to keep Dante at high energy, so they can force this fight early here and allow him to get this Graviton Surge, start to work up to the first fight engage, and just buy even more time here to that final fight.
See Roki over to the right, fire strikes, exchange. trying to work towards those shatters. Beast is gonna have his much farther ahead. Gotta hope their ult tracking is still on par, even with this workshop. That might change some things. There's a shatter coming down, catches a few. Looks like Team Roki only lose Elris, but Dante wants to secure the team fight win. He throws the grab, and the kills soon to follow. Even Juno uses Transcendence without the Graviton being used, so they might gonna wish they had that for Glisters coming up.
Yeah, that Transcendence is one that you do want back, because you have nothing else to deny the Graviton Surge. Now all eyes on Bernard, one of the foremost divas in GOATS ever. So we'll have to see if he can deny this Graviton Surge away from Glister. Really the only hope that Team Beast has.
Yeah, unless they just self-destruct in defense, it can maybe just slow down Team Roki if you don't have the support ultimates, but now you don't have Juno. The tanks, 2 tanks are down from the Shatter, laid down from Gator. They are on the point, but they're not gonna stop until they claim every single kill in the grab. Self-destruct, everything thrown. Team Beast missing in action as Team Roki will unlock the payload.
And this is gonna start to the Street's second phase of King's Row, and they're staggering poor Bernard. I mean, this is always one of the funniest things about Overwatch. Ooh, that's a nice pin.
Oh, I think he wanted to stagger that.
Yeah, there was a wall there. Wish he got it. He wished he got a little bit more room, right? One thing about GOATS though is that ultimates build so quickly, right? With how much healing there is, with how much HP pools there are, everyone's gonna have their ultimates in this next fight. So, I mean, ult economy is a thing certainly in GOATS. It's just more nebulous of a concept than we would otherwise consider. Both Glister and Dante looking to brawl out here.
Shatter available from Gator. Have to be careful how he baits them in. Look how aggressive he gets past the shield. Goes for a shatter, gets a couple of tanks down, but Karkar responds with the Sound Bear. Team Beast still healthy, but they are giving up a lot of space, especially with the self-destruct. This will put a lot of damage still into the shield of Team Beast. As a grab is thrown a little bit at long distance from Dante, as Team Roki have the Transcendence to keep them up. As a pin came through from Beast to claim Hanbin, so a little bit less healing available from Team Roki as they tried to burn through the Transcendence of Juno. Team Beast can play aggressive off of this, and especially with Gator being low, the last fire strike will be the nail in the coffin for this fight. Team Beast will be forcing Team Roki to reset.
And they're just taking away so much time in these fights as well. Elrick's going to trade out 1, but it is not enough. And, you know, the greatest highlight here is just how aggressive the tank line from Team Beast has been, right? They've just walked forward at Team Roki and not given them enough space to really think. And Dante's going to have another Graviton Surge, so back-to-back fights, the Zarya online here for Team Beast.
Not a lot of time left also to get this done. Minute 20. They have to go to the end of the map or else Team Beast will get the dub. Speaking of which, you got the grab from Team Roki. The rally, but it's a self-destructing defense for Bernard that completely caught Team Roki off guard. They probably didn't have a shield, they weren't expecting it. And Team Beast take another defensive fight win. Yeah, that's a vanilla self-destruct kill, actually. There was no setup in terms of a Graviton Surge or a sound wave from the Lucio. That's just Bernard finding the correct spacing and doing a great job of setting up for success. D.Va doing excellent work here for Team Beast, and now 48 seconds. This is final fight for Team Beast. They're looking at closing out the series right here. Early initiation from Team Beast. It's the crowd plus the shatter. Rhea's self-destruct tried to slow down Team Beast, but you cannot stop the Beast. The man himself, Karkar, the sound bearer earlier, enabled him only for the moment. But Team Roki, they were patient. They were able to survive, use their ultimates later in the fight, gave him a later advantage as they corner Blase. Beast is down early. He was not able to shield his team, and Team Roki, you thought they were down. They initiated second, but their patience will pay off. That's a really, really tough fight to lose if you're Team Beast, but the waves, hello, as the Zarya's sprayed away. One of the funniest parts about Ghosts is just the Zaryas as they're poking for damage for the Graviton Surges, greeting each other. They're going for a contest here, Team Beast. They think they can take this overtime fight. Oh, they're so fast. Team Beast don't have really any ultimates except a self-destruct, and they're really holding on to it. Goes through a Graviton and 2 kills. Team Beast really don't have much of a front line left. Bernard's waiting till the last second to use the self-destruct and might not even end up using it. Might just try and combo it with one of their other ultimates, but Team Roki in overtime pushed her to point B and now have a little bit of extra time to get to the box of victory. This cart is actually going to move around that first corner because the overtime spawns were in effect, so they're going to have a late reset as the cart sort of hits that checkpoint. You can see the cart already around first corner as the 2 teams start to posture up. Team Beast, I mean, they have only a minute left, so there's 2 fights here. They're working with time. And Team Roki are taking so many off angles. You already see Rhea already towards the left. He's going to bring maybe his Brigitte with him to try and get a stun to maybe enable this shadow from Gator. Team Beast playing in this corner, and their backs are going to be pushed up against the wall as Roki tried to go for a boop. The shadow falls up from Gator. I don't think anyone was caught as Team Beast panicked a little bit. They used Transcendence from Juno just in case. Dante throws the grab. Glister's holding on to his. Self-destruct for Rhea gets only 1 kill, but the damage has been done. Team Beast with the triple kill at the start of the fight will send away Team Roki.
The only downside now is that they need to deny Glister's Graviton Surge. They get the Shatter down here. They just want to protect, they want to perfect the time bank they've got. Rhea's going to be D-mexed. I think actually Rhea might go back and switch to a different character and switch back. Yeah, he's going to. He didn't have self-destruct, so he needs to reset right now. They have 15 seconds remaining, and they need to touch cart here, Lemon. Glister has the Graviton Surge. He can be the hero here in this fight.
Last fight, will Team Beast defend, get the series win, start this round robin off right, or will Team Roki push through, fight win? I think they could get there in time as the Sound Bear engaged, trying to surprise and catch someone off guard. Glister has the Graviton, he's finally going to use it now. Team Beast don't have the support ultimates for this, only a rally, which might not be enough. They lose Bernard's mech, but Dante's grab is what trapped the Team Roki follow-up. It's overtime. Team Roki, half of the team is missing. Team Beast have the respawn advantage. The Transcendence from Alvarez is only enabling maybe Rhea to stay alive any longer, but Team Roki missing in action. Team Beast will be taking the series.
Excellent gameplay there from Blase, especially. Remember, no other support ultimates were available. Both the Sound Barrier and Transcendence were committed in the fight prior, but Blase playing with just the rally keeps his team alive and allows Dante's Graviton Surge to get value. Beast of the winning team getting the highlight here. And swinging through. It's just spectacular gameplay here. The spray is coming in at the very end as well.
Holy cow, like that series was so close. I mean, our first game went to map 3, kind of last fight territory. This one went to overtime, last fight. But it will be Team Beast starting off the round robin 1-0, and meaning that Team Team Roki will be starting off 0-1. And just some updates on some other matches going off stream. Team Agilities won 2-0 against Team Numlocked in round 1, and Sure4's team beat Team Agilities 2-0.
Well, there you go. And as a reminder to everyone as well, there are other community streams going on. So obviously here, the main stream, the Toronto Defiant stream, is where we will be all day. But CA Overwatch will be as well doing some of the broadcast. Landlords Gaming and Toronto Alpha Flight are some of the others bringing you all the action. Lemon, this has been just a spectacular setup here. And for Team Beast and Team Roki, I think the most important thing is we get the chance to kind of go through these highlights. It's just how aggressive the tank line for Team Beast has been and how good at healing for each other they are. And I mean, it stands to reason these guys were sort of the GOAT's masters in the sense that Beast and Bernard were once that front line for Fusion Uni. So the synchronization is still very much evident here.
Yeah, let us know in chat who you guys are cheering for. So far, it looks like Team Roki and Team Sure4 are ahead in their group. Remember, only the two best teams from each group will be moving on to our playoff bracket, but looks like we are going to be waiting for our next match. It will be Team Korea versus Team Logix coming up. So we will see you guys on the other side of this break.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Toronto Defiant Throwback Tournament presented by TD Canada. I am LaFawn, back in my room. Joining me this time is Beatdown Boulevard as he makes a look into my room again. I don't know, both of us are in the same area, but we'll see how things go as the games move along. We have a good one coming up. Beatdown, today's been a great day so far, and it looks to continue to be so.
It absolutely has been LaFawn. We've had absolute barn burners of matches, a bunch of map 3s already to start things off in the round robin stage. And now as we get into the next matchup, it's going to be Team Roki versus Team Agilities. And Lemon and I at the start of the broadcast, we definitely had a little fun with Team Roki. Just the fact that they have probably one of the better looking rosters on paper here. A lot of very strong players from the Overwatch League, like Hanbin, the likes of Glister, Gator, and I believe Glister was actually a role star recently named, and is just an overall really great player.
Yeah, some great players on this team for Team Roki, and I mean, Alris stands to mind, one of the better players in general in Overwatch League, standing out from the Atlanta Reign, full Overwatch League roster, Rhea from the Hangzhou Spark, as we highlighted in the previous matchup. But it's not a game if you don't have an opposition, and going up against them is Team Agilities. And these guys, hey, I've had some very interesting factoids given to us by the players themselves. I mean, Ballin, for those of you who don't know, is president of the Cal Zone, which is aimbot Calvin's private island. So spectacular work there, and across the board, these guys just really having it out for aimbot Calvin just in general. So looking forward to how they perform here on stream up against Team Roki.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Good that he's not on the team, because I'm sure that would mess with the team synergy just a little bit if we're all bullying one single player. And we keep talking about how important team comms, coordinations, and just teamwork in general is so important here in the Ghost composition. So how do you feel about this matchup starting up, LaFawn?
It should be interesting. We saw Team Roki on stream earlier. Obviously, they went down 1-2 against Team Beast in a very, very close match. It went to last fight. So we'll see how Team Agilities makes it up in return, because this, a couple of players here who have some Overwatch experience, former pros, of course. Silk Thread, those of you may know him as a former player in this league called Overwatch League. Small
little thing's been going on for a couple of years now.
Yeah, just something there. But definitely experience on this roster in terms of professional play. As a reminder to everybody, this is a GOATS tournament, and so that means that you are going to see 3 characters all the time, and that's the Reinhardt, D.Va, Zarya, and the supports will also be 3 of them as well. And my estimation is that we're going to see Brig, Zen, and Lucio as the only 3 to come in through here. So expect mirror matches throughout the entirety of the day.
That's right. So we're all looking out for the same key abilities, the same key ultimates, and whoa. I think you caster cursed it already, LaFawn, because we see Ballin is hovering the Ana pick.
We'll see if that comes to play. Ballin coming out on the Ana. Interesting. All right. But for Team Roki, I mean, expectations are they're going to run this 3-3 and just try to dominate. Alris, one of his better characters is the Zen, long known for it, and Hanbin, also a long known Brig player when he was back in Contenders Korea. But the gates will open here on Ilios. And things starting off, you said it, no Brig here for Team Agilities. So we'll see how the lack of rally is going to shape up here.
And this is going to be tough. The AoE heal, without a doubt, is going to be missed. But so far, Team Agilities are putting in a lot of damage to the likes of Team Roki. Rhea getting real low, is going to have to back right up. Both teams are going to posture onto the point. And we got Elris taking a very important member out of the fight. No Zarya, no damage. So things are starting off really hot. Team Agilities, they have to back out. Elris gets another pick, and that's already an easy fight where Team Roki's just looking to punish.
Right, and there's 2 key differences here from Team Roki to Team Agilities because of the lack of a Brig. First of all, obviously there's no shield bash and there's no peel. Ballin already having the nano boost, so a ton of healing coming in, but you also need to expect to see the boost applied, the anti-nade applied offensively. If you want to get a little bit more advantage, the Discord Orb is so strong. Coming in, the rally from Hanbin just to zone out the entirety of Team Agilities.
And so far the ults are already coming out. Big grab here from Team Roki, but it's responded with both support ultimates here. So Team Agilities are still alive, and well, Elris going down means you lose a little bit of healing here. Both Sens have been taken out. Roki will respond with the sound barrier, so Team Agilities are ready for this fight, but nobody has gone down yet. Gator's made it back to the point here. Earth Shatter ready to go. He's looking for a spot to use it, but Team Roki, they're cool to just posture like this. They have the advantage. Earth Shatter gonna go wide, not really pick anybody up, but Team Roki are still just picking up percentage after percentage on this point.
And Kayun gets knocked off the map. Roki coming in a clutch, and that's going to be Team Roki holding up yet again as they head to last fight territory. It should be noted that Silk Thread is going to get one on Elris, that a couple of players on Team Agilities not on their formerly native roles. Grim Reality, also, formerly a DPS, and Agility is, you know, also a DPS player. So support and main tank, kind of the opposite of what we kind of expect for Goats. But doing pretty well. Grim Reality obviously blocking a Shatter in that last fight. Glister, though, has the Graviton Surge online, and no way to deny it here from Team Agilities, except Kayun eating it. So look for Team Roki to play that off aggressively.
We're already going to see the grab come out from Silk Thread. It's going to find little to no value, Glister, actually. So Team Roki are going to get these opening kills here. Silk Thread trying to do the best that he can. Gets the grab, but too little too late. Is taken out of the fight here. And Agilities, more or less on his lonesome, is going to be taken down as Team Roki take the first map here on Ruins.
Yeah, that's 100-0 for Team Roki. And looking pretty clean that the entire time. I will say Team Agilities had some moments where they looked pretty good. We'll see if they can bring it back here on round number 2. As a reminder, Team Roki is 0-1 so far in their group, as they dropped their previous setup to Team Beast. So they're looking for revenge and to equalize their match differential at 1-1. So we'll see how they perform here on the second round. No changes, of course. It's going to be 3-3 from Team Roki, 3-3 from Team Agilities, Goats, as the gates unlock here on Well.
And the interesting thing too is Ballin has been finding some pretty decent value on this Ana. The first nano boost can come up so quickly with all the healing Ana is going to do. So we're going to see if that can turn this first fight here, as crucial as it is. We're already seeing Kayun take the high ground here, but it's going to actually be forced out and taken out of mech by Agilities on this Lucio here. So this is a good start for Team Agilities. They get the mech, but they actually end up losing their own. So nobody's going to make their way onto the point. Kayun is just trying to make it back to his teammates as he lost his mech in the background. But no Rhine Shield means Team Agilities are going to control the point. However, Gator, big charge onto Silk Thread here, but Agilities making use of the well. Unfortunately, his teammates cannot follow suit as Team Agilities lose control of the point.
Speaking of Agilities, the last time I saw him play Lucio in a competitive match was, I believe, with Team Canada last year on Rialto.
Yes.
He got that boop off the side of the map, right? So
was it fourth, man?
It was a really good boop, and he gets one there. Kayun is going to be forced to reset, though, as a Team Agilities reapproach their objective. Shatter on a line for both Grim Reality and Gator, so we'll see if there is a tank difference here, which Shatter is going to be the one to land.
And we keep talking about the tank difference, and Gator is definitely a tank you want to strive to be like. He's going to go for the Shatter. It's not going anywhere. It is block grab, comes out as well, and we're seeing the counter grab from Team Agilities. Only one person has died through this whole exchange, but it's looking like Grim Reality is next up on the menu, but the trans is keeping him going the entire time here. We're seeing Roki drop the sound barrier as well, but once it wears off, I was actually going to say Gator dies, but he lives with a sliver of HP. So Team Roki are still going to keep control and punish Kayun.
The main tank life in Goats is riding a nice edge in terms of surviving. You have to have absolute faith in your supports, and Gator does just that. I mean, Gator's been playing very aggressively because he expects Hanbin, Roki, and Elris there to be there to block out for him, to give him the healing that he needs to keep that aggression going, and he's getting a ton of value off it. Now in last fight territory, Glister's going to have the Graviton Surge. Gator, of course, has the Shatter, and they're controlling high ground to prevent the recontest.
And they're wasting a lot of time here from Team Agilities. We're actually going to see the grab come out from Glister. It's going to get many. The kills are coming through. Time is running out. Team Agilities can barely make it out of their spawn. Ballin lands asleep, but still loses her life. So that is going to be a 2-0 here on Ilios. Team Roki are going to take map 1.
And I mean, it was 200-0 over the 2 rounds we had here on a dominance from Team Roki as a Glister gets the highlight here of our first game. And it is that last fight, of course. The Graviton Surge just catches everybody. And no defenses, no support ultimates were available to deny it. Team Roki looking very strong here in map number 1. But we have to say, again, in that last series, the same thing happened. They looked very strong in control, and then were unable to close it out on maps 2 and 3. So we'll see if that comes to play here, because this has been... Team Roki has looked really good on their opening, less so as the maps have gone on.
Yeah, it seems like they really take advantage of winning the first fights there and just being able to cycle through ults every point on control maps. So the problem is it doesn't translate very well when they are playing it out here. When we get to escort, when we get to hybrid, as they end up losing both of those. So when we find out what map we're going to play next, it's looking like it is going to be Dorado. We're going to see if they can actually just win this 1-2-0, finally get a win here for their group, because as you already mentioned, they are 0-1.
Yeah, so we'll, I mean, Dorado is going to be an interesting one because this is a map that historically has played up very well in that first choke. If we think about first point, right under that archway, Reinhardt's posting up there and just playing really defensively, being able to get value from the 3-3 composition. So we'll see. Man, old habits die hard. Even on a broadcast which is about goats, I still call it 3-3. Oh, man. Alrighty. Heading in, I think the big difference, obviously, in this matchup was the fact that we're not seeing a break from Team Agility's squad. They're running the Ana a lot of the time, and you know, Ana is a very interesting character, right? A lot of in historical Overwatch, whenever there's been an Ana meta, it has almost always evolved into a Zen meta, right? The fact that we're seeing both Ana and Zen is, I think, one of the more creative uses here from Team Agilities, and we'll see if they can get more value off of that nano boost, because I think, you know, in this map, or in the previous map rather, we didn't get a chance to really see a player execute with it. Mostly because of spacing and timing. Control is a very hectic and fast-paced, style of gameplay, and so the Nano Boost was unable to really set up a fight win for Team Agilities. Hoping here on Dorado, on an Escort, which is a little bit slower, perhaps they will be able to get a little bit more value from it. But you know, I mean, that we'll have to wait and see if that actually turns out to be the case. Right now, Team Roki are certainly looking in very firm domination.
Yeah, and hopefully they can continue that and get themselves a win like we talked about. They still haven't been able to do so in their group, but hopefully in their second match of the day, they're going to be able to get that done. You've already been told by LaFawn what needs to happen here, and we're going to see if they can do it. The interesting thing, too, is that often you do see Ana played in the GOATS compositions, but it's usually in place of the Brig. Ana, Brig... not Brig, in place of the Zen. Ana, Zen, and Moira were always the flex supports that were rotated on, depending on the situation, depending on what you needed to do. But it's interesting to see this twist, because from time to time, some teams ran it the way Team Agilities did. But you talked about how important those nano boosts were. I think you might be able to find more value here on Escort when you are trying to stall at checkpoints and just stall fights in general.
Yeah, speaking of, we're actually going to see the break come out from Goliath, going to give up the Zen, and going to go for the Brig himself. So the one thing here is that there's going to be no true defensive ability for the Graviton Surge. Theoretically, it is the Zenyatta's Transcendence, which is supposed to counter the Grav, but obviously that is not available to Team Agility's. Ballin, however, will be able to use the Anti-Nade to deny the Transcendence healing on the opposition. So that's something to keep an eye out on as well as she comes in with the Ana gameplay here.
Biotic Grenade going to be so important here. First choke coming through. Grim Reality taken so very low, but is going to survive due to the help of his team. However, they're giving up a lot of space, and Team Roki just take, and take, as the members of Team Agilities are already starting to fall all around them. And that's looking like it's going to be a really easy first point cap.
Yeah, Glister going in there just to try and get onto Agilities, and does so. Silk dead. Oh, goodbye, Mr. Zarya. The high energy gone. And Team Agilities are going to have to reset and reapproach Silk Thread, though, keeping up very close to Glister in terms of damage output. Won't have the Graviton Surge online in this next fight, despite being in that losing, sort of situation. So Agilities, as they take up the high ground, Team Agilities, as they take up the high ground, are looking to reset and take a good fight off the back of the Graviton Surge with the Nano Boost.
Roki attempting to boop them off, force them down. They're just going to do it on their own. But out comes the grab from Glister. And like you said, LaFawn, no Transcendence means a big problem. Nano Boost can only help one person, and that person ends up being Silk Thread, who can only do so much as the rest of the team falls around him. And finally, he will go down as well. The stall is going to come through, luckily, because nobody was actually pushing the cart on the side of Team Agilities. But still, losing the Diva mech, especially in this scenario, is pretty rough.
Yeah, and I mean, Team Roki have not really had to expend a whole lot in these engagements. Roki's going to have his, the captain of his team is going to have the sound barrier up in this next fight. They're going to have the shatter as well, and they're going to be able to play with the tempo. Silk Thread has to walk out of a choke into a Reinhardt, not going to be able nearly as easily to use the mirror ability here as a Gator, as the Reinhardt set up and posture and just trying to find an opportunity to lay down the law, or hammer, as it were.
One and the same they are, and it's looking like he's going to drop it down, but Gator doesn't find
Oh,
anybody
no!
with it. However, Grim Reality is going to get many with his, but the sound barrier keeps it all going. Grim Reality facing the end of his life potentially here. Ballin actually swapped to the Moira for extra healing. The sustain looking like it's doing its job as Silk Thread finally able to pop up, and as I say it, he goes down. We're going to see the grab come out as well.
Unfortunately, on all that, as the cleanup kills come in, there was a C9, and Team Roki took the second point and are going to be able to get the spawns in close. It was a great shatter from Grim Reality, but they were unable to stay on the point long enough, and Team Roki are going to start working on third.
That is tough, and pretty much the end of the Coalescence. Glister's going to throw out the Graviton Surge. Team Roki have so many tools to work with here. Grim Reality has another Earth Shatter, but unfortunately, it's only stalling out the inevitable. Glister is finding the kills left, right, and center. Gator is charging onto Goliath, and Team Roki are just flying through this map so far. And LaFawn, I gotta ask, I feel like this is in part because Team Agilities are quite literally giving away space.
It's tough though. It's tough though, right? When you don't have the Zen Orb, the Reinhardt just has so little pressure in his opposition, right? Gator can play more aggressively because he doesn't have to worry about being discorded. He doesn't have to worry about being bursted down nearly as much. And so you can see, look, he's playing in choke. He thinks he has the space, and he's right.
And there it is. And again, he keeps making more space for Glister, who keeps getting these opening kills here. And that's just going to mean the knockdown doesn't end up doing anything from that collision. And now they're just spawn camping them. Team Roki just push Agilities back into their spawn as they push the cart towards the end here. And the grab at the spawn doors means it's going to be secured with little problem.
Yeah, no, that's just, it's a tough place to be if you're a main tank. Grim Reality is doing the best he can. He's actually doing a fairly decent job, and being supported, of course, by his, being supported, of course, by his backline. The healing output is superior from Team Agilities, but at a certain point, the amount of burst damage that's coming in from Team Roki is just so much higher because of that damage buff from the Zenyatta, right? It's a Discord, allows your entire team to start dealing, bonus damage to that one target, and from bad to worse in that situation for the poor Reinhardt. Grim Reality had some very nice shatters, but can't follow up on them because immediately the Discord Orb is applied and has to play a little bit safer behind the shield, and Gator just walks forward and swings through. And the cleave from Team Roki just a little bit more effective.
And that's exactly why the Zenyatta Ghost composition ended up being the most popular one, as that Discord is just too powerful. Transcendence is also too useful of an ultimate to be able to nullify or at least try to mitigate some of the damage from that Graviton Surge. And it's looking like Team Agilities are going to hold on to this Moira. So they want to hopefully try and out-sustain Team Roki, but so far it's been pretty hard for them. But this time around, they're on the offense. And Team Roki, I actually like the place they're holding. They're actually going to take advantage of the map geography, hold just around that first corner, get as many fights as they can to run the clock.
Yeah, I mean, this is the OG GOAT spawn camp, and Roki thinks that Team Roki thinks they've got this, and I mean, so far they've been correct.
that they have. Elvis already gets the first pick onto ball, and just like that, Team Agilities are dropping like flies, already relegated to their spawn. They're basically on house arrest, and it feels like there's no way they can get out. Silk Thread, with his very high energy, is trying to do whatever damage he can, try to get his team some space so they can actually walk out and get onto the cart. But you see Ria's on the top of their spawn there, just pressuring them from so many different angles.
That tag the spawn doors. That's what Team Roki is doing, and oh my god, Grim Reality is taking so much damage on this swinging. Oh.
Oh, and there you go. He's gonna go down. And we're just back to the same problem here. You might as well strap ankle monitor to the entirety of Team Agilities, except for Agilities himself, who seemed to have gotten out and is running away.
Man, Silk Thread. You know, Silk Thread is now in university, and I believe said, "Go Bears." I'm not sure what that means. I'm not American, so it's tough for me to know what those schools are. But congratulations to Silk Thread. As he said in his own words, the struggling student life, and I feel that on a very real level. Shatter coming out from a Gator, takes down the aforementioned Silk Thread, and the rest of his team to soon follow. Is that a 1v1 Lucio in the backline?
Oh my god, I think it is. I want to know who's going to be coming out on top there. Agility's very low HP, but Roki is going to come out on top. Look at his HP. It feels like he wasn't even trying here. So just outmatching them in every way. Team Roki,
in fairness, one of these players is a pro main support player.
Okay.
The other player is a projectile pro player. I don't think it's really
Are Lucio's left clicks not projectiles before?
No, that's true.
And you know what else is true, Roki? It's Shatter gets completely taken out of the fight, and this might be the opening Team Agilities are looking for here. Oh, but the Gator is gonna get a bigger one right after, but the kills aren't actually coming through. They lack the damage right now. Glister is around, though. He has the grab, but he's actually going to get booped off by the whip shot. Huge play from Goliath, and finally in the spawn, they get their way out of this first corner.
Just, excuse me, just because there are some retired players in this roster doesn't mean you can hold them at spawn the entire game. And Team Agilities will make a break for it here, beatdown, as they continue. Oh, Agilities looking for revenge, perhaps, part 2.
I like it. Not afraid to go for the rematch here. Maybe he can win it out, but so far he's actually going to back down here as they just keep poking from a distance. And this time around, Team Agilities are getting a lot of space here as we get set for this next fight. Kayun, though, needs to find his angles, and he's starting to get some good damage in, but Glister throws the grab onto the stands here. It allows for a big charge on the Grim Reality, although Silk Thread is the one who ends up getting the kill here. And Team Roki are ready to expend everything. They're actually layering their support ultimates, which is a big no-no, but it's looking like overall they will succeed in the end here. And Grim Reality couldn't get enough out of his Earth Shatter.
I mean, does knock down 2 and gets the kill on both supports. Unfortunately, there's a third one. As Hanbit is still alive and still healing out here. Oh, Gator shatters down the tanks. And things are going to be a reset here now for Team Agilities as Team Roki starts to bully Kayun, and the dance of the Pilot Diva commences.
No, they can't. This is for fun. Please. Okay. Thank you. See, that's a little better. We don't have to go that far here, but with 9 seconds left upon this reality is looking grim for Team Agilities, especially with how aggressive Roki is. Takes out Agilities. Glister with another Graviton Surge is going to keep Agilities' team off the cart, giving Team Roki a dominating 2-0 victory.
2-0, no points given up, and Team Agilities drops their series. Highlight again, Glister coming in.
Surprising nobody.
Wow, Zarya, high energy damage is the one that actually gets a lot of the highlights. So, very clean play from Team Roki. Man, look, that's the thing about HP in GOATs, right? You see the tank goes down to like 10 HP, and then all of a sudden back to full, and then it spikes down again. Just absolutely insane. So, welcome back, of course, to our shared room here between Beat and myself. As we're going to see how the groups have kind of shaped up so far in our Group A as they come in. Team Kareem leading, it looks like so far. Team Nevix there right as well. Team Beast and Team Roki in Group B. So, so far, that is the series. Still more Overwatch to be played, though, as, hey, I mean, we've had some good games here on stream, and I'm interested to see how they continue to kind of evolve as well. Just a reminder to everyone who is watching, there are, if you look at the hashtag TD Throwback Tournament on Twitch, you'll see some of your favorite players streaming their points of view as well. So make sure to support them there. And of course, all of the community streams giving some of the other games a little bit of love. They exist. So CA Overwatch, Toronto Alpha Flight, and there's a couple more as well.
Landlord Gaming is another one.
Yep, there's another one. We'll be continuing to highlight them throughout the day as the stream goes on. But here on the main stream, things continue to roll. Beatdown, that game was, I mean, a little bit of a roll.
Yeah, we got to call it what it is. And Team Roki playing like the sweaty team Lemon and I thought they would be with the way they drafted it. I'm going to ride this analogy till the day is over. But they played it really well here. It was so dominating to see them play it like this. They were decisive. They took so much space away from Team Agilities, and they made it look easy. That's the thing that freaks me out about it the most. But let's be real. We were, with all the good games we had so far, everything going to map 3, we were a little overdue for a game like this.
I mean, it's much respect to Team Agilities. They actually made it a lot closer than I thought it was. Again, a reminder: these players haven't played pro Overwatch in some time. Slowthread, obviously, former Overwatch League player, technically on the Chengdu Hunters last season, but went over to study and completing his degree. So credit to him there. And of course, all of them friends with Aimbot Calvin. I think a couple of them are enemies too. If I'm reading my notes correctly, so
yeah,
we'll let you guess. We'll let you guess which is which, though, right? So, I mean, we already said Ballin is the manager of the island, so that one's kind of out. But the rest will leave you guessing.
Yeah,
I guess it could be enemies. But no, credit to Team Agilities for making that, like for performing. I think that's one of the hardest things. We talked about Team Roki as being a strong team. A lot of these players on Team Roki were strongest in GOATS. They made their name in the GOATS meta at a professional level, right? Hanbin comes to mind, Rhea, of course, Glister. These players played a ton of professional GOATS and made it to the Overwatch League playing that composition. So the fact that Team Agilities had moments where they looked pretty strong, I think is impressive in its own right.
Yeah, I actually couldn't agree with you more there. And with that, we're going to end this current series, but don't go anywhere because after this break, we're actually going to come back with another series. We're just going to keep the games rolling on for the rest of the day. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. All right, everybody, we are back with more round robin gameplay from the groups here at the Toronto Defiant Goats Throwback Tournament presented by TD Canada. Still beat down Boulevard, but joining me back is the wonderful Lemon Kiwi. Hello, how's it going?
Hello.
Are you excited?
Yeah. I kept my excitement because I was only gone for like, I don't know, 10 minutes.
That was quick, yeah.
You guys casted a quick match.
Yeah, we did. It ended up being a pretty fast team. Roki really taking care of business. I mean, with a team like that, it's not that surprising that they're going to have some pretty swift games. But now that's not the game we're going to talk about here. Now it's Team Surefour versus Team Numlocked here for our next matchup here, and it's going to be hype.
Well, we can jump into the roster of Team Numlocked, which is currently at the bottom of the standings for his group, or let's take a look at Surefour's first. So it's Surefour, Carter, Nero, Hydration, Gig, and Harblu. So I've casted over a ton of Gig and Harblu, who had their time in contenders along with Carter, and then their Overwatch League stars being Surefour, Nero, and Hydration.
That's right. A lot of experience, to say the least, talent on this roster who've definitely been around the block in GOATS before it, after it. These guys have seen a lot. One might even call them Overwatch boomers if the game is old enough for us to start saying stuff like that.
I hope not.
That would actually make me worried about myself, too, because it's like, wait a second. I've been with this game for that long.
I know, and we've been here long enough to be casting GOATs. Let's take a look at their opponents.
Yeah.
Team Numlocked, which he was tweeting like, oh man, people are sweating this tournament. I just recruited a bunch of friends, and been a lot of these names you might not recognize because I think these are a bunch of his friends that may or may not actually play Overwatch.
Yeah, but you know what? At least he is just having fun with this one, getting his buddies, hey, you want to play for a tournament? We might win some money. That's honestly that's a pretty easy way to sell me personally, so I'm not that surprised if that's more or less how that went down. But I think the thing I'm most excited for is Numlock, usually known for his main tank play. He's going to be playing, he tweeted out that he's going to play Lucio. I don't know if it's still true, but I hope it is.
I hope they just have one person who can play Overwatch at the front line. I think if you can have a good enough Reinhardt, maybe it's winnable. Like get the rest on some easy heroes like some Lucio, some Moira. I don't know if Zen would be a good pick for someone who doesn't play a lot of Overwatch, but surely going up against Team Surefour, it's going to be pretty stacked to see how this match is going to turn out.
Yeah, that it is. We're going to start here on Busan here downtown for the first map of Team Numlock versus Team Surefour here. And so far, composition-wise, we're in for a mirror matchup. Both teams actually opting for the Moira. I talked about it in previous games on the day. On more wide open maps like this, teams do sometimes lean towards more healing because you're just going to be taking so much more damage as you don't have much cover to hide behind.
I was expecting maybe Harblu to be picking up the Zarya. That's what he was really known for in contenders and gigs, the main tank players. So a little bit of some role swaps. I like that Team Surefour is giving Team Numlock maybe a chance, but Alan Gordon, I don't know who you are. You sound like a chef, but you're currently dead, and everyone behind you is going to be dead too.
That is going to be an easy fight. Harblu, I want to say unnecessarily with the Earth Shatter, but you know what? It's GOATS. You're going to build it back extremely quickly. Then that aside, a very clean fight win here from Team Surefour, who are, oh my god, they are just going straight to spawn camping. They are not messing around.
Yeah, but also, at least, Alan, this is his 6th game of Overwatch ever. And maybe having more experience than some other players on this team, as both Reinhardt's butting heads. Team Numlock, though, getting sent right back. It's the Rein dip right now. Harblu takes out Alan. And again, without that shield, there's just not enough damage mitigation to really save anybody behind it.
Nope, you're gonna see many try and fall in the process, including Booma. I'm gonna say Boomy. And at that aside, Team Numlock are just being held in the spawn room. They actually, I like that Nero is hanging out just on the side here, trying to get some extra damage. Maybe expecting Gig to have the grab as well. Nose Arc has the grab at these surge as well.
Yeah, Numlock Team Numlock thinking they have the ults to maybe take this fight. They throw the crowd. Coalescence self-destruct, already taking out the front line of Team Surefour and losing half their team. Nero is still behind them, kind of blending in with the enemy. But Team Surefour managing to accumulate at least 54% before Team Numlock are going for a flip.
It's definitely a good start, and you're pretty happy still if you're Team Surefour. Team Numlock commit a lot of resources to that fight, and by that I mean everyone besides Numlock presses Q, so you only have the sound barrier going into this next fight. And Surefour starting out with Coalescence.
That was so scary. He barely dodged that charge that just happened, but a bunch of ults being used from Team Surefour. The grab didn't look like it helped too much. He finally got a first pick and taking out Arkham. It's just Team Numlock don't have a lot of damage. Besides that, Allen going for a risky charge with 1 HP. He's finished off before he could reach his destination. He got... That was a sound barrier from Carter. Yeah, I see you on your ult. And then he jumps off the map. So giving Team Numlock the chance.
Yeah, and for those who are not aware, Ladybug 420 is Carter. And that is unfortunate that he loses his sound barrier in such a fashion. This might actually be Team Numlock's way back onto the point, just because they have a lot of ults that are about to come online here. They could actually win overwhelmingly against Surefour if they use their resources.
There's a humongous shatter from Horblue. The shield wasn't up by Allen in time, and Numlock knocked down one by one. Team Surefour giving them some chances, but they're still touching the spawn room doors.
Yeah, they got their way out, but oh no, unfortunately, they're gonna grab all 3 supports and just roll over them like that. We're gonna see the Graviton Surge come out, but ultimately, Team Surefour are going to take the first round.
And not close, but I mean, on paper, it wasn't going to look close, but I'm sure Numlock and friends are having a good time, and they're getting to face Overwatch League talent and contenders talent on the other side. So I mean, talk about never playing a game and getting to face some of the best players on each of those roles. So I'm sure this is going to be a new experience. Hopefully Team Numlock don't get beat so hard that they never want to play Overwatch again.
Yeah, like the 5th and final time they play Overwatch just because of this experience here. But who knows? Alan Gordon pressing shift pretty often, looking like he's having a good time. Gotta say I can relate. Overall, I think, like you said, it's not so close so far, either on paper or in that first match. But who knows? They could eke out a victory. Alan Gordon had some pretty dope shatters. And if he could recreate that, we could see it happen.
Apparently, Abume even said he's an ex-teammate of Numlock, maybe back in the day. So, yeah, so clearly best friends, and maybe that synergy will play out eventually, but not for Vazan. He's out first for Team Numlock. He also had a bio from Surefour that hit, I think it was Zarya of Team Numlock. So this really slowed things down, and Team Surefour will be getting not only a shatter just for fun, they'll get the cap too.
Yeah, that's the second time now. Harb just immediately presses Q upon getting that ultimate, and they're just back into the spawn. Once again, Gig, fully charged, is going to rip Plum to shreds as well. Or not quite fully charged, but working his way there, as they really don't want Numlock to play Overwatch today.
Oh, self-destruct from Nero. Should be blocked there from Allen as he starts to get surrounded by the rest of Team Surefour. But still playing this pretty patient, pretty smart despite having the advantage. Horblue charges in, removes somebody from the Graviton from Gig. And with that high energy, Team Numlock are just forced to reset again and again and again. And that'll be the second fight for Team Surefour.
Oh, and this is just brutal here. Team Surefour using a lot of ults in these previous fights. So Team Numlock might have a chance to get back in this one. Boomy with the Diva Bomb could definitely make a big play here. And just in general, Team Numlock have a lot of vaults to use. Wow. Alan Gordon going straight for hydration.
Alan's knees just don't work. He was knocked down once by the Brig, and I think the other one by the Ryan. He's just up and down, just like he was been in and out of the spawn room. And Team Surefour not even really letting them leave. This is bullying.
A little bit. I might have to. I think I should make a call for cyberbullying just because it's Team Numlock. I think they've gotten to use one ult so far. They have about 5. Any second now, Arc will have that Graviton Surge. Oh no! Cancel Shatter.
I like that there was a dance circle surrounding hydration versus Alan, and Team Surefour still win. And Nero even eats the ground from Arca. They're not even allowed to play the game.
Yeah, it's just shutdown after shutdown after shutdown, and with this fight going their way, oh my god, come on, bro, that's just rude.
They're just not allowed to move. Oh, we got a nano. You got an AFK. Nero's gonna go grab a snack, but maybe realizing that we're still playing. It's not over yet. Yeah, overtime's supposed to go away. So I think somebody was able to touch from Team Numlock, but they're starting to race towards that point. They gotta help them out. Team Surefour trying to close the doors on reinforcements as Soundberry used from Ladybug just to, from Carter, just because. Another grab at the spawn. Team Numlock not allowed to play. Team Surefour will be on match point.
And wow, Team Surefour very quickly dispatch Team Numlocked, and gotta be real, you talked about how we've been talking about tank diff all day as how important the main tank is. This is feeling like a team diff, so I'm being real.
I just love that he got up and he fell twice. I don't get to see that too often. And there was some 1v1 business. I remember at one point at these spawn doors that there was this dance circle around a Brig and a Rhine, and they were just beating each other. And because of the healing that each team was providing, it was just wasn't ending right away. So I like that they're all having fun. I think this is really all that matters. There is money on the line, but some people care about that money more than others.
For sure, and I like the little dance circle analogy you just used, because it is what Goats feels like very often as a main tank player, especially in solo queue during the time. Everybody's just it's like that picture from The Simpsons where they gave monkey knives to fight each other, and the monkeys are just exactly. The rest of it's your teammates, and the monkeys are the Reinhardts swinging at each other in the sandbox, as you so aptly put it in the previous series.
Well, it is Team Numlock's choice of map coming up because they lost the first one, so they're choosing to go to Dorado, and you got to cast a bit of that. So how does Goats look like at point A? I don't think we got past that point, right? Too much?
No, and I feel like depending on who defends first, we're gonna have a bit of deja vu about that. But basically, the way you play Dorado in the Goats meta is that you want to take as many fights as you can, always. That's always the case in Goats outside of control. When you're on defense, you try to push up as far as you can because re-engaging is very easy. And in doing so, you just run the clock out. And that's why I said during the previous cast when we were on King's Row that if you got to finish a hybrid or escort map, no one even cares about the time bank. You finished. Good job.
Yeah, even the series we casted before, we even saw an almost full hold on Havana. We didn't even get to. We were talking about point B and point C and whatnot, and they didn't even get past point A. And there's so much sustain when running the triple support, and depending on which one you choose, of course, we're seeing some teams. I think it was a Team Agilities that didn't want to run a Brig, for example. We're seeing teams try and run the Zen and the Ana. So different choices of utility, but Zen seems like a must pick. Just that Transcendence is so important against the grab.
Yeah, and when you think about the Brig and what she offers too with the AoE healing that comes from Inspire, it's just too powerful when it's the kind of team comp where everybody is clumping together and moving as a cohesive unit. Not only that, the ultimate rally is kind of nutty just because of how armor does damage reduction, and there's no way around it. So her ultimate is so powerful.
And remember, we are playing on a workshop patch that adjusts the abilities, the cooldowns, the strength of some of these heroes that got nerfed or buffed. So they're trying to mimic as much as they can what they were back in Goats. So especially Brigitte got nerfed to hell ever since Goats. So she got her cooldown adjusted, her shield recharge, her health is boosted up a little bit. So Brig is a little bit better in this tournament than she is in real life.
That's right. The one thing they didn't change, because it probably would have been too hard, is that whenever you see us go to a Brig's POV, you see those 3 little markers on her screen. Those are health packs. She used to have just one, and it used to be instantaneous, and it used to be, what was it, 200 plus health? And also, if you were full health, here's 75 armor. It's just I think
That
the whole
was so
reason
good. Yeah.
it was insane. The reason she was so good at dealing with dive just by virtue of Tracer became instantly useless. You imagine almost one clicking a support. Brig cracks her fingers, stretches her neck, presses E. Now they have armor.
Yeah, the overheal from the armor, I think, just enabled flankers so much more during those metas, and
That's also
gave Brig
true.
really a value outside of the fight of just pre-armoring people. Now without that, it's a lot different, but this whole tournament is different. If you guys
That's
are
right.
new to GOATS, it's called GOATS because a team called GOATS sort of invented this composition, I think, through their Path to Pro journey. And then everyone thought how busted this comp is, having 3 tanks and having a Zarya who outputs the most amount of damage, and then 3 supports to enable that.
Yeah, the damage numbers that Zarya puts out during this meta were actually absurd. I'm sure you could find them in past Overwatch broadcasts. It is just unreal, especially when they are the main damage dealers in these compositions. Of course, everybody is doing their fair share, even the Lucios.
Oh.
When you think about it here, as Hydration is just hanging out on the high ground, trying to hit those left clicks.
Also, Team Surefour again swapping up their roles. Surefour, who was on Ana, is now playing the main tank, and he already has a shatter. He went for a pin as everyone from Team Numlock left their spawn room doors. So this might be a quick game at this point.
Yeah, 30 seconds down and a very easy first fight here. Team Surefour looking like they are just ready for this one to end. I think Gig didn't get that snack previously and is a little upset about that, so they're just trying to get this done.
Well, at least on Brig, you maybe can back away and just grab that snack. I'm glad to see Harblue on the Zarya. I remember he would just throw grabs on cooldown in contenders, and he got his notoriety for how great and maybe controversial his Zarya was in contenders at the time, and I really miss casting him. So far, he didn't really miss much. Surefour had their Orion, or Surefour himself, get a little bit low. The grab is thrown from Harblue, just to trap the 1 or 2 members from Team Numlock that did squeak out of those doors. Nobody from Team Surefour has died yet, I think.
Yeah, they are definitely on their way to a perfect map. I hope I didn't curse that one just by saying it here, but let's see if they can make it happen. So far, no danger of them losing control of the point here, as they have so many ultimates to play with here. But Team Numlock, everybody's ready to press Q.
Gig and Bazan just like ran into each other, and if you CC or do a shield bash or charge or anything to another CC, you kind of just both land on the ground for a few seconds, and those few seconds are kind of scary. That's where the other team can kill you during that time, and that's where Team Surefour took advantage of that, and they're able to cycle their ultimates well. But Team Numlock have 4 coming up. This could be their fight.
It very well could be still the opportunity to make some plays happen here, and we're gonna see how this plays out. For some reason Harper was moving a little bit slowly, but Boomy removed right from
the sound barrier exchange. There is an offensive grab. It's from Arca. Team Numlock doing well. They're using all their ultimates. That's exactly the synergy we expected from a bunch of friends. They will be winning this fight. There's only 3 left from Team Surefour, and the rules of this tournament are that you can pick up anybody you want to. Owl, go for it. Your neighbor, sure. People who don't play Overwatch wouldn't recommend it, but Team Numlock did it, and they managed to win a fight against a team of mostly Owl players.
Yeah, which is pretty dope, especially Numlock getting that boop onto Harblue. Sure, there's some choice BM going on, that will go on after the game is done, but we have Earthshatter coming out here from Surefour. He almost dies for it, but he lives.
Good, yeah, pretty good block. Team Numlock still mostly alive. See Alan, it's gonna play a little bit aggressive. You see Boomay kind of charging in, and as you run into people as D.Va, you will be pushing them back physically, so Team Surefour hit by that, backing away. There's the rally from Bazan. Team Numlock will have that extra armor. You can see Gig using that for his team. There's Alan, who has a Discord orb on him, leading the charge. The grab is thrown, this time from Arca. Maybe only got 1. I think it was trying to trap Surefour. He does make it out, gets the pin on the Arca. Self-destruct shatters, and Team Surefour taking over this fight once their backs are pushed against the wall.
And we're just back to the same old song and dance here, Lemon, as Boomy and company are forced back into the spawn. Arc wants this 1v1 duel, though. He actually has the energy, but Hydration says no. Soundberry.
Way, our blue has to defend one last time. Transcendence was forced. Looks like the supports from Team Surefour taking just a little bit of pressure, maybe a flanker there as Team Numlock regroup one last time. The sound barrier engage. See Numlock on the Lucio. He did tweet he was going to play this, and I was expecting it. He's got to try and support Alan. He's taking a lot of pressure. The coalescence from Plumbed is keeping Team Numlock nice and healed up as they have the dodge to self-destruct, but the shield didn't come up from Alan. 2 it takes missing, and everyone going down behind it. Team Numlock in overtime wanted to maximize this distance on this cart, but Team Surefour will be cleaning up.
And as overtime runs out, Team Numlock get what I believe is their 3rd or 4th kill of the map, so they end up pushing out just a little bit further than it seemed in the early minutes of this round. However, now the roles are reversed. Team Surefour probably got to win one fight. I think it's safe to say one fight.
Yeah, one fight.
Mayhaps a second.
Team Numlock will have to spawn camp in that case.
Yes. And who knows, maybe they have it in them. We're going to see.
The power of friendship, or maybe in your case, the power of anime might save them.
First of all, Lemon, I'll have you know those are one and the same.
Yeah, that is true. The power of the cards.
The heart of the cards.
At least the silver lining here is that because Team Numlock, you know, it's a bunch of friends. You're not gonna get tilted, right? There's no friendships being broken here.
I hope not. I think as long as the especially with Numlock's tweet, I think expectations have already been properly tempered. You know, you're here to have a good time, and I'm sure that's what's happening right now. And I'm sure in a way Team Surefour are definitely having some fun of their own. So you can nobody's role swapping mid map, but I like it. Team Numlock are gonna try something a little cheeky here. Really close spawn defensive hold.
Numlock, I'm sure he's the mastermind behind this. He says, "Go team! We feed as a team, and it's called the strategy." And Surefour's taken down. Team Numlock with their first kill of this defense, suppressing Team Surefour back at their spawn room doors and even booping people off the map.
No!
And Hydration gets a second one. Team Numlock have to be careful to be playing close to that edge.
Rule number 1 of playing against the Lucio: never chase him close to an edge. And well, Hydration showed us exactly why that's the case. And although it was a really nice start, I love that cheeky play here from Team Numlock. One team fight for them isn't enough to hold the line here, as Team Surefour are going to push, and especially with these picks, are very likely going to get that first objective too.
The box of victory is there. Surefour on Team Surefour, and Surefour himself on match point. Team Numlock already at the bottom of the standings, and after this loss, it might not be possible to come back. We got a few more matches before round robin is done. Team Surefour on the cart. Team Numlock, it's their last fight. You're seeing already a fade being used from Plum, but already 2 kills claimed from Team Surefour as the self-destruct will clear the area. Team Numlock still trying to contest it. I mean, you have Alan behind them. Oh, but Boome ate the grab from Harblue. That is a cursed image he's going to want to screenshot after, and Team Surefour still clean up the fight, and they will be taking the series 2-0.
Yeah, and there you have it. Team Surefour winning the series here. Can't say it was unexpected. Team Numlock, though, definitely made it entertaining. They had fun with it, especially for those last couple of rounds. Those fights got really scrappy, and like you said, Boome, probably going to screenshot the fact that he ate Harblue's grab. Although, let's be honest, he would not be the first.
Yeah, I know we were showing some different matches on the break screen. We're really just jumping into the match that is ready first. So if we have a broadcast schedule, and if that match is busy, we'll just jump into the next one. According to our plan, we're going to be watching Team Logix versus Team Cruz next.
Oh, and I actually don't think we've seen Team Cruz on the main broadcast yet, have we?
No, so this will be at least our first look at this team, and we've seen Team Logix look really strong so far.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see how they'll play against Team Cruz once we get that match set up there. But I guess as we wait, really, the only thing I wanted to touch on there on that last map was we saw some pretty decent play out there from Team Agility. No, it wasn't Agility.
Surefoy versus Numlock, or are you talking about a previous
Numlock.
series?
I'm talking about Team Numlock. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, complete brain fart there. But Team Numlock, they still definitely played it, the composition all right. It was just due to not really combining their ultimates very often, or rather, you want to usually pair them off. You saw them very often just kind of wait till they had 6. Everyone presses Q. Yeah, we want to fight. And now we got to wait 6 minutes for the rest of them to come back.
Yeah. And as we take a look at the standings from how our Group A and Group B are shaping out, just a reminder that only the 2 best teams of these groups will be moving on to our final playoff bracket. So far, Group A is led by Team Kariv and Team Nevix. Might be updated in a bit as we're getting more results in, but so far it looks like Team Beast and Team Roki are on top.
Yeah, that they are. And for the other teams at the top brackets, as you can expect, it's squads that do have about a good handful of OWL players here. And as we get into the later stages of the round robin, into the actual bracket where we're going to find out our winner of this tournament, it is probably going to be a lot of those teams with experienced players, with OWL players who still remain.
Well, after this break, we're going to see what our next match is, so stay tuned. To the Toronto Defiant Throwback tournament presented by TD. I flew LaFawn in. It was a short flight from our last match, but I have him in my room.
Yeah,
he's behind my chair casting. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is what the other side of the of that screen looks like. So that's why I look a little bit smaller in frame. It's a trick of the light, But you know what isn't a trick of the light is the next game we have coming up. That was a terrific segue.
Sure. Our next game is Team Zig versus Team Carib. So let's take a look at the roster of Team Zig first. So we did see them on stream already. So this is Zig, Askoff, Tech 36, FD God, Kaiser, and Suna.
And I mean, this team, there's so much talent on this roster. They're really, really good. The French roster all the way through, as we highlighted earlier in the stream. And I mean, these guys across the board. I mean, FD God, we saw how good he is in the Overwatch League. Zik, obviously for the Toronto Defiant, but Tech 36 and Suna. Suna didn't get a ton of time to play in Vancouver this season, but he's a really great hit scan player in his own right, and so I expect great things from him. Team Zik has a pretty standout team overall, so we'll see how they can match up against their opposition, who have been going pretty hard. Team Kariv coming in, led, of course, by the flex support Kariv. Of the name of the team. And this is, someone's leaked the script a little bit, but this seems to be the LA Valiant of past, present, and future. Link's the only one who's not currently playing for having played for the LA Valiant. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that one. Or at least if he's not logged.
Yeah, Custa's still staying in the scene. He's now an OWL analyst, was on the LA Valiant, KSF currently on there, Dreamer currently on there, Linkster, Houston Outlaws, and Space, the LA Gladiators. But if you go to his Wikipedia, he still has his LA Valiant jersey on. So he's still LA Valiant maybe to heart, and of course still keeping his friendships with his old teammates.
Yeah, I mean, Space has been a fantastic player throughout Overwatch's history, realistically speaking, right? Not just in the Overwatch League, but even before that. So excited to see it. And I mean, if you guys haven't had a chance to, and this is just a throwback to the rest of the stream. If you guys go to the hashtag TD Throwback Tournament on Twitch, you'll find a bunch of the streams. And Kariv's team is also pretty interesting to listen to because their comm structure is spectacular. I think is probably the nicest, the best way of putting it. Not nicest, just best. They're going very hard on those comms, and it's honestly a pleasure to listen to.
I'm really excited to see this matchup of Tech 36 versus Space on the Diva. I mean, we got to cast Team Zik, and their self-destruct game is so big. They're able to get so many multi-kills, but this will be my first time casting Team Kariv on stream, and I think they might have appeared in other broadcasts, but here right now off the gates, no surprise what we're expecting. Lucio, Brig, Zen, some supports, some choice in supports, but the mirror here. Team Zik already pressuring back Team Kariv, as the first one to fall is Kariv himself and Dreamer soon after, as Team Zik will race to get even more kills and then go towards the point for the cap.
Going fast. An excellent call coming in from Zik. They take down the Diva first, and even though the trade comes in on the mech, it's not going to be enough. Tech 36 gets taken out, so there is going to be a reset available. Shatter committed. Ooh,
5-man shatter from Askoff, and he just charges it to his death. So he just fed like a little bit, but Team Zik still got the fight win. Team Kariv are fighting their way back because there's no Reinhardt there, so there were trades, and I maybe called that fight win a little too early, as Team Kariv made the most out of that from being 5-man shattered.
Yeah, a good retake off the back of the respawn advantage, and Space is going to get his mech back in just a moment. The Brig rally was committed. One thing actually I'm impressed is Askoff, in his professional time, the Graviton Surge being committed. Ooh, Brig caught in.
Oh, with a charge, just put some damage in. There's the counter grab this time from Suna. You see Team Kariv struggling to keep themselves up. This Transcendence is exchanged, a little bit of a dance going on as no one can die. Custa used the sound barrier. Everyone from Team Carib can now push in on the back of this Shatter. They did get Kaiser, but Kaiser benefiting from the sound barrier plays from FD God. That does keep him alive, but the shield starting to break there from Askoff as Dreamer himself went for a 5-strike on 1 HP. He's finished off. No Reinhardt's remaining, but 1 grab is left on the field, and that is KSF, and that is the nail in the coffin for that fight as Team Carib hold on to the point.
The thing that's most impressive to me about Team Carib is the fact that they are almost always at advantage in these engagements, right? They're the ones setting the tempo of the fights. They're playing the aggressive style. They're the ones coming into the fights with the first cooldowns and then getting the eliminations off of it. So that's what's going to be helping. Here's the rally as the rotation starts on through the low ground.
Oh, Dreamer got a little bit low, but thankfully the rally is keeping him up, and he swings and catches Zik off guard. Team Zik now missing 2 supports. It's only up to FD God, but it's just not enough, especially after Carib just used Transcendence, and they got a boop, and maybe slowing things out, maybe not. Space will be back soon. Yeah, I mean, even though FD God takes Space takes down a couple with him, FD God says, I'm not going alone, gets the reset, but it's not going to be enough. There comes in KSF at super high energy as the counter rally is possessed by Team Zik. Tuna got caught by the shatter of Dreamer. They couldn't capitalize on the kill. Tuna starts to panic, uses the grab, and most of Team Carib fall. Team Zik used the sound barrier at the perfect time, which saved most of the team and allowed them to convert the kills, as Team Carib only have 2 tanks remaining to hold on to the point, but they did stall to 99%, so Team Zik will hold on.
Yeah. And they are going to... that's a fight that you kind of have to lose. You commit the Earth Shatter, which is fine because of how quickly it builds up. And if if you're able to convert the team fight, then so much the better. But the fact that it was such an inexpensive loss for them means that they're going to be able to walk back into here with the grab advantage. KSF obviously going to be with the Graviton Surge here, and you can see scouting out. They're going to make the rotation onto Bridge and take the high ground away, force Team Zik to rotate.
So Team Carib playing on the point, and without Carib, they're gonna maybe have to play this one slow. Tuna doesn't have a grab yet, so you don't need him yet. A self-destruct! Askoff was trying to maybe charge away and charge into his own wall and couldn't bring the shield in time. And Tuna maybe was hoping that shield was up. 2 takes down from Team Zik. They're still gonna invest in Transcendence to live through this grab, and maybe with enough time, the tanks of Team Zik can make it back and can still hold on. They have charge of the point, and Askoff is taking charge of this fight. It's a 3-man shatter with the self-destruct laid on top, but Team Carib were able to get up in time and fire right back with their high energy. KSF leading the way. They are almost able to flip this point as Team Zik are so desperate to keep it in overtime. FD God helps out earlier with a sound barrier as both divas vie for that high ground. You can see Dreamer chasing down some people hidden in the Mega Pack room, and Kaiser's not going to get any support, and Team Carib will be cleaning up. One last grab to say goodbye to Team Zik, and this first round will be going over to Team Carib.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time as the Graviton Surge in the corner is a desperation at best. Suna is going to go down, and Team Carib takes round number 1. And as we head to round number 2, I mean, the fact of the matter is, I wouldn't look at that 74% as too indicative of what will happen in the rest of the series. The problem with Control is that if you lose one fight, you can often end up snowballing just long enough because you have to wait for ultimates to come online. And that's why, I mean, one of the reasons why is if you see 100 to 75, it's been pretty one-sided most of the time. And Team Carib, I think we're in firm control of first point on Busan here so far.
We saw a really cool update for this map. I think now Ash, Widowmaker, Bap can sing at the little karaoke thing. So make sure you guys jump into the game and see that because it's quite funny.
Yeah, it's a PTR, I believe.
Oh, PTR. Good call.
It's still
I know
good.
some
It's still
update
good.
came in.
Yeah.
Still good. And there's some clips of it on Twitter too. But either way, Team Carib taking control of Pack's side in a small room, trying to rotate around Team Zik, maybe catching them a little bit off guard. As some supports having issues staying behind the Askoff shield, and he wants to play as aggressive as possible. He's already gotten the bubble of Tuna, and Tech 36 is trying to matrix the damage, and he makes the most out of it. It's a 1-to-1 trade, less healing for Team Carib, but no shields for Team Zik, as Tech 36 can't keep the mech, and Tuna maybe has some energy and can go for some trades, and this might be enough to barely win the fight for Team Zik.
That was a really, really strong play by FD God, cycling in the backline, just keeping everyone displaced, allowing Kaiser to get in with the Brigitte and able, just to build the rally up here. So Team Zik ahead in terms of support ult charge, quite significantly ahead of Team Carib. And they're going to be able to walk in with the Shatter, but more importantly with the rally and have the health sustain advantage here in our second fight of the round.
Team Zik playing defensively mid-map. They have the rally that they can start. Once they know the fight's about to start, the extra alley, the extra armor will help them alive. As the Ryan and the Brig ran into each other, and he still gets up in time to block most of that shatter from Dreamer. Sounder used from FD God. Cuss is gonna mirror it seconds later. Grab only from Suna. KSF holding on to his. The shatter is canceled. The break stun from Linkster stops Askov in his tracks. Self-destruct, double kill for Tech 36, only one for Space. It is absolute chaos in the middle of the map, and it looks like Team Kariv will be coming out ahead as they surround the last couple members of Team Zik, go towards the point, and will be giving up around 50%, it looks like, to Team Zik.
Yeah, really good support usage, ult usage from Team Kariv. Even though they don't have the advantage early in the fight, they're able to outlast the damage mitigation of Team Zik and layer their support ultimates as they come online. And the last rally last as Linkster was able to sustain his team through all of the damage throughput. Now KSF on the Graviton Surge fight here, playing off aggressively.
KSF picked off Zik. He was so low and the shield came up because of Fire Strike, and he just got that instant pick at 100 energy. Zarya is the most scary hero to go up against. Yeah, no, Zarya is the carry of this composition when she gets online, and when you keep your energy from fight to fight, it's even more terrifying. KSF making full value with that. Now it's going to be up to Askov to lead the charge here for Team Zik. Apologies there, but he will have the Earth Shatter and will have to block Dreamers if they want a chance to continue to equalize the map percentage. The Team Zik are funneling in such a small hallway, and Dreamer has Shatter. He just waits for the Ren to go ahead. Gets a couple on the ground. Askov tried to respond to Transcendence. Kariv will be saving his team. Zik landed on the ground along with the rest, and now we're seeing a lead change. It's Team Kariv now ahead. This next fight's going to be one of the more interesting ones because rally advantage is negated. Both teams have it equally. It's going to be the Graviton Surge here from Suna that doesn't really have a reply, at least yet. If Gus can get this sound barrier online, then some tools might be available. They're trying to go fast. Oh, they just jumped off the high ground with the Lucio speed boost. The self-destruct caught Kaiser off guard as the grab only thrown from Suna, countered by some support ultimates, but Team Kariv don't really have anything else. Very low on healing. The self-destruct burns through the shield, and Dreamer himself, one last grab there from KSF, but only 2 members alive to really feed damage into it. But they're okay with stalling to at least 90% plus, because that means one fight win will give them the map. One thing that I want to highlight there was Askov. He actually gets the pin onto Dreamer and cancels out the Shatter, meaning the Graviton Surge gets a lot more value through it. In Team Zik, Askov, in his professional life, was a main support player, coming out here on the Reinhardt and giving Dreamer the what for, looking pretty good the whole while, as Team Zik try to equalize in percentage. Last fight territory available here for Team Kariv, however. The Team Zik playing the mid, losing a bit of energy, but KSF having to reset his after the fight loss. Maybe Team Kariv wanting to play it this slow. The Transcendence is forced. Maybe thought Dreamer was in trouble or wants him to secure that win against Askov. Goes for a Shatter. Team Kariv went to the low ground, so I don't think they were too much affected, but Askov loses the Ryan duel. Team Kariv ahead in kills, 6 versus 3. They are on the point, and Team Zik could not stall long enough. It's 98-99. Maybe someone could trigger overtime, but this is all done and dusted. Team Kariv will be on match point. A much closer round, though, in round number 2, and Zik showing signs of life with his squad, as I think they made Team Kariv sweat a little bit for the percentage that they earned. KSF gonna get the highlight. And in map number 2, as we're gonna head to Escort, we'll have to see if Zik can take some of the momentum they earned from downtown on Busan and turn that into a map win to equalize themselves in the series. Because as you said, they are at match point. Kariv now honestly looking like the team to beat here in our bracket in this tournament. Yeah, Team Kariv really built this roster right. I mean, some people, use their friends, and then Team Kariv, he's like, okay, I gotta flex my GM muscles, if I gotta have a career waiting for me after I retire or something like that, and Custom became an analyst. Maybe Kariv has a chance as a GM, because, man, he's got some of the best players on their roles, and, Space Diva is incredible. Going up against Tech 36, this is a duel that's been close, but really when it comes to GOATs, the duel sometimes that matters the most is either the Zarya v Zarya or the Ryan v Ryan, because you've seen a lot in these fights, the first Ryan to fall is the team's fight loss after that. Yeah, and I think the one thing you can make an argument for Team Kariv is that if you took this roster in Overwatch League, they would beat quite a few teams just off their sheer talent, right?
Dreamer, a fantastic main tank space, one of the best off tanks in the world. Like one of the best Western off tanks. Certainly, if not number one, the number two at worst. And that's like a lead. Wow, oh my goodness. And then you look at it's like the Kareva, fantastic flex support in his own right. So across the board, I think this is an Overwatch League team level, even just with the individual players. Spectacular work there. So yeah, no, map number 2, Team Zik has their work cut out for them. That being said, I did see signs of life, right? I didn't see like fall over and be like, oh, the first round was so heavily one-sided at times, especially with that choke point. It was more of a, okay, we're on mecha base. There's not really a lot of, once you get caught in those choke points, it's really tough to break through them. You're forced to commit ultimates, and the defensive side has advantage in using those resources. They came out on downtown and looked a lot more efficient. And I think if they can keep that going, they can really give Team Kariv a little bit more space, or take a little bit more space away from them, from that tank line, and make things a little bit easier for Team Zik's backline. Because that was one of the differences, is that the supports were forced to use cooldowns just a little bit less effectively on Team Zik.
And well, hopefully things will be easier with Team Zik having the choice of map, and they've chosen Junkertown, and Team Zik will be on the attack. Usually the winner of the previous map gets to pick the side, so Team Kariv want to defend first, and with the speed of Custa, they can speed right towards those doors and trap Team Zik right where they are, but they are poised to be on the high ground. So we're gonna see if Team Zik see this. They're already using some Zarya bubbles just to start gathering some energy, as Custa's ready to taxi everyone out if things don't go well.
Things are starting to not go well, right as you say that, and Askov goes down. But not before it's traded away, so Links are gonna be taken away, and Lemon, this has been a bit of a messy brawl here for Team Kariv.
Yeah, it was really, you didn't see the decisiveness from Team Kariv, right? They kind of stood at the front doors, and Team Zik dropped from the high ground, which I think caught some members of Team Kariv off guard, but either way, great for Team Zik. They're on the car and they can move.
Yeah, that was a good boop there actually from FD God, I think, to deny Space the re-entry into his spawn, but Space is going to get away regardless. And I think the one thing to note is that Junkertown was one of those strange maps where even in the height of goats, you would often see, the Bastion get pulled out or the double shield. So we'll see how these teams reapproach with the main tanks. It's the high ground here being contested by the goats composition.
Askov just bumping into a Brig, I think, on the other side, so has to be careful. Tuna does fall back to peel. Space went for a flank, and he burst down Zik. And Zenyatas are just the most vulnerable heroes in Overwatch, so you really got to protect them. They fell back, but not quick enough, but the grab is thrown pretty quickly from Tuna. Catches a lot of the front line of Team Kariv. They use a self-destruct in defense. The Transcendence from Kariv will keep mostly everyone healed up except Dreamer. So we'll see if, with the lack of shield, if this defense can still prevail. They're trying to knock Team Zik off the high ground with the Soundbear engage from Custa. It helped them a lot in the early game, and with this extra amount of resources, they just overwhelmed Team Zik and will send them back.
Yeah, that's a really good retake, surviving with even the Transcendence, though it was late on the Graviton Surge from Kariv. He's able to use it in the later stages of the fight, and there's no more cleanup kills available. KSF recognizes the opening he has and uses the Graviton Surge, and that's really the ideal thing here, is right when you see that opening, even if you're down a player, using that to your advantage. And Team Kariv get the eliminations. Now on the reset, though, they're going to have the Shatter. They need to get KSF up to this Graviton Surge and try and build around this high ground, force Askov into a negative position.
Askov got the Discord orb on him. You can tell that he's just such a point of focus. Shatter was blocked out. Dreamer tried to play the mental game. Askov goes for his own Shatter and maybe thought he caught some members of Team Kariv off guard as the self-destruct was on the other side of the wall. Custa and Dreamer thought they were safe, but still Team Zik investing ultimates. The Transcendence, things got a little bit hairy on the front line, but they're still stabilized on the cart. They found space in the back line, and this should be point A for Team Zik.
FD God, Custa's getting his revenge on FD God at the very end because FD God's the reason why they weren't safe. The sound wave comes in from the Lucio, knocks into the line of sight of the self-destruct, and that gives them the point. It's still a pretty healthy hold, however, from Team Kariv. They built, they bought some time, and now you can see the reset coming in. Dreamer's going to be a late kill, so Team Kariv heading back all the way to their defensive high ground to get some time. And I think this is probably the longest break between fights we've had in every match we've casted so far, Levitt.
I also like that Team Kariv are just rocking the LA Valiant skins, like even Space and even Linkster is doing it. So a few tokens going their way, but the defense do survive the charge. Askov is dangerously low, has a Discord orb on him. You can see Kaiser is just frontlining to take the attention away. And speaking of that, the grab was thrown. Oh, but the shatter on the ground. Team Karib's tanks are really starting to suffer.
Yeah, here comes the sound barrier though from Custa, and Askov's one gonna go down first.
It's just chaos, and the Reinhardt's swinging away, thinking they can keep their team alive. And Team Karib, the dust will clear and they will stabilize.
One thing that you have to kind of notice when on these kills is if Karib does not show up in the kill feed, actually eliminating the target, then he is almost always the assist, and that's one of the marks of the Zenyatta, right? The Discord orb is so powerful, allows you to burst through the defensive prowess. Space go with aggressive self-destruct.
Oh, it still catches FD God. He might have been a little bit above the shield. They're still going to the spawn room doors. And oh my god, Team Karib will just not let go. They're about to touch the spawn room doors, but at least Team Zik have over 2 minutes, so they have time to just cycle ultimates again and again.
This is one of the hardest points, however, to break on Junkertown, right? We saw this earlier in the game. Askov tries to come in and punish Dreamer.
Well, self-destruct being used from Tech 36 to build some room. It still catches Dreamer off guard, and Askov knows he can take advantage of this moment, chasing after the last couple members of Team Karib that just can't seem to find the spawn room doors. And maybe Space at this point is just trying to build towards a self-destruct. Either way, Team Zik in a great position, back on the cart, and there should be one last fight before point B.
Yeah, this is one of the, now they have the high ground to take. It's going to be a question about how does Team Zik posture away, posture on the high ground to take positioning away from Team Karib, right? If you can hold the choke points and not allow Team Karib to execute on the Earth Shatter, to execute with the self-destruct as it comes online, then things could look good for them. Here comes the rally and the graviton from Team Zik.
Oh, Dreamer, counter shatter, got 2 supports of Team Zik on the ground. The resources, though, did not falter. Team Zik still holding on to the high ground. They spot KSF dangerously low. A self-destruct from Space into the back line. And, I mean, the attention turned right his way. They did not let him get back into mech. Team Zik, great position on the cart. Team Karib might be able to contest one last time. They have KSF. He doesn't have a lot of energy, and they're just going to give this one up.
And I mean, this is actually pretty bad for KSF. Is he going to get away with his life? They need to keep him at high energy if they want a close fight. So far, the peel is there for him, and he is going to get away with his life. A really well-timed play by Custa and Dreamer in Space to just keep their Zarya alive. Now the rotator being taken away as Tuna affects people in the graviton surge.
Grab from KSF and caught some people from Team Zik being a little bit too aggressive, chasing everyone on top of the fidget spinner. And this is great if the defense can win a fight here. This is a really tough choke point for the attack to get through.
It is it's a very, very hard place to be, especially when you're forced to kind of dump ultimates in. And as you are on the low ground on the entry, the defense has the advantage. So this is going to be a tough place to be, as you said, for Team Zik. KSF with a nice little rocket jump up onto Rotator. And they'll take their time. Yeah.
But they don't even hold the choke. Fun fact.
Well, no, I mean, the fight's underway here as Cruz just spamming down range to try and send it out.
That wasn't a fun fact. That was just a normal fact.
Yeah, it was just a normal fact.
What's also fact is a bunch of ultimates just got used. A shatter from Askov got a bunch of Team Karib on the ground. Counter shatter, counter sound bear, Tech 36 with self-destruct mid. Team Karib will be chased down in the corridor by Team Zik, and they retaliate with a graviton and a self-destruct. So they will take the fight back in their hands, force Team Zik to reset.
Oh, and they're going to stagger out poor Tech 36 here. The Pilot Diva. The fun fact I was going to say is that Linkster actually bought the new Valiant skin just after his last game so that they could have all Valiant skins. Unfortunately, he's the only one out because everyone else has the 2018 skins. So.
Oh.
Yeah. Poor Linkster.
The good times. The good times, but Team Zik, no problem getting through this choke. Team Karib really respecting that space. Ultimates from Team Zik, not really any to worry about, but Dreamer has his shatter first ahead of Askov. Let's see if he knows what's coming. Dreamer, I mean, he wants to get more out of it, not just the Diva. This Brig is just absolutely freelo as Kaiser is forced to use the rally, keeps himself up. Team Zik will back him up and now try to make the space. Their backs are against the wall. Suna was able to push forward, get a couple kills with his high energy. Team Karib, rally, not using anything else, saving it for the last fight. Team Zik will be zoning them away, and Team Cruz just don't want to get staggered anymore here.
Yeah, this is overtime, so if they get picked off, they're going to have the very long respawn timers. They want to get a real fight here in an open area where they can actually execute, get KSF into Dreamer into space to commit their ultimates. It's trade for trade. Both teams have their main utilities online. Team Cruz will have the sound barrier ahead. Actually, no, trade out with FD God. We're about even. So these teams are in a last fight here. Solo grab onto Custa. Risky.
Solo grab Custo because they maybe thought he had sound barrier, so Team Zik gonna use his encounter of the KSF grab. Self-destructed, blow up some shields. The Shatter is gonna blow up KSF. Kariv, or Team Kariv, tried to fire back with their own Earth Shatter, but by the time it came down, everybody was dead. Team Zik will be zooming towards the end of point C. Team Kariv can maybe have one last touch though.
Who's going to be the one? Who's going to be the one to touch? The Transcendence comes out from Kirk. He's going to get zoomed away. No, they're going to get the beat off too as Custa stays alive.
Gets back into the backline with the Transcendence, but not able to save Custa. He will be back with Sound Barrier, but there's no supports remaining for Team Kariv. It's overtime. There's no more seconds to burn. Team Kariv, or Team Zik, will be finishing the map.
A really good grab from Suna actually to solo grab Custa. They knew, FD God almost certainly knew that he was either close or in lockstep with his ult generation, and if you don't have the sound barrier online and you're able to buy time and have the superior advantage in terms of support ults, you're probably going to win out the fight. Remember, this was in overtime, and so as a result, the respawn timer is so much longer. And so Team Zik identifying the out-of-position support and punishing that mistake. Team Kariv give up 3 despite a really good hold on the first phase of this third point.
And just taking a look at the standings as I just kind of refreshed the thing. In Group A, Team Zik is number 1, Team Kariv number 2. So the win here would really either solidify Team Zik in first, or maybe Team Kariv can steal away first. But either way, it's the top 2 of each group that will be moving on to playoffs. And these guys are in a good position. You have Nevix, Team Nevix in third place, so they can be creeping up.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't had a chance to see Team Nevix on the mainstream yet, but they've done some pretty cool stuff on the other streams, which is a reminder. You know, if you want to see all the streams, hashtag TD Throwback Tournament to see the point of view of all the players. And as I highlighted Kariv's term comms earlier, there's some pretty hardcore GOATS calls going through. But the gates will open here on Junkertown as Team Kariv look to their offense.
This is one of the fastest played compositions. I mean, it's much faster than some of the double sniper stuff and whatever else we're seeing in the current meta. So a lot of these players kind of caught or like surprised by how chaotic and maybe exhilarating playing GOATS really is. But Dreamer got pushed into a corner. He's in a building by himself. You see Elixirs trying to heal him, but will not be able to keep him up. And as he was bursted down right after, Team Kariv will be forced to reset.
Yeah, Space is going to allow himself to get off the map. KSF gets taken out in front of his spawn door, so he's going to lose the energy he had built up. And that means Suna will technically have the advantage here in this brawl. But they are even in terms of grab percentage, so it's not too big a deal. The retake comes in off the left side here from our point of view, Lemon, and FD just gets blown up.
This is a big opening for the attack to start breaking out of those spawn room doors. I mean, they have the respawn advantage. FD God will be back pretty quick. His rollouts are pretty sick, but Team Kariv still have to get some more kills. They do pick off Tech 36 and ask off the front line. It's just being broken down, and Suna will not be able to keep his energy, but he will have a grab for the next fight.
Yeah, I think the one unfortunate thing there for Askov is as he was trying to lay down the shadow, he got booped up into the air, so it took a lot longer for the hammer to hit the ground, and in the meanwhile, the shield was brought up by Dreamer to block it through. Graviton Surge online for both squads. Now the question is, how do you lay it down? How do you follow up through it? And how do you burn the enemies and restart the fight? Here comes the engage off the high ground.
Oh, they're so close to a wall. Oh, Tech 36 eats the grab from KSF, but the grab now comes out from Suna. This time, Team Kariv are trapped. Self-destructing defense, Transcendence, Custa being very patient with the sound barrier, waiting for the re-engage after this Transcendence is gone. FD God's gonna have his. Custa and FD God near the sound barrier, and Dreamer lays him on the ground with a shatter. Team Zik still alive, only have lost the mech from Tech 36. This is still winnable. Askov can pop up with a shatter if he wants, but KSF has another grab, throws it down, wants to finish off Kaiser, puts out a lot of healing. No trouble now. Team Kariv would love to use some more healing themselves. They're taking their time to get back on the cart. Without Dreamer, it's going to be a bit of an issue. Askov could get a humongous shatter without a Rhine on the other side.
He's going to wait and let it go because he doesn't have the follow-up that he needs. Again, without the supports, his team can get blown up pretty easily. And as he gets taken down, they're okay with that. They're okay with the fact that they forced Team Crif to expend resources. And though they are going to capture first point, it is with a reduced time bank. They got a pretty healthy defense on the first phase there of first point. So Team Zik going to elect to lick their wounds and reset temporarily as they try and buy space. And this is the most important part. They're going to have the resources online. Again, the Graviton Surge. Again, the Self-Destruct as they try and chase down the offense.
FD maybe tried to go for a boop to set up the self-destruct. It still gets a double K. All three supports of Team Carib are down. No healing remaining, and they are racing back towards spawn.
FD is such a mechanical monster on this Lucio. Zooms in, gets the sound wave off, and sets the self-destruct up for a perfect double kill. Now they're going to try and tag the spawn doors and just prevent Team Carib from exiting.
Team Carib breaking down the shield of Askov. He's got the Discord orb on him. He has to be careful. This forces the rally from Kaiser to back him up. They start to surround Team Carib's front line. Dreamer goes for a shatter, gets Kaiser on the ground, but he's still living. Zik will use a Transcendence to make sure these supports are still alive. Without Suna, though, Team Zik don't have a lot of DPS compared to KSF, who's most likely 100 energy, but just the pressure from the defense is still too strong. Team Carib are just back in their spawn, getting healed up, but their tanks are still dying.
Yeah, that was a really strange occurrence, despite the fact that they had the spawn doors, their tanks were unable to get there in time and were taken out. The cart will start moving, but the gate just opened. That was almost a full minute taken off the clock off that fight. So Team Zik, again, more than happy with how that turned out. Now they'll get a true fight here on second. Early grab, trying to burn down Suna.
Well, they know he has grab, so this is a really important kill, but they just can't seem to secure it. A lot of ults came out from Team Zik to save Suna as he fires right back with the grab, catches Dreamer, self-destruct from space, up into the air, shields have to be up. Looks like nobody was killed yet, but Dreamer went too far forward. Now the attack doesn't have a shield. KSF has the energy to back them up, but the trades aren't quick enough. Team Carib are losing a lot of space. They are backing up. Linkser can't be frontlining like that. He has the shield up. There's a lot of energy from Suna, and they're being careful. Dreamer is back. Another fight will start soon enough, and they catch Askov off guard. And without that shield, Team Zik starting to run.
Yeah, there was no real difference from that first fight to the second fight. They were almost all one fight lemon, and with that really well played by Team Carib just to keep the tempo going in their favor, right? They just kited a little bit, made sure, baited Team Zik into a little bit of an aggressive positioning, and then as the respawns came in, took down those characters who were out of position, and Team Zik have to give up the second point as a result. And I'm now heading into third phase. A good start here for Team Carib as they get 2 kills.
Yeah, Space even got the DMAC on Tech 36, but it doesn't stop there. Carib threw a grab. Space lays a self-destruct. Team Zik don't have any support ultimates left, so it's just going to be kill after kill for this attack as they continue to snowball into point C.
And this is now the time bank differential that we're kind of talking about, because it feels inevitable for Team Carib to actually get to that third checkpoint, right? With how aggressively they're playing, how aggressively they're posturing, and how they're taking, the high ground away here from Team Zik. So though Suna does have the Graviton Surge, expect Carib to kind of defend against it with that Transcendence.
Team Carib a lot of space, 2 minutes. Finishing with time would give them an advantage, but it's not completely losable for Team Zik at this point. They throw the grab though. They want to finish this fight here and now, but Team Carib were able to use a Transcendence. Carib himself, of course, with the shield starting to break from Dreamer. He shatters in panic, gets a couple down. Askov mirrors the same ultimate, but Team Carib were able to back up their front line, funnel all their resources into Dreamer. That's where all the focus and attention was. They're able to stand tall, trade back some kills, and Team Carib will be moving down towards point C.
Team Zik is a major disadvantage here in this last fight as they don't have the 2 major tank ultimates on the outset of this engagement, right? Suna is obviously not high energy either, so will not be able to build up the Graviton Surge nearly as quickly as KSF. What they have to do now is just buy time. They need to take time off the clock here and prevent this third capture with more than a minute remaining.
Sound barrier used to engage for Team Carib. They have a self-destruct. Space gonna use it as a second life. It's over to the right side. The shield's starting to break for Dreamer. He needs some luck. He needs some backup, and he's got the Zarya bubble, but what else? Team Zik don't really have much. They have a Transcendence to keep them anchored. The grab from KSF kept them right where they wanted to kill him. With 3 meters left, 45 seconds for Team Carib. This should all be done and dusted.
The shatter at the end as an exclamation point, but Team Zik did what they needed to do. They only had a 41-second time bank differential, and honestly, off the back of how the first part of that third point started, Lemon, I think they're more than happy with the fact they were able to burn so much time off the clock, because they were constantly in an ultimate disadvantage, right? KSF and Space both were, and Dreamer too, were both ahead of the generation, right? Often 30-40%. So they were starting fights off with those resources. And so for Team Zik to buy time, despite that being the case, I think is impressive. And now they put themselves in a relatively healthy position to try and even up the series.
Yeah, the time bank difference, pretty negligible difference of, actually with GOATs, it could be technically 2 fights. We've seen fights start within 5 seconds of each other. We were talking, you and I and Beatdown of just, Colorcaster's job's kind of rough. You got 5 seconds to round out the fight before it starts again.
And I think the other thing too is because these teams are rather rusty with GOATs, they're playing it even faster and perhaps slightly less coordinated than we saw at the height of the Overwatch League. There's no real lull between the fights, right? So perhaps that is a little difference between what we used to see and what we're seeing right now.
Right, no surprises in the compositions, but you can see how much that Reinhardt duel has been close, and Dreamer coming out a little bit ahead most of the time, but Team Zik are on the cart. Looks like Team Carib not going to be playing close. It's about building that energy for the Zarya, build up some ults, maybe proc that Inspire. You see a bit of a miss. I think that was a miss from Lixer, but either way, Team Zik will now have their Diva Tech 36, maybe try and get some boops off of this bridge, as Team Carib already dropped to the low ground, and Lixer didn't get that memo.
Yeah, caught out for sure, and that's going to be the fight one here, actually, for Team Zik, off the back of that. And to highlight that point you made about Lixer trying for the proccing the Inspire, that is something that you'll see a lot of the Brigs do, is they'll open up the engagement with the whip shot, just trying to get the AoE healing to start, and then, go into the shield bash, go into the primary flail usage later. But that's just going to be the first point captured fully by Team Carib off the first fight. And Team Zik's choice to play passively, or Team Carib's choice to play passively, may end up coming to haunt them as we are now in overtime.
Overtime push for Team Zik. So you can see the FD God did a bit of scouting at the top just to see, how close are they holding. And this is a hallway that, looks like Team Carib actually just want to drop down. They were just being so impatient, and they just collapsed on the Zik, who tried to run into the left hallway. And Team Carib scrambling to chase after the res. I mean, Team Zik weren't really ready for that fight.
Yeah, that was a case of splitting up, trying to get as much cart space as possible. And as soon as both players went down, you saw everyone on Team Zik just try to go back to cart just to usher it forward, send a couple more gatekeepers in to prevent the very aggressive retaliation from Team Carib, just to get a couple extra meters if they could. They knew once Zik had gone down on the Zen, there was no way they were winning that fight. And at that point, it was all about damage mitigation more than anything. Still, a fairly healthy push from Team Zik, considering they only had 1 minute. And now, as long as they can get this hold here on first, 1:41 to do it, Team Zik could quite easily even up the series here.
Yeah, box of victory just right after point A, I think, just right there. So still going to take a couple of fights for Team Carib, and we're seeing a Team Zik. Maybe it's just because they're trying to communicate plans, It's probably the first time in a while these guys have played together, and so just trying to communicate some plans. You're seeing how they're being a little bit more passive than in comparison to the playstyle of Team Carib.
Yeah, I heard a couple of rumors that a couple of the teams decided to get a couple of warm-up games in play of GOATs, right? So who knows if either of these squads were involved in such shenanigans. It would be pretty funny if that happened, though.
I like the sweaty warm-up time before a tournament like this. Some people taking it more serious than others. There is still a prize pool, so some people, want to have a good weekend with that kind of pocket change. At least for an OWL player, that's pocket change. There's some non-OWL players too, but Team Carib will be on the card. 1:33 to get towards the end of that box of victory. And so far, it's about exchanging those Discord orbs, seeing if we could find someone out of position. And the D.Va's going for these flanks. You see Tech36 was booped at spaces, looking to chase that down. Boosters used. Tech36 losing that mech. Less backup for someone like Askov, who's pushed over to the right side, and Tuna joins him to give him a bubble, but the damage is just too strong. Team Kariv will be taking that fight despite losing Dreamer in the process, but he'll be back. I mean, the spawn room's doors are like right there.
God, Kariv is so good. We saw even being besieged by 2 players gets the headshot on the flick on to FD God. The one thing I will say is that Team Kariv had about a minute taken away from their offense from that hold. So Team Zik could easily get a second defense here on point A because of how aggressively they played. And you can see now Team Kariv are trying to not give them that option. They're crouching under the window, looking for the grab on the entry.
And with that wall being so close, it's not too much of a risk to go for a charge or a pin. So grab was thrown from KSF, and Spaceless, the self-destruct at the perfect spot. It's the 5K for Team Kariv.
There is nothing better than the perfect setup of the Graviton Surge into the self-destruct into the Reinhardt pin. It is set to perfection, and Team Kariv used only 2 ultimates to get that point. They also commit the rally, but it was all off the back of KSF into space, into Dreamer for the setup, the alley-oop, and that's going to be the point captured in overtime now. 1 fight remaining in this map.
1 fight and match point for Team Kariv. This will surely let them have the #1 seed going into playoffs. Team Zik want to stop it here too. They can even up the series. They're on the high ground. They can drop down. Askov has Shatter. Got to be careful when he wants to use that. He's got the Discord orbs. I mean, FD got to use a Sound Barrier to back him up, but they're not getting a lot of damage in. They did force a Transcendence from Kariv, and now it's time for the Graviton of Tuna. But Team Kariv barely staying in this one. It's a Sound Bear that comes up. Dreamer is going to hold on to his shield, so they can't follow up with that Askov Shatter. Team Kariv have some space to work with. Their shield is starting to get low. They round the corner to LOS to regenerate, but Lynxer's taking a lot of pressure. They got to help him as a self-destruct from Tech36 catches 2 off guard, and Team Zik in overtime will be tying the series.
What an unreal set of plays there from a Team Zik, from the tank specifically. Tech36 is under so much pressure, but the Transcendence from Zik saves him, and then has the self-destruct at the very end to put pressure on the back line. And with the superior health advantage, Team Zik equalize the series. Team Kariv will get the highlight of their captain, Kariv, but it will not be enough, and we are headed to a map #3.
Yeah, it gets really confusing with the team name. I gotta remember to say team so-and-so, so you guys don't think I'm like, well, is she blind? That's Kariv didn't Shatter. Like, I know. I mean, tie series, Zik versus Kariv. This is a really good series, and it's what, the millionth series we've had go to map 3?
Yeah. These teams are so close to each other in terms of how they perform, right? We always think that there's gonna be a team that just runs away with it, and then in map #2, the other team's like, no, we're not. We're just as good here. So, most of the games we've had on stream here have been very, very close. 2-1s almost all across the board. And so I'm excited to see how this third map plays out, because it's I don't think I could call a winner on this series just after maps 1 and 2. I think Tech36 on the D.Va has really stepped up, especially on Junkertown. Early on, Space was giving him a little bit more of a run for the money, but Tech36 has really stabilized and shown why he was considered a top-level off-tank at one point.
And just to give you guys some updates on some other matches that are going on at the same time, I think there's Team Logix versus Team Nevix is going on right now, and Team Nevix is up 1-0. And when it comes to the other group, I'm just taking a peek at the results. Looks like we're just waiting for Team Beast versus Team Surefour to start, so that might get casted. But so far, we're at 1-1, and this is King's Row, so this was the choice of Team Kariv.
Yeah. As I said in the previous series on this broadcast, I would expect Team King's Row to be the third map. We looked through the group, the rest of the map pool, and there's some good maps in there, but it's not King's Row, right? And the one thing that Overwatch and the community has really agreed on is that King's Row is one of the best maps in the game. So not a surprise at all that we're headed here.
It's just so flat, and you don't have to worry about all these weird high grounds and you know, there's some weird places to flank on point B, but really just straightforward how you want to play it. There are some flanks on the alleyways you have to worry about. We saw in our previous series, a lot of Reinhardts like to go there and go for shatters, and point C has some high grounds that Divas will be trying to vie for, and that's an important engagement you have to work on, or to watch, as Tech 36 and Space have been, you know, neck and neck, but I think Space has been able to demech Tech 36 quite often.
Yeah, and obviously Space had that spectacular, you know, self-destruct setup at the end. And yes, it wasn't just him, it was his entire teamwork, but that's GOATS, right? That's what GOATS is about. It's about, you know, setting your team up for success. And even if you are the one in the kill feed, it's oftentimes because 3 or 4 other players were there to kind of back you up. And for both squads, you know, we're talking about individual plays, but it really means that the whole team has stepped up. And I think for Team Zik, the one thing that we can say about them is that they have a couple of off-role players, right? So that's something to keep in mind as well. Team Kariv, on the other hand, have basically every character on either their main role or something very, very close to it. So I'm really impressed with how Team Zik has stepped up. Specifically Zik on the Zen, right? Normally a DPS player, but looking very, very good on the Zenyatta as well. And it's helped them quite a bit here in the series.
And if you're enjoying this Toronto Defiant tournament, make sure you hit the subscribe, because they also have been killing it when it comes to content. I know KarQ releases really cool educational videos, you know, his tips on every hero. No, it doesn't matter what hero you play, KarQ probably has a video about it. So he's been helping the Toronto Defiant with that, and they have other videos featuring their players, of course. And this has been a really cool tournament to just give their players something to do, and just during this sort of Overwatch League break in general, just to kind of have a throwback. And it's also to support the community. It's not just our players playing, and it's, of course, we're hoping that you guys are enjoying it.
Yeah, I think this is one of the things about this tournament that's been so cool to me. And I think coming into this tournament, it's easy for us as casters to kind of like go into the nitty gritty of a meta and, you know, sort of talk about, you know, the minutiae. But as fans of the game, it's enjoyable for us to sit back here and call the game, but also enjoy some of the historical aspects, you know, of the meta, of seeing players that we've covered for so many years kind of step forward and make that return, right? Some of the players that have retired, having a chance to, you know, relive some of those really exciting moments. And so overall, yeah, absolutely, Lemon. It's been an absolute pleasure. And I hope for you guys watching, this has been just as fun for you as it has been for me.
And maybe rekindling some friendships, you know, some ex-teammates getting on a team, you know, one last time, maybe testing the waters, like, man, do I want to go back to the LA Valiant? You know, do I want to do that? Do I want to stop, you know, Custa's now an analyst, you know, maybe I miss playing, you know, maybe Custa will be back, but this is the For Fun tournament, and it's probably nice to just not have to always play so serious, you know, like your life and career is on the line. They could throw the game and nobody would care, but we would care because we want some good Overwatch.
I think that's the great thing about it, right? These teams are taking it seriously, but also it's about the fun seriousness, right? So it's a nice balance here in this Toronto Defiant Throwback tournament. But all that goes out the window because, Lemon, we are heading into game. Kings Row is underway. Team Zik on defense as Team Kariv walks around Mandata.
Yeah, and the winner of this series could take the #1 seed going into playoffs, but these guys look pretty secure. But we'll update you guys after this match to see who will be moving on. As we're approaching the end of our round robin, Team Kariv barely holding on to the mech of Space, and Askov got way too aggressive on the defense. Look how Team Zik are so separated from each other. And with a team like GOATS teams, they're gonna be clumped up as 6, so if you are out of position, you will be punished. As Team Kariv will just activate the rally for the extra armor, but nobody from Team Zik will be needing them. But with the Lucios, they can be back pretty quick, but with the staggers onto FD God and Zik, there's just no chance that Team Zik are gonna contest the point.
Yeah, then you can see Team Kariv trying to go for the aggressive plays here out of the spawns just to make sure that no one can get through. KSF at 100 energy is just being an absolute monster here in the front line, beaming down everyone who dares look at him. And Suna actually going to be taken out as well. KSF, 4 kills in a row, and he's looking for more. I don't think he wants to retreat, but it seems like, no, back up, back up. It's easy to get over greedy when you're Zarya in that situation.
Dude, I felt the power of 100 energy Zarya. You feel like you could walk on water and kill anybody. And it turns out, well, without your cooldowns, you're pretty dog poo. So you gotta be careful on your cooldowns.
Speaking of cooldowns, Team Kariv is going to re-enter this engagement. Graviton available. Wait, Dreamer with a shatter.
Dreamer with a shatter? A Graviton thrown from Tuna and KSF. Sound Barriers exchange. Shield starting to break there from Dreamer. He's got the Discord orb on him. Team Zik are trying to focus him down as it's utter chaos of 12 people slapping each other in the face. Self-destruct will disperse them only for a second. Ascot brings the hammer down. Did I think maybe stun a few of Team Carib as they're starting to back away. They don't have the tanks or the DPS to really keep this going.
Man, I think my favorite thing about Mei tanks and goats is almost always when you would hear like, guys, I'm sitting in the corner, I'm gonna try and go for a shatter. And it never works. Like, it never works. Dreamer setting up there at the start of that fight and just not able to get value. And off the back of that, out of position, his team is unable to protect him. And Team Kariv are forced back to spawn. The reset comes in, and Team Sick will hold Suna nearly the Graviton Surge again as self-destruct set up by Space.
It finds Kariv. That's insane. You would think a shield would be up, or even have a cardboard shielded Brigida to help out occasionally. I wouldn't test it against a self-destruct though. And Team Zig, I mean, after that first pick, we're able to just roll over and just snowball that into a fight win.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. The Zen being taken out of the fight so early off a trade, off of ultimate we don't normally expect, is very questionable. So we'll see how they can get free of that. Suna still has the Graviton Surge available. Good pickoff there from Kariv from downtown, though.
Well, let's see if Team Kariv can get back on this cart. It's halfway to B. They have time to do it. They have the grab to do it. KSF throws his Tuna. Patient with his. Team Zik only used the rally. They have Transcendent. Zik didn't want to use it. Could not save Tuna. Could not save Kaiser. And this might have cost the Team Zik's fight win there.
Yeah, a little maybe overly patient with their resources because Team Kariv still have a ton here for this next fight. Right, they're still gonna have the Sound Barrier and the Transcendence as Kariv makes his much speedier walk back now that Custa comes back to taxi him. And Team Zik might actually go for a defense here on second, and I think they're just counting on Suna here to land a grab.
I guess maybe you save it for the fight when that matters the most, the one at the end of point B. It's going to be so hard for Team Kariv to take this one back. The Shatter gets Team Kariv low. They lose Linkster, less resources. They're forced to use Transcendence. They need to go for a trade here as Team Zik fires back with the Graviton. Catches almost everyone from Team Kariv, and they are just so dangerously low. And Custa decides to save the Sound Barrier for the next fight.
Yeah, I think that's probably the right call there. With Dreamer's Shatter not landing, I think probably Custa's thought process is there. If they get some knockdowns with the Shatter, then it makes sense to commit the Sound Barrier. But with no one going down, they have no real way of closing out the fight. So better save it for the next engagement when you have support ultimate advantage. So Team Zik now not much in their resource bank, aside from the rally coming online from Kaiser shortly. And other than that, Team Kariv definitely in the lead in terms of resources.
Space gets low. Will throw out the self-destruct right above Team Zik. They bring up the shield, but soon as separated away, Dreamer should be able to take this 1v1 despite no matter how much energy he has, but he was missing from the fight, so Team Kariv did take a lot more damage. Mainly, they lost 2 supports while Dreamer was occupado, so Team Kariv will reset because of that.
Yeah, the late barrier from Custa not able to save KSF, so they didn't have the brawl damage in close, and Suna, you know, all he has to do is stay alive long enough for Dreamer to, you know, be useless to his team, and he does just that. And now Team Zik are back on even footing. Team Kariv have let their advantage slip away as this last minute of play starts here on Zik's defense.
54 seconds, maybe 2 fights left. Grab first from Suna. Looks like Tech 36 thought about the self-destruct. KSF used the grab, so Team Zik couldn't really move. As the Shatter plus self-destruct from Team Zik, and so many trades back and forth. Team Kariv were able to stay alive because of the Transcendence. With 3 of them clumped up together, they're trying to roll through Team Zik, and their tanks are so low. Team Kariv will barely pull out ahead in this fight. They're still on the cart. One last contest available from the Baby Diva of Tech 36. FD got trying to maybe taxi some people, but he does get pinched by all the tanks from Team Kariv.
Yeah, a really good read there from the tanks, actually, to prevent the supports from coming into play, because there was still a window of opportunity for Team Zik to kind of hold on to that. So a good read by KSF in space to shut that down. And now Team Kariv will attempt to close out third point, but they only have a minute and a half to do it, Lemon. And that, honestly, is not a whole lot of time. We've seen teams get held here before, and it may just happen here again.
Team Kariv at least have a rally. The grab from KSF, could throw it at any time. The Soundbar used early from FD God. KSF could wait until it expires, throws it out still. The Fire Strike and the Rhine on top of it will just clear everyone that was caught in that grab. Team Zig missing so much. Transcendence didn't come in time, and Team Carib cleaning up this fight will be able to move on towards the end of point C.
Yeah, Tech 36 tries to deny the ult percentage, but Dreamer will get the last hit. So that will go to him, but it's not enough. And they stall a long time, and now the aim of the game from Team Zik is at the very least to get this to overtime. They need to make sure there's no time on the clock if the capture comes in.
You see all that focus was trying to go into Tsuna. They wanted to deny the opportunity of a grab, and Space is going to sacrifice the mech. The grab still comes out from Tsuna. The Transcendence and Soundbearer from Custom and Carib did keep Team Carib up, and they're just trying to stall until Space can get back, and they realize this is just maybe a losable fight if they don't have that damage mitigation. With the shield broken from Dreamer, he's just going to jump off the map, and Team Zig are going to farm.
That may actually just be it, because there's going to be a close hold set up here from Team Zik. With 15 seconds remaining, I don't necessarily know that there's anyone who can get out of spawn even. Perhaps Custa trying to go on the long flank, but he's scouted out by FD God. Lemon, they're running out of time here.
Last couple seconds, Team Carib getting back on this cart one last time. It's a 3-man shatter coming out from Askov, and the double kill. Dreamer and Custa are now missing, but Team Carib don't have time to think. They have to get on the cart, and they can't in time. They even had a Graviton, but time will expire. Team Carib will not be able to finish the map.
A really good counter engage from Team Zik, preventing anyone from getting close, right? When you're in that last 30-second moment and you can get to the spawn doors and just cause a lot of harass so that when, you know, the retake has to come through, it's at a disadvantage, right? We saw everyone have to run forward just to try and trigger the overtime, and Askov is the waiting arms of the Reinhardt's Earthshatter is all that they found, and it's unfortunate timing for Team Carib, but they'll have to be happy with 2 points and not much else, because that's not even very far to third. It's only about halfway through. Team Zik, a really good defense there on the final point.
And I don't know if you would consider it a mistake, but we're seeing, you know, a lot of sound bearers and transcendences used layered on top of each other when the grab is thrown. So one grab for 2 support ultimates, like, you definitely do take that trade.
I mean, I think the way we can describe it is, at least for Team Carib, it's just a callback to the 2018 LA Valiant, right? The layered sound barrier and transcendence. So, unfortunate. I tend to agree, though, that the Graviton Surge should not be getting both sound barrier and transcendence at the same time. However, sometimes it is forced, and you absolutely have to have both committed just to how much damage is coming through. The unfortunate timing, though, is that Team Zik then has the ability to kind of clean up afterwards. Now, Team Carib, though, their work is cut out for them. They have to hold shy of third if they want a chance just to take the series away.
Team Zik, looks like they have a Tech 36 on a bit of an off angle. He's traveling over towards that top right. Could maybe try and go for a flank and maybe burst down a Zenyatta or something like that. And booster cooldown is increased a little bit in this workshop patch, so you're not as free as you think, but Tech 36 still has the mech. Team Zik did eat a fat fire strike from Dreamer, and with the broken shield, Dreamer's gonna try and make the most out of this moment. They have some energy to work with. The Discord Orb is on KSF. They barely keep him up, and they're gonna have even more trouble doing so with Carib now missing. Team Zik, their tanks are so low. Dreamer has a shatter, does get it down, a couple missing. Team Zik just can't do anything else about it. Askov tries to counter shatter, but he's like the only one left. He got a triple kill, so like he actually ended up winning that fight for Team Zik. I have to like get my glasses checked. What the heck?
Man, Goats is on a dime, man. Like that fight was lost for Team Zik, but then the one spectacular shield dance from Askov into the shatter meant that they were able to take the fight, and you weren't wrong. Zik should have probably lost that, but just heroics from Askov there at the very end.
Grab from Tsuna, self-destruct in response, and the sound bear from Team Carib. Sound bear engaged later on for Team Zik as they try to take the most, or make the most out of having more resources. They get caught into a grab, they use Transcendence. Team Zik are perfectly fine as there's not really much ultimates left. There's a shatter that gets Tech 36 down. Self-destruct now comes out. This should get Team Carib off of the cart with the shield broken. Askov swings away at Dreamer, finding that kill. And Team Zik, as long as they keep their shield up, they should be able to save Askov and maybe get this monkey off their back. And Space is the last one contesting.
You can see Askov there shield dancing his absolute best, trying to just get away from Space who's harassing him. Unfortunately for Space, the rest of his team had fallen, so Askov though he goes low, does not go down. And now Team Zik begin their march down the main fair of King's Row as they start to set up. This next fight, again, Goats, it's such a cyclical meta. You know that the next fight is going to be all about the off-tank. Zarya here with the Graviton Surge, both KSF and Suna so very close to their abilities.
Team Zik have the upper hand. They're starting the rally, starting the speed. The grab is thrown. Team Carib trapped. They don't have the support ultimates. They counter grab. They self-destruct to maybe ward away Team Zik, but the train just will not stop. It's running over Team Carib. A three-man shatter from Askov. Surely this is the fight win for Team Zik. They will be cleaning up, but the Transcendence from Carib will be buying the defense some time. They're trying to fight back, but they don't have enough damage to do so. They don't have the shields protecting their backline. They will be trying to back away. Maybe they can contest one last time.
They've bought enough time with that Transcendence from Carib, who's so very weak, and with Tuna out of the fight, Team Zik are forced to retreat off the respawns coming back in. Now the retake comes in. Team Zik looking for the opening, but the shatter gets laid down.
That's the opening Team Carib were looking for. The Dreamer Shatter confirmed the kill onto Askov with 2 down. Team Zik want to leave as fast as possible. They have a lot of time to work towards point B, but don't want to waste anything just forcing fights that are unwinnable.
Yeah, it's a good read to reset after such an aggressive Earth Shatter from Dreamer. Walking around the corner and laying down the law, and that's going to be enough for the hold. But the card has moved pretty substantially forward, and with 3 minutes remaining, all it's going to take is one good fight from Team Zik to kind of break this all open. This next one probably isn't it, because Team Carib has the advantage with the Graviton Surge here. They want to go fast with it.
Space is trying to sneak up. They're trying to eat a grab that isn't there yet. KSF throws his. No support ultimates for Team Zik. I mean, the rally does help, but the shatter is gonna hurt. They're gonna feel that in the morning, and Space even throws the self-destruct. Team Carib are just almost completely out of ultimates, so maybe this next fight could be for Team Zik.
Yeah, that's the fight that Team Carib needed, but Team Zik obviously didn't use a whole lot there, just the rally and self-destruct, as you highlighted. And so now, I mean, you bought time, but this is going to be the clutch moment here for Team Carib. If they can win this fight, they put themselves very well in the conversation of getting the hold on second. And it's all going to come down to how can you play without the defensive abilities that you need, without having the offensive abilities of the Graviton Surge here from KSF either.
Team Zik around this corner shortly. Askov could maybe get a humongous shatter. The bubbles are being used. It catches someone out of position. It's those 2 supports of Cust on Linkster, but the rally will keep them up. The Transcendence helps them live through the Graviton of Suna. Zik now gives the resources Team Zik need to maybe push through in this fight. Only 137 left, and Team Zik lose their Lucio. They have somebody discorded on the high ground. They can't seem to finish off these kills. That's really the power of running 3 supports. Last Fire Strike sends Askov away from the fight, and they're chasing to stagger even more. They could even get a debank out the Tech 36. He should be able to get away.
And that was that fight that Team Carib needed though, right, Lemon? Because now Team Zik are equal with them in the resource bank rather than being at a detriment or at a deficit in such regard. So Team Carib now have an even fight, and with the fact it's 1 minute with the card's position, this is last fight territory. Team Carib are going to elect to play this, I think, a little bit slower, try and get value off the shatter and the grab.
You see Team Zik trying a different approach. They tried to fake it towards the left alleyway. They still get caught in the grab of KSF. And the self-destruct, Space knows how to place these to get the most value during a Graviton combo. And at least the double kill, they lost Custa, but that's totally fine. Team Carib have now drained almost 3 minutes off the attack of Team Zik.
And in last fight, you're looking at triple support ultimates for Team Carib, only 1 for Team Zik. Askov is going to have to come up clutch with this shatter, otherwise it's going to be lights out. Team Carib will take this series. All eyes on the main tank here for Team Zik.
And Team Carib could be stealing the #1 seed. It is the top 2 that move on to playoffs, so this win is so important just to keep yourself anchored in a qualified position. There's the grab now. This time, the shot from Askov, he never got to use it. He died so fast. Team Carib overwhelmed them with those support ultimates he talked about. Transcendence, Rally. FD God uses the sound barrier. If they pocket Suna, it's winnable, but it's just not at this point. Tech 36 is still hanging around. They're chasing away this Lucio of FD God that is just escaping them, and a shatter will stop anyone from Team Zik to contest. Team Carib will be taking the dub 2-1.
And that is such a fantastic close out there from Team Carib, playing the ult economy game perfectly, playing the tempo perfectly, and they take the series. And put themselves in the conversation for first in this group. Lemon, some fantastic gameplay here from the Team Kariv on this Kings Row map.
Play the game featuring Suna, and like I said, feeling the power of that 100 energy Zarya. I mean, so many people wish they put that microwave noise in ASMR, because there's nothing that is more satisfying than killing literally everything in like 0.2 seconds.
ASMR Zarya beams to study to? I don't know. We'll have to see if that's.
I would watch it low key.
It's a good background audio. But speaking of background audio, we're not done with this series. I mean, we're not done with this tournament. We're done with the series.
True.
This was a 2-1.
I hope so.
Man, the GOAT's tempo is getting
series.
tempo is getting to be a little bit, right? The speed has been pretty hectic overall, and all these teams doing a really good job at just providing some pretty fantastic gameplay here in our tournament.
I'm just double checking to see what matches. I think we still have maybe a couple match of Kariv versus Nevix, Logix versus Cruz. Logix and Nevix are actually tied 1-1, so that's a pretty spicy match. You guys can go and check them out on their streams. And Team Beast and Team Sureforce still have to play. So we're going to throw it to a quick break, and when we get back, we'll see if we can finish out a round robin or if we'll be moving on to our playoff bracket.
everyone, to the Toronto Defiant Throwback Tournament presented by TD Canada. I am LaFawn. Alongside me yet again is Beatdown. I couldn't make it back to his room from Lemon, so we're in Toronto now. This is a representation of Toronto. It's not actually what Toronto looks like at this particular moment, but you know, can't be as alive as I perhaps would like to be. That being said, we are going to head into our next game, and to the mainstream for the first time today is Nevix's squad. Beatdown, this should be really exciting because this match has some real implications for bracket play. Team Nevix just needs to win one map, and they are into the round robin, or out of the round robin into bracket play off of map differentials. We see our Group A and Group B standings. Both Team Kariv and Team Beast undefeated in their respective groups.
Yeah, and that's what makes this a little hard here for Team Nevix. They haven't actually played Team Kariv at this point in time. And so far, Team Kariv have been styling on everybody else in Group A here. So the question is, will Team Nevix be able to get themselves that map when they need to increase their team differential? Because they're timed with Team Zik, as you can see there if you look on the left side of this bracket. So tall hill to climb for Team Nevix, and Team Kariv, I mean, they're in either way.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing to note, though, is that Team Kariv, despite the fact that they are 3-0, have dropped maps, right? They, in just the last match on stream, Team Zik were able to take map number 2 off of them, so heading all the way to the third and final map of King's Row. So will Team Nevix be able to do something similar? We'll have to see. Before that, though, we should probably take a quick look at Nevix's roster, as we haven't yet seen them on stream. And Beatdown, these guys are looking to make a mark. Obviously, leading off the squad from the roster is Nevix, the captain of this team. But off the back of that, former Overwatch League pro Verbo also making his triumphant return, a Canadian, in this squad. And then Matt Merck, Abdallah, Cabimas, and Coco rounding out the remainder of the squad. Team Nevix looking to equalize and send themselves into bracket play.
Definitely within the realm of possibility. One of the top performers in the group. They just need that little push to get themselves further here. And even though we can just take a quick look over at Team Kariv, we do know them, we've seen them on stream before, and man, what a roster these guys have. Definitely, if we're just looking on paper and the talent they have, they're definitely favorites coming out of the group stage and when we go into the semifinals. And again, it's just about whether Team Nevix or not can cement themselves a place in that bracket over Team Zik.
Yeah, so we'll see how that goes. Obviously, first map is Control. We're headed to Oasis, which I think is the first time we've seen that on a stream. Mostly it was Busan beforehand. So, and I think we saw Ilios once as well with Team Agilities when they made their play through. So we're going to get a new look overall in terms of the map. Obviously, this tournament is a throwback tournament, and so therefore we are going to continue to see more goats. A reminder to everyone watching at home, if you want to get a chance to view either, turn the main stream on, but also get a chance to look at the streams of some of the community members around for some of the other games that had been played. Make sure check that out. Of course, hashtag TD Throwback Tournament to see some of the POVs of the players as well. So some really great stuff there. But we are going to hop directly into game. Obviously, map number 1, Beatdown, it is going to be Oasis.
And here we go. We are just about ready to start here. Team Nevix in the blue, Team Kariv in the red, and Nevix and the rest of his squad are looking once again to get themselves that spot in the playoffs here. They literally just they could just win Oasis and lock themselves in here. But of course, Team Kariv aren't going to make it easy for them as we start out here on Oasis.
Looking up from the entry, of course, it's going to be the mirror matchup. The Zen is so important here in the GOATS mirror, as Team Nevix look to try and take the high ground away from Team Kariv, but so far have not found themselves any success.
Team Nevix are trying to wrest control from Team Kariv off of that high ground. They don't want to let it go easily, and they are making their way up the stairs, and they might have even potentially forced them. Nope, Team Kariv are still going to hold strong. But now that the point has unlocked, they have to come down if they want to capture it, but it's looking like they want to fight first because they are making the run to the back line of Team Kariv. Or Team Nevix, rather. But now both teams contesting on the point. Team Nevix just need a little bit more of a push, and they'll capture it. You can see some of the ults are coming online here. Matt Merck, about to come up with that Earth Shatter. KSF, a much needed pick onto Verbo. Might be the start that they're looking for here. Dreamer, I think his Earth Shatter got canceled potentially because he got charged out of it. But either way, Team Kareev are going to take control.
And most importantly, they also did not give up any percentage, right? They were, oh, hello.
Oh, go
Batbird from absolutely nowhere takes Kareev out. But to that point, Team Kareev were okay with giving up objective capture to win the fight, but they didn't even need to do that. They get the first point. This is going to be a 6-man recontest as Kareev is not back. Team Nevix looking to take their advantage.
Starting off with the Graviton Surge, we're seeing the Transcendence as well from Team Nevix. However, the bomb from space still gets Verbo. Can't out-heal burst damage, unfortunately. And Team Kareev are still in control here. They're going to commit the Transcendence just for good measure. Verbo's coming back to the point, and with Matt Merck getting a much-needed kill, Verbo could turn this around with the sound barrier here, but his team need to live long enough to make it happen. Coco is still alive, dealing massive damage and keeping his team in the fight, but Matt Merck is so low. The big Earth Shatter comes out with the Zarya bubble. He is still in this one, but Team Kareev are holding it for so long here, cycling in and out of the point. Custa's actually built another sound barrier. Verbo is going to use his. We're going to see the grab come out from KSF. They are not letting go of this point without a fight here, but I think it's starting to seem like Team Nevix will get control.
Yeah, that was a very long stall, however, here from Team Kareev, and they're not quite done yet as Dreamer comes back into the objective.
Oh
this
my
is not
God.
over.
It clearly isn't, as Dreamer and Custa still want to keep this one going here. This is what GOATS is all about, sustain, and even if you manage to take them down, you have to do it again and again. And this is detrimental. All that time, LaFon, Team Kareev, they've been building up percentage.
No, that was a really good stall from Team Kareev, and especially the supports, Custa and Kareev, showing great timing there. The sound barrier keeping Linkster alive and now has the rally again. Team Kareev are trying to close out the round here, and Dreamer with the shatter to perhaps puncture the fine end of the sentence.
And Nevix throws the bomb out, gets killed before he can remech, doesn't find anything. So far, the kills are in favor of Team Nevix, committing a lot, actually all of their tank ultimates, because this is the last opportunity. Overtime has started. They can't afford to lose it here. They finally get the flip.
You can see Space exit stage left. Links are exiting stage right as the rally expires. Going to stay alive and get back with his team. Space electing not to use the self-destruct, rightly so. I would imagine Team Nevix only having the one ability left to them. So in a 99% fight, Team Kareev really have the resources they need to puncture this wide open. All the support ultimates, or co-support ultimates, going to be online here in a second, rally notwithstanding. And Dreamer and Space can easily combo here for the shatter into bomb.
Team Nevix are going to need some picks if they want to hold on to the point here. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Linkster gets taken out before they can really get into the fight, but they still want to invest ultimates. Team Kareev throws out the self-destruct. Transcendence coming out as well. They only need one fight, but can they really win it out here? Earthshatter is online. Dreamer's looking for the opportunity. We have a couple ults committed and not a whole lot of ground gained here. They are just hanging back, waiting for some cooldowns to come back online. And you got to imagine they're going to come in and invest the sound barrier.
They forced Abdallah to use the Transcendence, though, so the Graviton Surge here has no counter, and it's going to be committed here from KSF.
And there it is, big grab. However, the sound barrier is coming out here from Custa, so Team Kareev are still alive and strong. However, they're now seems to be falling apart on both sides here, and we're seeing the Diva Bomb come through. Once again, Nevix not able to find anyone, but still manages to zone. He's sitting in such a good high ground position here. Team Nevix are ticking up high enough to get things done, but Linkster boops Coco off of the map, the main source of damage off for Team Nevix, and just like that, it's over. We might see a stall here, but it's going to be really tough. You see Verbal come in with the sound barrier. They're trying to keep this going as long as they can. Earthshatter doesn't find what it needs to, but Nevix sure does. Unfortunately, Dreamer takes out his counterpart, Reinhardt, and it is just a desperate stall here from Team Nevix. No ults to work with here. Abdallah couldn't build up the Transcendence, so I think that's all she wrote.
There's going to be the shatter, of course, for Dreamer just to close it out. Catches Verbo and Coco, and that will be the round most likely as the overtime ticks away. Very, very close map so far, but Team Kareev taking the initial lead and heading themselves up on round number one. as we head into the later stages of Oasis. And credit to Team Nevix, though. The pressure that they were exerting on the later stages of the map was pretty spectacular. Unfortunately, just not able to deal with the tempo and aggression that Team Kriv brought to the table. So really well done here by Team Kriv to close out the round.
Yeah, now off to a good start here if you're Team Kriv. Nevix, on the other hand, again, him and the rest of his squad need one map win to secure themselves in the bracket stage. So hopefully they can eke it out here. If not, they will still have another chance. We're going to go to a bit of a pause here. I think we're having some technical issues on the player side, but they'll deal with that right away. While we have the time, while things have finally slowed down, LaFon, we can talk a little bit more about that first round there. We saw two extremely elongated fights in which both teams managed to pick up a lot of percentage. How important is it that you try to actually flip the point before you spend what's probably like a good minute or two fighting?
Well, I mean, in Team Nevix's defense, that fight should never really have gone to that 99% mark. Well, it was a 75% mark, but it never should really have gone there. It was just excellent gameplay from Custa and Kariv and Linkser, the three supports on this squad, cycling aggression on the objective that really got them there, right? Kariv obviously playing on the high ground, Linkser playing opposite low ground, closer to initial choke, and then Custa just sort of cycling around as the Lucio, making sure that he's covering as much of the map as he can, landing the sound barrier eventually. So kiting aggression, like there's no way to get onto a target, especially because of how scrappy that fight was, right? You lost the Verbo wasn't there in that fight, and so it meant that you weren't able to really get onto a target to kind of clean them up. And so when you're playing spread out that far, there's no one to focus, and therefore the response can come in from Team Kariv to kind of hold out the fight. So I'd say it's less a mistake in terms of not having the point flip over than it is excellent support gameplay from the three supports from Team Kariv. So keep that in mind as we go forward. These are pro players, right? We've seen them at the height of the Overwatch League, and they continue to perform as a result. So expectations from Team Nevix were, I think, were to be kept like moderate necessarily beforehand, but coming in and watching this map, or at least the first round, I think we can easily say that they've got some real spice in them. They've got real fire, and they could, take a map off here easily, and I think have a real chance at winning the series. This is not by any means a done deal. Matt Merck doing really great on the Reinhardt, standing up to Dreamer quite a bit, and one or two shatters not going his way, but Reinhardt's, you're not going to get every shatter down. It's more about how do you play in that middle game? How do you match up against the opposing Reinhardt? How much do you make their life, a little bit more difficult in terms of how they have to position for shatter, for fire strikes, their damage dealing, and how and all of that sort of thing. So for Nevix's squad, there's a real setup here, and I think I'm excited to see how round 2 goes once we get back into game, which I think, by the way, will be University.
Yeah, I believe we didn't. I don't quite recall. We'll definitely see when we get back in there. Coco's computer actually just ended up crashing, so we're getting a quick restart from him, and then we're going to be right back into it here. But just a reminder of what's at stake here. Team Kariv, they already punched their ticket into the bracket stage, but on the other hand, Team Nevix need to not even win the match. They need to win one single map, and so far they haven't found as much success. But like LaFon is talking about, this is still anybody's game. It went really close towards the end there, and as we go into University, I'm sure it's going to be just as close.
Yeah, this is the 3-3 composition, the GOATS composition, is that it's kind of funny that I can actually say it on stream and haven't been able to, right? It's funny, a twist of irony there. But into the next couple of rounds, one thing to kind of keep an eye out on is how much of a team does Team Nevix kind of coalesce. We've seen a lot of Team Kariv throughout the bracket, right? We've seen them on stream twice. I believe this is their second time in this match. So we've kind of got an idea of how they play from our perspective. So we can kind of tell when they're going for an engage, when they're kind of kiting away, and when they're taking that space. We don't have that same information on Team Nevix yet. And so, I can make some guesses and estimations of how they want to play based on experience in GOATS. But, so far they've chosen to play a style I would consider to be aggressive, rather than taking a moment to reset and retreat. They're trying to just keep going after a fight. Obviously, that's only one round, though. We've only seen one round, so who knows if that's just something they do on Oasis or if that's going to extend into the later stage of the match. I think more than anything, I'm very curious as to how do they jump back from that loss of a round in control so far.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. It's still anybody's game more than anything else. It could just be a not so great map performance here from Team Nevix. They could easily take it out when we go into Escort, or potentially even, well, no, if they lose Escort and the first map of the day on Control, they are actually going to lose it out here. So one of the two. They just need to come out on top on one of the two maps here. So I'm really interested to see how this one's going to play out. Again, Team Nevix, just one map. It's just one little inch forward they need to get themselves in the playoffs so they can get in over Team Zik, who are currently probably watching this match and rooting for Kariv to just Goomba stomp them.
Right. I mean, actually, while we're talking about the sort of the matchup here, if we could take a quick look at the bracket and sort of see where the standings are, that would be pretty useful. So as we get a look at Group A and Group B, Team Kariv obviously standing at the top of Group A. Team Nevix there in second for now. Right, things can still change, but as Group B sort of sets up, it looks like things have kind of stabilized there. Team Roki at 3-1, Team Beast at 3-0, at least according to our standings here. So, Group B looking a little bit more clear cut. Meanwhile, Team Kariv, having locked punched their ticket, it's now up to second place team to kind of set the stage there. Now, as we said, bracket play is going to be top two teams from each group. So that second place is very highly coveted. And as we said, Nevix and company looking to get at least a map win here for their map differential.
Yeah, that's right. So now as we, I think as we wait for Coco and the rest of his team to get everything set up, I think we're just going to throw it to a really short break when we get this sorted out, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. After a little bit of a wait, Coco has reconnected on a separate account. Egg Kid 420 is that's Coco. So we're starting things off hot here on University here in Oasis. Team Kareev looking like they actually are winning this fight handedly.
Yeah, with Nevix getting DMAC that easily, it's going to be the reset. And what a welcome back indeed for Nevix. Viviette says Zarya. Goodbye, says the rest of the team, and Kareev will take first capture relatively handily as, start to build up. And here's the one thing, right, is that Team Kareev, they're equal across the board in terms of ult charge. They're pretty even, so they're going to have about a 6-stack in a moment. Team Nevix a little bit further behind in most regards, except for Egg Kid 420, aka Coco, who is leading his opposition.
Right, and the ultimate charge is so important here as they actually, Team Kareev seems to have lost someone into the pit in the center there. I think this is the go button for Team Nevix. They are going through, but they are trying to do their best inside of Team Kareev to hold it down, but they commit the grab from Coco and the bomb as well. Coco has so much energy right now. You gotta imagine this is gonna be a pretty easy flip as he's focusing all his damage on Space here, but Space forcing out that Transcendence is gonna bode really well for future fights.
Yeah, especially the fight with KSF, and now it's going to be up to Verbo and Kabimas to provide the support utility here in terms of denying the damage throughput of the Graviton Surge. Of course, all that can be just done outright if Nevix eats the Grav, but that's a lot easier said than done, and the Zarya certainly has some tools to work with to kind of get around that. Now, KSF on the flank, looking for that Grav. Gonna solo grab Kabimas, but misses.
Honestly, I really like that idea, but it's too bad that he ends up missing out. Good on Kabimas to be able to get out of there. Now he's going to commit the rally, re-engage. Team Nevix are going to start backing up just a little bit here. Need to heal up a little, need to get some cooldowns back. But you have Nevix who's on the point trying to make something happen. Coco throws the grab out. They're going into the bomb. So many shields, though, and the sound barrier. You're not getting through that one. Matt Merck's shatter goes a little wide here. Team Kareev are committing everything. They want to get back on this point, and with Matt Merck going down, that just might play out here. Verbo in the back line, trying to do whatever damage he can as his team falls around him. And with that Fire Strike, I think Dreamer has solidified the point flip here. Right as I say that, nope, they do solidify it.
Yeah, so a pretty respectable point capture percentage, though, for Team Nevix in this second round. And, this time a little bit more efficient with their utility. On the retake here, they're going to have the Grav with Egg Kid, or with Coco. We'll call him Egg Kid from here on out because that's what's on the label. But
yep.
In play, KSF looking for the Graviton Surge on the entry.
Oh, Space wasn't eagle, or Space is throwing out the bomb here to pair with KSF's Graviton Surge. Ends up getting one pick. Matt Merck will answer back, though. We're going to see Egg Kid throw out the grab as well. So a really scrappy fight going on. However, KSF, the Zarya is the one who is alive. The damage dealing is still happening, as well as Kareev committing the Transcendence to make sure KSF can clean up this fight here. Now we're in last fight territory as Team Nevix are reapproaching.
And with Egg Kid committing the Graviton Surge, though, the trance was more than fine because it buys them time. KSF has another grab here in the last fight, and Team Nevix, nothing to do with it.
That's right, KSF knows the Matrix is down. He's going to go for the grab, and it goes to find so much. Dreamer picks up 2 kills, while KSF just burns the rest. So Team Kareev are going to much more easily win out the second round, and they will take map 1 here on Oasis.
And now, I mean, Team Nevix are on the brink. They need a map win here for sure. As, again, that first to 2, Dreamer with the highlight. As the Reinhardt just swings through the grab, the pin in time, take out his counter. And then the Fire Strike to end it all. But a great play there from Team Kareev as a squad, as a team, to continue their domination here in their group. And we'll see how that plays out in map number 2, because again, Team Nevix now on the brink. They need that map win if they want a chance to contest for that bracket play. Remember, a top 2 from each group head on to the playoff bracket. So far, Team Kareev solidly in first. They've locked up their position. Second place in Group A, still hotly contested between Team Nevix and Team Zik.
That's right. This is so important now because Team Kareev are at match point, and if they win another one, They've already locked themselves into playoffs, but in winning this matchup 2-0, they also slammed the door in Team Nevix's face, making it not possible for them to contend for the playoff spot, to contend for the prize money here. So you really got to get it together. And my question is, what do you think map 2 is, LaFon, if you want to get a win for Team Nevix?
Well, I mean, we're going to Escort, right? The Escort is going to be map number 2. That much is for certain. I'm not sure, right? Obviously, if in other times when you would have asked me about this question, I would have had a lot more game footage to go off of, but a lot more experience based on players. We don't know Team Nevix that well, right? We've seen them exactly for one map here on the main stream. Obviously, for Team Kariv, they've been pretty good across the board, but we are going to Junkertown for map number 2, as that was the pick. And, you know, I can't say I dislike this pick, having seen Team Zik take off the map from Team Kariv in the last series. In fact, this might be the map that Team Kariv has had perhaps the most struggles with so far.
That's honestly a really good observation too, and it must be that Team Nevix think the same way you do, because they are going to try and press the spore spots on Team Kariv's gameplay here, and in doing so, they could actually get that map when they so desperately need. We're going to see how this one plays out though, because as we've talked about before, those really early holds are going to be crucial, and even though you want to hold on defense, it's okay if you end up throwing those fights away, but you want to be able to grind down the clock. And especially that's what I want to see from Team Nevix if they do end up on the defense first.
Right, I think that's one of the most interesting things we've seen about Junkertown. There we go, say that 10 times fast. One of the most interesting things we've seen about Junkertown is that we haven't seen a second point defense utilizing the high ground. Most teams, once they break that second point, they tend to, and I'm talking in initial round play, not in overtime, because that's a little bit of a different story. But in initial round play, the offensive team is able to take up very aggressive positions on that second point and sort of deny re-entry from the defenders. So we've not really seen great defenses on second. I wonder if that's going to, come into play. And, I think for Team Kariv, the answer is going to be they don't even want to let them get to second. They want to stop them in their tracks on the early stages. But, for Team Nevix, I think they have to play the aggression up just a little bit, because one of the things is when Matt Merck was playing that hyper-aggressive style, when he's getting into the backline, getting into Dreamer's face, things were looking really good for Team Nevix. So that is going to be the question for me. Can there still be that level of aggression from Team Nevix and to kind of put Team Kariv in a defensive position that they don't want to be in?
So aggressiveness and decisiveness are going to be the name of the game here. You heard it here first. Oh, words. Team Kariv just need to win this one out so that they can have a shorter game on their ride to the bracket stage. And Team Nevix, on the other hand, just need Junkertown. They don't need map 3. They don't need the imaginary map 4. It's literally this map, do or die for their chances at the playoff bracket and the potential to make it to the top 3, which is where the prize pool is going to be distributed here. So Team Nevix are on the defense first, so the aggressive you talked about, LaFon, is going to be really important here.
Yeah, setting up. Actually, the title bars are a little bit off here, as the colors are switched sides. So it's going to be Team Kariv on defense.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, and Team Nevix on offense. Just the bars are a little bit wonky because of the color switch. So keep that in mind as things go forward. Space, setting up, trying to peel for his tank. Finds that Egg Kid, who takes him down.
Yeah, and it's actually going to be Linkser on the Ana here for the defense of Team Kariv. And thank you, Broadcast, for switching the names back. Dreamer is also going to get a much-needed kill onto Matt Merck. And Team Kariv are going to hold strong so far. And the aggressive defense we talked about is coming in strong here for Team Kariv. This is kind of the point where we've seen, based on the experience, both this and GOATS in general, this is where the spawn camping starts.
Yeah. We've actually seen Ana played a little bit before. It was Team Agilities who brought it out. A little less effective this time. The Nano Boost going to be committed to Dreamer as he tries to walk forward, but gets kited away pretty healthily here. And Team Kariv are forced to kind of let the Nano Boost fall to the wayside.
And that is a little bit unfortunate. A big reason why you pick Ana is for that really useful ability. So to be able to kite it out is so big for the likes of Team Nevix, who are starting to get really aggressive now. Matt Merck gets the shatter, but a good response from Kariv to drop the Transcendence as well. Now we're going to see the Transcend response, though. Team Nevix realize they have an opportunity here, but they end up losing their off-tank in the process. Nevix is taking out in the background here. A lot of your damage mitigation is gone, but they still have Egg They still have Egg Kid. He's going to drop the Graviton Surge here, but the sound barrier is too big. However, it doesn't matter. Matt Merck gets through all of that, and the Reinhardt is gone now, which is going to make a big difference here. And they still have Egg Kid, who's still high energy, building up another grab, doing all this damage here. And Custa, little support on support violence here. Those Lynx are putting out some decent damage. It's actually going to nano boost KSF. And if you thought a high energy Zarya was scary, add a nano boost into the mix here. And as a result, Team Karib are still going to hold.
That'll be the second tone in our ASMR remix. One is just regular high energy Zarya. The other is going to be the nano boosted Zarya for those ASMR beats to relax and study to. Now that being said, we are heading to seeing the spawn camp set up as Team Karib do not even want to let Team Nevix out of their entry. And Team Nevix are likely going to have to dump a couple ultimates just to get out of their spawn doors. Nevix trying to chase space off the high ground.
And that's what can be a little obnoxious about Ghost. Having to use your ultimates just to get out of spawn is definitely an awful feeling. But Team Karib have no issue with it. KSF with the grab. We're going to see the bomb in response. And that's going to be a 4K right through the Transcendence. So again, Team Karib, I've made the joke before, I'm going to keep making it again. Nevix are on house arrest.
Last minute of play here, and Team Karib look no closer to giving up room than they did before. Linkser now has the nano boost again. Who's he going to apply it to? Is it going to be Dreamer or KSF? KSF gets it applied.
And it's a good person to put it on. He's going to charge that Graviton Surge astronomically fast, and you can see him just melt his enemy counterpart in Egg Kid. And once again, Team Karib have just pushed Team Nevix back into their spawn room. They've only gained about 57 meters here, and pretty BM Fire Strike kill.
Abdallah is actually going to switch over to the Ana himself, so no Zen on Team Nevix's side. Going to keep the Brig, but you're going to need to see a Sleep Dart or an Anti-Nade, something to get value here in this fight. Cresta obviously with the sound barrier. Things are looking a little worse to wear here for Team Nevix.
Yeah, and they're taking advantage of the high ground here on Team Karib. KSF has another grab. He's just waiting for the opportunity to use it here. Overtime has begun. And it's just back and forth right now. Linkser, though, is actually getting some good healing, good damage in. Verbo forced to use the sound barrier first. The anti-nade comes through to try to combat it. Team Karib, though, still in control. However, we're going to see the Graviton Surge come out from Egg Kid, even though he dies in the process. And with Nevix forced to use the bomb and his team falling all around him, this might be the end of the offense here on Junkertown.
Nevix got an unassisted 4K, and it's not... It might still actually end up being enough as Kabimas has the rally online beat. What a play from Nevix there to try and keep this map in contention.
It doesn't get any more clutch than that, LaFon. He actually keeps them going long enough here. One more fight coming in from Karib. The rally coming out from Kabimas. The grab coming out from KSF. You see Nevix trying to eat all the damage he can. Karib, however, takes Verbo out of the fight. Kabimas, though, picks up 2. He's looking for 3. He might get it. The raid boss still lives, and Team Nevix are actually going to make it to the first checkpoint.
Nevix absolutely clutched that point on his own. The self-destruct over the top, and it is not over yet. Team Karib thought they'd won that. They weren't able to scatter in time, and Nevix, unassisted it felt like, got that self-destruct set up. And point 2 on the locks. The only difference here is that the high ground will not be able to be controlled by Team Nevix as they were a little late on their rotation. And Karib are coming back in with a thunderous rush.
Yeah, at this point, you take what you can get, considering where Team Nevix were 30 seconds ago. They actually have quite a decent amount of tank ultimates available to them, too. It's all about Egg Kid. Can he get a good Graviton Surge? And instead, though, Nevix is going to lose his mech. Egg Kid drops the grab. Trance in response. Team Karib are still nice and healthy. Baby Diva. First Baby Diva action, Space ends up getting the kill. We're seeing Kabimas try to live up to the raid boss name, but it isn't quite enough here. 1:30. This fight might be it for Team Nevix. They gotta reconvene just to make sure they get one more. But the punish from Team Karev is so big right now. They could push it further if they really wanted to here. Nevix is actually going to lose his mech defending the rest of his team, but keeping this fight longer means that Custa actually died in that scenario, and I think they canceled the sound barrier as well. Grab comes out from KSF. The Transcendence in response. Team Nevix are still in the game. In fact, they're winning this fight here. You have the Zarya 1v1 on the top rafters there, but until Team Nevix end up interfering, they somehow, Lafana, they're still keeping it going.
Nevix with the patience to not use the self-destruct, where the peel was there from Kabimas on him just to keep them alive. With Custa going down, it was actually a 1-for-0 trade because Nevix was able to get back into mech, and now Team Karev are trying to get back here into this fight to prevent the cart from rolling through second.
And the high ground is so good here, they can't even do it. There's no way for them to approach. They responded too slow, and now Team Nevix are just going to wipe them out. This is going to give them so much space. As you can see, Team Nevix are just punishing with kill after kill. Only Dreamer manages to live to tell the tale.
Yeah, and now we're going to see if Team Karev is able to close out this third point, because what was an overtime push now has some time on the clock. 1 minute 30 left here for Team Karev on their defense as Team Nevix look to push their way through. They have the resources again, right? Only Matt Merck not close. Graviton Surge early, trying to just prevent anyone from contesting.
And it was onto the KSF. We talked about the high energy Zarya and how scary she can be. However, the ults are coming out. Matt Merck is going gangbusters with the sound barrier in tow, and Team Nevix also are sitting on a lot of armor from that rally. Matt Merck is just seconds away from another Earth Shatter. Abdallah, a few seconds away from a Transcendence. They might be able to do this.
They might. It's still in the cards, but we are headed into that last fight as the last minute commences. Team Karev on the defense, looking for that opening. KSF grab out.
There it is. They're going to go for the grab bomb combo. Space gets one. Dreamer gets another. Bomb goes wide, but it doesn't matter. Team Karev are getting the kills they need, and this is the team fight they were looking for here. And not only that, they have the tools to win the next one as well, because it's desperation mode for Team Nevix.
Yeah, now they force the transit spawn.
Oh,
Abdallah.
no. You hate to see that, honestly. Now they have to sit on that high ground, try to build some energy here onto Egg Kid, but the likelihood of a grab coming out is so low. With no Rhyme, Dreamer is free to Earth Shatter the likes of Team Nevix here. They have no way to survive, and with 13 seconds left, that's gonna be the hold here just halfway through third.
Yeah, 7 seconds remaining. Now you're asking, can anyone touch? And the answer is straight up no. There's no one else available. As Karev comes close to the spawn, make sure Verbo can't clutch. And Team Karev, they'll hold on third. I will say, though, the fact that it got to third to begin with
incredible.
Is incredible. Nevix obviously opening it up on first with that self-destruct, which I can only assume will be the highlight of the game. And then obviously into the second point retake with the back of some very good play from Abdallah's Transcendence and Matt Merck on the Reinhardt. Excellent play from Team Nevix and keeping themselves in this series.
Yeah, it's amazing what you can do with so many members down in those really clutch scenarios, though. Especially props to Nevix for that huge bomb. Even you and I, LaFon, thought this was over. That's why I passed it off to you, and I was like, oh, it's done. Let LaFon talk about what just happened, but Nevix really wanted to make this one through. He really saved his team with that play here, and now they have quite a bit of space to work with as they almost finish the map, and they have many opportunities to stop Karev on Team Karev on multiple fronts.
Well, to stop Team Karev, you also have to stop Karev himself, so, you know, not entirely incorrect in that assessment.
I'm onto something there.
Lemon Kimu is absolutely correct, though. When you call out the player's name, it's like, and you forget, we don't normally say team when we talk about teams, right? We don't normally say like team this. So having it happen to be said all the time is kind of strange. We say, oh, Karev got shattered. Karev didn't get shattered. It was it was
KSF actually.
Yeah, exactly. On the team Karev. Anyway.
Yeah.
Heading into the offense, Karev's team. That's not better. Looking to close out the series. Space already chasing Nevix off the high ground.
Space has been so good at controlling those high ground areas, and it's been so useful for Team Karev as a whole here. And in doing so, Team Karev have already given themselves an advantage here. As you can see, Team Nevix have to back off with KSF dealing all this damage from the high ground.
The big difference here is just how much space is being given up by Team Nevix as on their defense, right? They've been pressured out instantly, and off the back really of Space himself. So you
Yeah.
know, Space taking Space, it's pretty
It's
pretty
in the
clear
name.
cut. Yeah, it's right there. But the D.Va is doing such a great job here, pressuring Nevix out from from high ground and allowing KSF to get into position, getting into the back line, and just setting up Dreamer and KSF for success. So Team Crave really working as a well-oiled unit here, and great boot from Space yet again. Wow.
And he actually manages to get the kill, which is incredible. Loses his mech finally in the process, bites off a little more than he can chew, but the patience he talked about is good. He holds on to the self-destruct. However, Team Nevix are just going all the way, but the Transcendence is going to keep them alive. KSF commits the Graviton Surge as well. Not a whole lot Egg can do when he's so low energy, unfortunately. So Team Kareem are just going to narrowly get this one, and I mean, yeah, they were going to get him anyway.
Yeah, no, that's if you're ever caught out in a position like that, there's no way you're getting out safely because you have no mobility. It's better to just stall time and try and build a little bit of ult charge than anything else. So right play there by both Egg Kid 420, aka Coco, and Abdallah on that last situation. So now the high ground being recontested here by Nevix, but the Shatter's in there for Dreamer.
And gets the backline, and discorded Matt Merck is going to take a lot of damage. However, his backline is still with him, so Dreamer is in a bit of a tough situation. Unfortunately, he doesn't make it out of that one. Space, though, trades his mech for a kill, which is about as good as it can get. Team Kareem are still on the move. Egg Kid throws up the grab, but he's so low despite his high energy. Oh, the sound barrier coming out just in time from Verbo, and Kabimas, the raid boss, strikes again. Even though the grab comes out from KSF, Team Kareem are in control here. Matt Merck with a giant Earth Shatter puts an exclamation point on this fight.
No, Matt Merck just absolutely clutched out that fight hardcore. Both support ultimates had to be layered from Team Nevix just to keep themselves alive while Team Kareem had were caught in a Graviton Surge. That meant there was nothing to reply to KSF's grab. Matt Merck lays down the Shatter, prevents anyone from following up onto KSF's Graviton, and that allows Team Nevix to stabilize and hold. So the main tank here for Team Nevix doing a great job of abiding time here as they look to bleed off more off the clock here on their defense.
Well, it is going to be tough. Team Korea have a lot of tools. Team Nevix had to expend the whole bank to get it done, but a pick like that onto Kareem is a great way to buy yourself some time. However, Space actually wants to use the self-destruct, doesn't find anything for it, but was maybe hoping he'd get a cheeky kill. But here we go, that's another kill for Kabimas. KSF ends up going down here. So Team Nevix, they're doing all right. Oh, that was a nice charge onto Linkser. He definitely wasn't expecting that one. Might have hurt his teammates' ears with the scream.
You gotta keep your teammates at 20%, right? Because everyone's yelling all the time in comms.
I just mute him.
The gameplay there pretty well. Kareem now and the rest of his team having had a lot of time bled off the clock. Team Nevix taking full advantage of this high ground. You see the approach. Dreamer trying to shield for his team as they enter, but the shield almost broken for the Reinhardt here for Team Kareem.
And they have to back off as a result. This could be an opening for Team Nevix. They do like to get very aggressive, and when they do, that's when we find a lot of their success here. Kareem, though, on a bit of a mad flank, trying to get the last percentages of his Transcendence ready to go. However, Team Nevix are press and go in such a tight area. Nevix actually gets a kill with the ball. Matt Merck gets a big shatter through the trance, ends up getting the kills, and Team Nevix are still in control here.
And I was curious at the start of the, I said at the start of this map, we haven't really seen a second point hold yet. And Team Nevix comes in and they're doing just that, taking full control of the high ground. And we're seeing Team Kareem, we saw it really well in that last fight, right? Dreamer's approaching off the low ground. They're trying to go through the stairwell to equalize, try to equalize the high ground control, but obviously into a tight choke, the advantage is in the team that currently controls the high ground. And Team Kareem seem at a loss for space at this point in time.
Team Nevix are doing a good job so far. We're going to see the grab from KSF into the bomb from Space, though he was forced, so the position isn't as good as he wants it to be. Kabimas gets another pick. He's doing so much work on this Brigitte. We're going to see the sound barrier from Kusta. Team Kareev nice and healthy. Are we going to see the response here? It's going to be the rally from Kavimas that just expires. Team Nevix are actually still in control here as Dreamer unfortunately loses his life trying to take somebody with him here. Now Linkster is the only one left. Does get a nice pick though.
Yeah, this is not over and done with, but Matt Mark, you know, here now in close. It's a 2-on-3. You can see the defense try to take aggression here and try and prevent Kareev's team from escaping. They're going to get Kareev on the exit with 30 seconds remaining. Team Nevix are looking really strong.
That they are with 30 seconds left. Team Nevix could win their first map here and go to a map 3, but more importantly, this is what we talked about. This is how they get themselves into bracket play. Now, are they going to be able to do it is the question. They have ults online. They have ults about to be online. So this is without a doubt doable here. Last fight about to go through.
Here it comes. Graviton Surge available for Eggkid. Showing up the top. Space demect.
Oh, and that is big. He knows it's fine to use the grab as a result, but he gets shattered in the process. Support ultimates coming through for Team Nevix. However, we have traded main tanks, which means Nevix can get a huge self-destruct, and overtime's actually running out. No one's on the point. Team Nevix are going to win their first map of the series, and they're going to punch their ticket to the bracket stage.
That is the map differential that they needed, but the series itself is not over. Team Kareev and Team Nevix headed to map number 3, and this is the highlight, as we said.
Yep.
Just sets it up.
The no Zarya bubbles available. Can't help anyone else. I want to know what Dreamer was doing in this scenario.
Yeah, it looked like. I mean, there was an assist on Nevix's kill onto KSF. I believe Coco's had something that helped, but I don't know what. But yeah, no, otherwise that was a vanilla self-destruct. Something we don't see a lot of actually in the GOAT's mirror, right? That's not an idea that we frequently see. Usually it's assisted by a shatter, by a graviton surge, by a sound wave from a Lucio. I didn't personally see any of that, just a well-placed bomb from Nevix over the top.
Yeah, that's right. You actually, in a previous series on the day, referred to it as alley-oops, and that's usually what it ends up being. It's even though the off-tanks are the one who show up in the kill feed, it's always somebody else trying to make the play happen, either your Brig, your Ryan. A lot of CC being applied is kind of the point here. But yeah, Nevix being able to do that in a moment where literally, I think everyone watching even kind of gave up hope where overtime was about to start. He is one of 2 left versus 4. But he ends up getting the team wipe needed, and without that, this win would not be possible.
No, that is an MVP play. That is the MVP play of this game so far, and it's the reason why Team Nevix is now on map differential ahead of Team Zik, and therefore second in their group. And in Group A, a very contested group, actually. We are going to head to map number 3. I'll give you 3 guesses. You can see what it is. It's King's Row. I mean, what else could it have been, really? Yeah,
I didn't even have to look down at my monitor. I knew deep in my heart what the map would be. Because everybody, like you already said, we all know it's the best map. It's just kind of how it would be. Some would say Lijiang Tower, which I mean, I guess. But no, you got to give it to King's Row.
I mean, I'm going to go for a hot take here. King's Row is
Hold on, I'm preparing myself. Go.
King's Row is an A-tier map. It does not break into S-tier. And I say that because I've seen King's Row so many times that I bump it down a grade.
I have to know. What are your S-tier maps?
There aren't any. So...
if you said a 2CP map, I'm telling you, bro.
You know what? I think Paris. Yeah, no, Paris is my...
Okay. You know what?
No, we don't even have Assault at this map pool, and Paris is not an S tier map, unless S tier avoid map maybe. But we'll brush past all that, heading into map number 3. As King's Row gets set, get ready. Best of 3 map number 3, of course. Team Kareev, Team Nevix for the series.
And you know what? Even though Team Nevix have secured themselves that bracket spot that they needed over Team Zik, LaFon, how great would it be if they beat Team Kareev, who have been undefeated and could likely be favorites to win it all here?
I mean, that would be extremely impressive, right? Giving Team Kareev their first loss of the day as they get set to head into bracket. So, Team Kareev, when we came in, was one of the teams to definitely watch out for. A lot of experience, and Team Nevix playing up very well to them. And realistically, very impressed with Matt Mert and Coco on the tank line.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And there it is. Goat's composition. It's just go, go, go straight out the gate. Dreamer taken very low. Has to be careful. This could be an opportunity from Team Nevix, but they're actually just going to hang back and wait for the next engagement. They get the Discord orb onto Dreamer, and the friendly bubbles used, or forced rather, to cleanse it here. So now the fight is moved to the point. Shields are starting to break. Linkster gets a much needed kill onto that pesky Lucio, and Egg Kid doesn't quite have the Zarya grab charge he's looking for here. Neither does KSF, and it's looking like this fight might just be a dry win here from Team Kareev, who are slowly going to wipe out Team Nevix.
Yeah, that's going to be the grab. And I mean, off the back of that pick on the Lucio, there's no speed to disengage and then re-engage. So, you know, Team Nevix are just kind of caught in close, trying to brawl with neither AoE heals nor speed, and are, as a result, forced to retreat. KSF continuing to chase down targets at that high energy. Space is going to be demec'd, but the fight's already over.
No, it's absolutely so worth delaying people over and over again. Oh, this is brutal. Egg Kid getting taken down at just now means that they can still push themselves forward here, and Team Kareev can still control a lot of this space.
Yeah, and I think the other thing to note here for Team Kareev is that as they head into this next fight, they're going to have 6 ultimates. While it is mirrored out by Team Nevix here for the most part, they're going to have the advantage. So they're going to be able to set the ultimates down at the pace that they want, right? Whether they choose to go first and try and clean up quickly, or go second after bleeding Team Nevix dry. Team Kareev has the options.
That they do, and we're seeing the rallies come out from both sides here. KSF's gonna, or Egg Kid's gonna start off with the grab. Nevix into the bomb. It's gonna pick up 2, which is a much needed start here. And on the opposite end, you don't see any value from Space's bomb. Unfortunately, Matt Merck, though, he's popping off. He gets 1. He has the shatter available, and it's not even gonna be necessary. Team Nevix have control.
And remember what I said about having the advantage in that fight, or Team Kareev had the advantage in that fight? They throw it all away based off some brilliant timings from Team Nevix. Team Kareev used literally everything in that engagement, all 6 ults, and the saying 6 ults you lose comes true yet again.
That it does. Matt Merck looking for a cheeky play here, but with the Discord on him, they kind of know where he is. I don't think it's going to work anymore, and Space putting in some serious damage into him is going to help, but the shatter only picks up Space, so it's going to serve to only be a deterrent for the moment here. Now, Team Nevik actually need to back off. They're running low on cooldowns. They are running a little low on health, but now Verbo has the sound barrier. They can go back in if they want to. Nevix takes a much-needed high ground position, and we're looking at Mac Merck, the main tank here, who needs to follow up on this grab, but it's actually going to be a Transcendence in response, and a Earth Shatter from Dreamer, being the Earth Shatter of any main tank's dreams, being what Team Kareev need to be able to capture the second point here soon as they get rid of Verbo.
Yeah, a really clean re-engage there from Team Kareev as they get back in time. Abdallah was 4% off the Transcendence as the Shatter got laid down. This was unable to react in time, or rather completely out of his grasp. And Team Nevix now, as they set up on third point, 4.5 minutes to kind of work through. KSF goes for an early grab.
He tries to catch Egg Kid off guard. He actually ends up getting the kill, and that's a huge pick to start off. However, Nevix answering back is pretty big, but in doing so, Matt Merck falls due to lack of protection. So this is still pretty close to being in favor of Team Nevix. However, they lose their raid boss in the process here. So Team Kareev will press on. Dreamer getting all the kills that he needs. And now he has the Earth Shatter to threaten with here. And the card is moving so very close to the end here. And what a giant time bank it would be. Shatter into Egg Kid isn't going to do much. Self-destruct in the background isn't going to do a whole lot either. Dreamer, though, gets a big Shatter. Hard to follow up on, but the kills are coming through. So many ultimates being committed left, right, and center, but you see the cart ever inching forward. Verbo barely holds on, but loses his life in the process. And at this point, Team Nevix are just delaying the inevitable here. Egg Kid dies, and Space ate his grab. Matt Merck takes Space off the map, but it doesn't matter.
One good ult denial deserves another. Kareev was actually knocked off the map by Cavimas mid-Transcendence, so that got very little value, and then Space obviously says, all right, Kareev, I got your back. Eats the grab from Coco, and that gets the map closeout for the attack run for Team Kareev. 3.5-minute time bank beatdown. That is some insane pace here from Team Kariv in map number 3.
And the crazy thing is, we talked about it in this meta back when it was, well, the meta. You were always just happy to be able to finish off these maps because it's so hard through all that sustain, through defenders' spawn advantage. Teams had a lot of trouble finishing, getting a 3:25 time bank. Well, that's considered great. So Team Kariv start themselves off really good going into the defense here. So we're going to see if they can hold, or maybe Team Logix could match. But the thing is, that aggression you talked about, I think it was kind of lacking this time around.
Well, we'll see how Team Logix kind of reacts from, or rebounds rather, here on their offense, because things looking a little bit dicey for them in terms of the time bank. They need to capture all 3 points. They need to capture with time remaining, if only to get another opportunity at attacking. Never mind, having advantage in the time bank.
Yeah, I think all they should think about right now is finishing outside of overtime here, because of course that would trigger a final attempt for Team Kariv, which is not a position you want to be in at all. Things are already starting out hot off the gate. Team Logix trying to make their way around the statue here, trying to see what kind of picks that they can get for themselves. Mattmerk taking dangerously low, is going to have to back off just a bit here. And I like Dreamer just popping in and out of this mini health back here to give himself cover, and even that little tiny bit of extra healing.
And Kid try to chase down KSF so low. It's taken away in time and beat down. This is going to be pretty even trades though, as Mattmerk goes down himself.
Yeah, but you know how it goes, especially on King's Row. First point is attacker's advantage. Team Logix are going to come back much sooner than Team Kariv. However, the picks are actually going more towards Team Kariv's favor now. So there are uneven trades, which is why Team Kariv are going to be able to hold on for now. They've also managed to build up some really key ultimates. Team Logix have too, so get ready to see a really colorful fight.
Certainly will be, and here comes that engage. Rally committed from a Linkser. That's the go button here for Team Kariv.
We're going to see the grab come out from EggKid as well. Transient response to the damage isn't quite there. You see Custa is just waiting for that sound barrier. He can't use it. He gets shattered, and the trance to make sure all that damage goes through from Team Logix. However, even through all that, even through the sound barrier, Team Kariv are going to be the ones to come out on top here, off a space bomb, off a big play from the tanks, and even Kariv with more support on support violence.
That focus fire on to Mattmerk was absolutely insane. Despite the sound barrier, despite the HP pool, the Reinhardt disappeared like he was nothing. And Team Kariv just buying even more time here as they continue their progress.
And that's right, and with 2 minutes already down here, it's going to be tough, and Lynx are committing the rally space. Got an opening pick before all of that. Kariv, the deadly support, finds another pick. Make that a third. And Team Kariv are still holding strong here. EggKid, high energy, definitely doesn't want to lose that, but is going to try to put out whatever damage he can, try to deter Team Kariv.
Yeah, now equal grabs heading into this next fight. It's going to be Team Logix with the superior rally advantage. Linkser obviously committing his into the last round. This is going to be the go button. Team Logix needs to win this fight, and they need to win it cleanly because they're running out of time. Remember, they have to complete the map with time remaining to keep themselves in this series.
And being in a borderline overtime scenario on the first point is not a good start to that. Neither is losing your main tank, and EggKid already committed the Graviton Surge here. You still get the transient response from Kariv. However, with 1 minute left, some of your big ultimates gone. This is going to be really tough. EggKid luckily stays alive, retains the energy he had in that fight. It's going to be a little easier to get that grab back.
No, now it's all up to Mattmerk here. He has to lay down the shatter. He has to get at least 2, and they have to convert. This is going to be Team Logix's only opportunity here. Get the shatter, try and get those pickoffs, get EggKid online to the Graviton Surge, try and close out this point, because otherwise Team Kariv looking very healthy to close out the series.
Team Logix mostly playing from the high ground. Logix has the self-destruct ready to go. EggKid getting very close to the grab. Here is where it happens though. Bomb comes out, can't find anything. KSF grab in response. Linkser gets Logix before he can remech. And even though EggKid is doing whatever he can, even though Kavimas is trying to be that raid boss, Team Nevix are losing people back and forth, and Dreamer is going to put an end to it all with that Earth Shatter. And that's going to be the end of the series here. Team Kareem are going to win it 2-1.
The full hold comes in clutch here on map number 3, 2-1, and they lock themselves into first, undefeated here in Group A. Team Nevix, though, still doing quite well for themselves, taking a map on Junkertown, a map that they realistically shouldn't have had, but brought it back in the nick of time as the final highlight plays through, and these flashy gameplay from the support from Cruz looking exceptional here in our final series.
That's right, it is the final series of the round robin groups play, and now that that's done, of course, Team Nevix winning that one map do manage to secure themselves a spot into the bracket play. Of course, Team Kareev had already qualified, but still a tight series does bode well for the bracket play once we get there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the gameplay has spoken for itself overall. Beatdown. This has been a really, really fun day so far of some Overwatch, and we get to keep it going with the bracket coming up next in just a moment.
That's right, so we're going to throw it to a short break as we get set up for bracket play. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back soon. All
Welcome back
right,
to
everybody. Oh, I knew this would happen. We
Great
didn't
start.
talk about it right
No.
away. But that's okay. You know what? We got it out of the way, LaFon, because this is just the semifinals. Now we won't do it for the bronze match or the grand finals. So anyway, semifinals. We're out of group play here for the Toronto Defiant Goats Throwback Tournament presented by TD Canada. Said it right this time.
There it
And
is.
we've had some great play so far, LaFon, and now we're heading for the semifinals.
Yeah, it should be a really good match as we get set here on control. And I mean, meantime, we've seen a ton of fantastic goats play. Something I haven't seen in months,
Oh.
a year actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
A very, very long time. There's been a couple of returns to like kind of here's some good reminders of what goats are. But obviously, as we head into our first semifinal of the day, Team Roki versus Team Kriv, we've seen both of these guys on stream. Both of these guys have a very high quality teams. Obviously, cross bracket play here. So we're gonna see who comes out on top and makes it to the grand finals, and who drops to that third map set, to the third place match. So off of our first series, it is going to be Ilios as map number 1 beatdown. I mean, where else really should we start? It's been an interesting day in terms of what we've seen. Some Ana actually coming to play on Junkertown. Lynxer playing it to a very high level, but overall just the mirror 3-3 with the Zen Brig showing up.
Yeah, it's been such a fun day of games we've had today, LaFon. Honestly, just throwing back to a pretty, I think it's fair to say, polarizing time in Overwatch history, just because at the time, at the height of Ghost popularity, not popularity, I would say prevalence.
Sure.
It's not everybody was into it. I know you and I really loved it. There were definitely fans who loved goats, but there were also people who didn't like it. But those are also people who most likely say, double shield is better, and then 6 months later say, wait, I hate double shield, let's go back to goats.
I mean, there's always that conversation, right? And to be quite clear, I think goats, ran its heyday, came in, it had its moment in the spotlight, and then was taken out eventually. And it's kind of tournaments like these that have given us a chance to appreciate what was at a level that we don't get anymore. Was goats necessarily the best thing for the game? Even though I love the composition, I loved watching it, I loved analyzing it, I loved casting it, and I loved coaching it, there's an element of something that goes on for quite some time ends up becoming tiresome. We've had our break from goats for that year. Now we get a chance to return to it, to experience it, with a set of nostalgia almost, right? Get to reappreciate it, get to see it again for the first time almost. And it's kind of nice to be there, right? We get to see the highest level of gameplay after having been away from it for some time. So it's the best of both worlds here at the Toronto Defiant Throwback Tournament, presented, of course, by TD Canada. But, expectations here in the semifinals are very high. I think this is arguably going to be one of our best matches that we have on the day. Team Roki played spectacularly in their bracket. We saw, Glister and Hanbin and, Ria Gator, all of these players looking so terrific. And then obviously Team Kriv, we got to see them quite a bit over the mainstream over the last couple of matches. But we're going to see the roster coming in for Team Kriv. Kriv, Lynxer, Space, Custa, Dreamer, KSF, or as we like to call it, LA Valiant, past and future. Perhaps. Lynxer, has the script been leaked?
That would be something, wouldn't it? I think I actually saw chat mess around with a joke like that as well, and who knows, maybe it could happen. Who knows, maybe teams will scout for 2021 just watching this tournament. Not sure that would be the wisest of moves, but you never know. The point is, you have seen Team Kriv. Let's look at your other top seed from the other group. Team Roki, a team we've already seen on stream, I think more than once already, with Roki, Elris, Ria Hanbin, Glister, and Gator. Players you all know and probably love, and players that are very experienced and also talented when it comes to Overwatch, just playing in general, and also have shown really great prowess here on the day.
Yeah, just a really, really solid teamwork there. Team Roki, Team Kriv, we are into Ilios, of course. As a reminder to everyone watching at home, there is some other fan streams, Alpha Flight, LAN Gaming, of course, as well as CA Overwatch. Make sure to give them some love. And of course, for the POVs, #TD Throwback tournament on Twitch to find out the player POVs as well. So all of those in play. But of course, here on the main stream, we have the game underway as we get set onto well. Team Cruz, Team Roki, semifinals start now.
And here we go. We're starting off on Ilios Well, the Lucio playground. And we're going to see the likes of Roki and Custa maybe give us a show there with the environmental kills. We're already going to see the fight breaking out here. Discord orbs are coming out, but nobody has been taken down yet. In classic Ghost fashion, it's all about throwing out as much damage as you can, and a lot of damage coming out from Elris, leading to a kill. However, Cruz is going to answer back on to Roki. When will the support on support violence end? Not today for sure. Team Cruz looking like they have control, and with that boom onto Glister, it's all but sealed.
Yeah, just a really strong...
Wait, I'm not sure anymore.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. Elris really wants to be here. He has the trance, and he's gonna commit it. All of a sudden, Team Roki still in the game. The boops don't stop, though, with space knocking Elris into the well. Actually, during the trance, too, which is incredibly clutch. Team Cruz starting to get control back in their favor as Custa invests the sound barrier to keep everything going here. And you can see KSF about to come up to that Graviton Surge, 100% and ready to go with that rally armor. They may not even need it, as I think it's fair to say that Team Cruz now are going to have control, even though Glister grabs. It shouldn't matter, but are you kidding me? KSF gets booped into the well and decides to invest the grab just to see if he can catch somebody off guard here. But at this point, Hanbin and the likes of Gator are still holding strong, and they might shove Team Roki off. Can't say for sure just yet. Roki, though, looking to fight the one-on-one, and he's gonna win with the sound barrier ready to go as well. You gotta imagine Team Roki have a good shot here. Rhea sneaking into the back line and getting the assassination kill means Team Roki have the point, means they actually have control, and I promise I'm not baiting this time.
Just a reminder, this is first fight. All of that, and we're only at 20%.
Yep.
What a back and forth affair there from Kariv and the Roki squads. And honestly, the hero of that play was Elris at the start, but then Roki to finish it up. The environmental kills, as you highlighted at the top of the map, so critical as Team Roki start their control.
And already the recontest comes through. Glister gets a good opening pick here. Shatter comes out, but not too much follow-up. Though Dreamer finally gets the pin here, and Roki died with sound barrier, so this could actually be really crucial. Even more crucial, Team Kariv managed to flip the point in their favor. So now every second they stall greatly benefits them in the process. Space doing the best he can to do exactly that, while Custa manages to try and boop Rhea off of the map. And they got some time off the clock, but Team Roki get it back.
Yeah, again, another 12%. And one of the weird little intricacies of the GOAT's composition is that at the highest level, there is actually no counter in terms of the Transcendence into Graviton Surge because you can burn through it. So the use of Tempo Transcendence just to keep the fight going in your favor is an effective use, and we've seen that from both Zens already. As Team Roki going to walk backwards as they see the rally coming from Logix.
KSF invests the grab. Sound barrier is going to keep Team Roki alive and well, but unfortunately, it's the lobby. Lobby's died?
Looks like we had a quick technical difficulty there. As soon as we figure out what happens, we'll get right back into it and let you know.
Yes.
While we have a moment, though, a quick shout out, of course, to everyone behind the scenes who has put on this wonderful tournament. Our production at OAM as well, our producer who is currently running the feed, Dean, Rich, Great Root Bear, who was behind the scenes as well, our producers for the other streams, and all the volunteers or all the people who have kind of worked in as tournament admins and making sure that everything is run properly, cleanly, as well as can be. So huge shout out to everyone in the production side of things who have been working nonstop since very, very early this morning. A lot of people were up at as early as 6 a.m. today trying to get things running just in time for the tournament. So massive shout out to everyone, and thank you for all the work that you've done to make such an exciting tournament come to pass. We'll head into the map as soon as we get some more information. We'll let you know when that comes to be. But I mean, so far, Beatdown, this is exactly what I remember from highest level goats. Just constant movement, constant aggression, constant like resetting of positioning and making sure that you always have tempo on your side, always have that speed, always have that initiative on your end.
That's right, and it's like you already highlighted. The teams fought for what was probably close to like 2 minutes and only got 20% on to the point there. And that kind of thing is, it's as you say, trading kills back and forth, sustaining yourselves for a very long time. This is pretty much the highlight of what GOATS was like at the time. Fights going a lot longer than they should have.
Yeah. Well, when we get back to the action, we'll let you know. But for the moment, we're going to head to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More GOATS action on the other side of the break.
All right, everybody, we are back. Sorry for the delay. Had a bit of a technical issue. Server ended up crashing, so the lobby was kaput. But luckily, both team captains agree. We're just going to go for a hard reset of the entire game. We're going to start fresh back on Ilios.
Yeah, makes sense. It's the fairest thing to do here. And I mean, in all honesty, that first fight was so hotly contested. I don't think it would be fair any other way. We're going to go into Ilios, of course, this time on Lighthouse for round number 1. But other than that, the only difference is the timing. And the gameplay should be just as good as it was at the outset. 5 seconds on the countdown. In we go to the map. Ilios is underway.
You got to imagine. On Lighthouse, there are going to be just as many boops with that, for lack of a better word, chasm just outside the back of the point here at the Lighthouse. And we saw a lot of work being done, not just by Lucio's, but also from their respective divas on both teams. So we're going to see if that can be emulated yet again. Teams are already meeting and fighting it out in the neutral here. And teams are just looking for an opportunity to put some serious damage in. Space and Rhea, though, having a deadly 1v1 in the background, and that's actually going to give Team Cruz first control over the point, and that's actually going to be a really fast flip. This is huge. Not only that, they take Roki out of the fight, and even though Space loses his neck, Dreamer is going to keep it all together here. Team Cruz in control. I'm pretty sure I am not jinxing it this time.
No, this time they're going to close it out for sure. As KSF is, weirdly enough, still behind Glister in terms of ult charge. So the difference maker there was definitely Dreamer and Space, who were just creating so much more aggression in the backline off that pace. Now KSF on the high ground, looking about the Graviton Surge. They want to start putting pressure to Team Roki.
And Team Rhea, not the team, is gonna control the high ground. We're gonna see the grab come out from Glister, but a shatter in response from Dreamer. But it's gonna end up being not really well followed up on here, as we're gonna see the grab bomb come through. Space gets one, Dreamer gets another, as he's trying to pin the Reinhardt out of the way. And just overall, every second that ticks by, Team Cruz are fine with it, because extending this fight means they're going to get themselves more capture percentage. And KSF still going strong in this fight with that high energy. So not only do they stall it out, they win it out.
Custa actually doing a really good job yet again on the Lucio, setting up the play. If one of the players survives up against that self-destruct that Space set out, then this could have been a very different fight. But Custa doing a great job of scouting out Roki, pushing him out into the open, and setting Space up for success. Now, here into this last fight here, realistically for Team Cruz, as they have the sound barrier from Custa to try and defend, as well as the Transcendence from Eller. Beatdown seems to have lost his mic button here, but it is a no matter as Dreamer comes in clutch with the Earth Shatter. Clean up is there, and Team Cruz will take round number 1. 100-0, as different as can possibly be from our first look. Now, Lighthouse very solidly in Team Cruz's favor.
Yeah, so sorry about that. Thank you, LaFawn, for covering it so well. It's as you said, this time around, Team Cruz end up pulling it together. So that first gameplay before the server crash ended up being some pretty solid warm-up for them, and as a result they are gonna take this first map here. And as we go back to though, we're gonna see if Team Roki can find the success they found the first time around here.
Yeah, and I mean, this map here is actually a lot more delicate in terms of how you have to approach, because you can't just approach down Main Street. You have to go through Cage and try and stay away from the map hazard, at least initially. At least that's what we've seen from these teams so far. Will that be the trend? Now is the time to find out, and at least right now it looks like it is, as Dreamer heads through Mini into Cage.
Yeah, this is where the standoff usually ends up being here on this map. And this time around, and Team Roki are actually going to push the Team Cruz side of the point here, but in doing so, they give Space the time to get that first kill onto Elris. And this is going to give a lot more space for KSF to push forward with that high energy, already halfway to a Graviton Surge here. Although we're seeing trades come back, Team Roki are starting to make things happen too. But it's tough, it's back and forth, it's really scrappy. But both Zaryas are still here. KSF is getting really low though. Discord is on him as well. If he falls, that's probably going to be it. Team Roki forced him out, got the kills they needed. and they get first cap.
Yeah, I think the one thing that's kind of been evident here is on this map, Roki seems a lot more comfortable hanging around the outskirts of the objective, hanging outside the map hazard, and really setting, Team Cruz's tanks up for failure. Lynxer got booped off again by Roki, and clearly the main support here having a ton of fun.
Yeah, without a doubt, Graviton Surge is going to come out from KSF, but it isn't going to do too much. Team Roki are alive and well. They don't even lose Rhea's mech here. They're going to lose Gator because of Lynxer. However, they still have full control here now. They're going to shut down KSF as well. They might even punish Dreamer here, who was trying to protect his off tank, and that they do, buying themselves that much more time and actually pushing Kareev and his team back to their spot.
Yeah, Team Cruz now have some resources to work with, but the necessity of control, especially on this particular point, is you have to walk through some very hard chokes to get to the objective. Chokes that Team Roki are doing a great job of handling. And you can see, just trying to play Gatekeeper is Glister, has the Graviton Surge available here, and you just know he's trying to eye out that Matrix from space to try and dodge it.
Super important to be careful of it, and there it is. Grav comes out with the trans on the other side. However, nothing is going to come of that play. Bomb comes out too. Gator, before the sound barrier goes off, gets Kareev. That is huge. Rhea is also going to take KSF out with the bomb. Team Roki are gaining inch by inch here, and even though Gator gets charged across the map, it's still his team coming out on top here. Hanbin trying to get the kill onto the Lucio here. But again, the space has been bought. Now we're in last fight territory, and Team Cruz have to wait and regroup, but they only have the rally and the grab to play with here.
You can see how passively Aria was playing just to avoid the map hazard, doing a great job of dodging the whip shot, or at least using the whip shot to add momentum to his disengage. Rally is being committed now from Kareev as Hanbin gets so very low.
You got to make sure you can keep yourself alive in this scenario. On the other side, though, Elris is going to commit the Transcend, his only ult they have. Blister's going to need to come up with that grab very quickly if they're going to stay alive in this one. He's high energy. He's putting out the damage. The bomb is coming out from space. It is going to help, but the rest of Team Cruz are also pulling their weight as they are going to flip at 99%.
Yeah, it's not the 100-0 here, but Team Roki still have some advantage. They will have some very real tools coming into this next fight. Team Kareev, of course, having the choke control, will be able to lay down the shatter should they set up properly. But it's certainly a lot tougher of an ask than getting a Graviton Surge in the back line. Now, KSF trying to, spy out where the team is coming in from over the high ground, trying to scout out the Diva, and just poking for some early ult charge.
Yeah, well, with high energy, those right clicks are going to get you quite a bit. Blister doesn't quite catch everyone in the grab, but it is good enough. Earth Shatter comes right into a shield on both sides, actually. Team Roki so far keeping themselves healthy and happy. But Custa, much needed pick onto Hanbin. And Rhea is actually going to respond here. So we're seeing ultimates expended. We're seeing players taken, and the boop after boop is coming through. But Team Curry look like they're holding strong, and they have ults to play with even still. Roki doing the best he can with the environmental kills, but can't quite get it done.
Gisler was actually body blocked terrifically by KSF, and they just burning him down. No grab needed. Now Team Roki are in a disastrous position. They have nothing, and this is very close to that last fight that Team Korea need. They're going to try and force this fight to get as late as possible. To try and just force their ult economy to be the advantage one. Now, Team Roki, they need to force, they need to get something online here because they're running out of time.
Well, they're about to have the rally. It's going to have to last them long enough to charge something else, so they're going to find themselves dead in the water here. Rally coming out from Lynxer. So Team Creve are looking to make a play now, and as they start getting aggressive here, is that a boop? Not quite. Hanbin does stay alive. Space is going to go out with the bomb. He ends up picking up Roki. That's huge. No sound barrier that he was inevitably going to charge. And now Glister, still alive, uses the Graviton Surge. However, all he can do is take out Dreamer. Overtime is going and ticking away. There's only 2 members left, but KSF is so very low, and it's anybody's game at this point here. Space is trying to get his mech back as quickly as he can. will be able to do so and actually has a shot at taking out Lister here. Can he do it though? Oh, so very low, and he actually does get it done at the cost of his own mech once again. This is so scrappy at the moment here. Team Kareev wants to hold on to control, but they're losing people back and forth. You see Kareev moving back to point as quickly as he can, but KSF, a much-needed double as they force Team Roki off the point, and much closer this time around. Team Kareev are still going to win it out.
Yeah, what a close map, though, overall. Team Kareev had to fight tooth and nail for that round, and realistically, it was just that one fight with zero ults online. Team Roki tried to delay the fight as late as possible, so they were even in terms of resources, but ultimately just more ultimates for Team Kareev to work with allows them to execute cleaner and get value in that engagement. So they are up 1-0 here in our semifinals of the Toronto Defiant Throwback Tournament, and one map away now from guaranteeing a grand finals appearance for themselves. Reminder, 1st to 2 here in our semifinals at the TD Throwback Tournament.
That's right. It's going to be the 1st to 2 in every match going forward, even up until that grand finals appearance. So this is a really great start here from Team Kareev to be able to get the first win on the board and hopefully lead them into just a quick 2-0 victory so that they can coast and watch the rest of the games up until that grand finals. But we're going to see whether or not that actually plays out, because as we have the teams decide what the next map is going to be, so we can talk about this a little bit more, the FOD. So, interestingly enough, it seemed like Team Kareev didn't really have it in them the first time around during about when the server crashed. But as they got back into it, they got it together. Like, what was it that made it so dominating for the first map and then still winnable in the second?
Well, a couple of things changed, right? The first is that Roki was unable to get nearly as many environmental kills as he was in the first round to kind of delay the engagement, delay the fight. KSF was also able to get into position a little bit more, use the bubbles more proactively, so he wasn't burst down nearly as quickly. And so Team Kareev actually a better zoning in terms of control of the objective, right? They were never in a position to allow Elris to get a random double click or double kill cross map. And I say random, I use that in quotation marks. Elris is a very good player. There was nothing random about his aim, but more in the sense that in a position to allow a Zen to get those 2 picks, on a delayed fight. And I think Team Kareev played a little bit more patiently, a little bit more showing a little bit more respect to the opposition, and it put them in a really good position. The thing about control is that first fight, especially in this GOATS composition, is so critical because it allows you to get ahead in your ult economy, allows you to get ahead in positioning, and to use your utility more effectively. So you have control over choke points, right? So you force the opposing team to walk into your resources rather than have to be the one to commit them in a disadvantageous position. A lot of that is what helped Kareev and his squad take the victory on that map. That being said, I mean, clearly there's a ton of talent on Team Roki's side, and I would be very surprised if map number 2 is one-sided at all.
That's right. Even if it ends up being a 2-0 from the side of Team Kareev, there's no way Team Roki go down without a fight. And as we find out, the second map of the series is going to be Dorado. So now, you talked about controlling space, LaFon. This is a map where that's going to be super important, especially on that defense there. You have to hold that first corner effectively so that you can run the clock as much as you can and try to give yourself more room to work with when you yourself are on the offense.
Yeah, and I mean, controlling space is a little interesting thing when it comes to Team Kareev because you have to control space, the concept, as well as control space, the player, right? Space was able to get into the backline quite a bit, burst down Elris a lot, and keep that sort of play going. So, times have been tough for the opposition here when it comes up to space. Again, one of the best off tanks in the world, and he continuously shows why, even in our semifinals here in the GOATS tournament. Team Roki, though, no slouches of their own, and we'll have to see if they can kind of get a little bit more value from some of these engages as they have to play around Gators. Extreme aggression on the Reinhardt.
That's true, Gator. Always known for being quite an aggressive main tank. Actually, worth noting, Gator, if you don't know, was on the team called GOATS that popularized this very composition here. So definitely a lot of experience on the comp, and maybe part of why he is so aggressive when playing it here. So already right into the fight as Glister's going to get the first pick here, but might die for it as he is taken very low. Really good high ground control here from Rhea, but of course, Space isn't going to let that happen too easily here. And a huge boop from Roki. You talked about how important that was LaFawn, and it just won them the fight.
Yeah, really good zone control there. And actually, one little thing, one little tidbit, of course, about our balance patch here. I use the word in quotation marks. Created, of course, to modify and mimic as close to the GOAT's heyday as possible. Briggs still has a 3 rally pack, I believe, in this. So it's a little bit different than the burst heal that she had in OG GOATs. Still a very powerful character nonetheless.
Yeah, that's right. And we're seeing the rally come out here from Hanbin. Team Roki are starting to looking like they gained some ground here, but again, Acosta almost baits Roki to his own death. And overall, Team Roki still holding strong here. You see Rhea's really close to that self-destruct. A lot of ultimates are available, and so far, it seems like Team Roki are shutting the doors on Team Kariv.
Strong showing here from Team Roki as they reset. Rhea, obviously, to the high ground, continues to scout out. Rally being committed by Linkser, as is the grab, but the response is there.
That it is, and overall, Team Roki are still making things happen here. They're still holding on. The grab is going to come out, and Gator's going to try to do whatever damage he can, but the sound barrier is going to prevent that, and Team Kariv get the damage they need, the kills they need, and finally the cart starts moving.
Team Kariv are forced to invest just to get the cart moving out of spawn, though, so things are not as dire as they perhaps may seem. And Team Roki will absolutely get a second contest here, but now it is up to Team Kariv to take the, take the pressure, take the advantage, and turn that into a fight. Win Dreamer, the man of the hour, Earthshatter online, as Kariv is marked and made very low.
Earthshatter going to come out, is blocked by both sides, actually. Glister, even with the sound barriers, taken extremely low. However, it's going to be Roki who falls first in this fight, and Team Kariv already giving themselves an advantage. Can Rhea mitigate it? Bomb doesn't find anything, and Team Kariv, after being stuck in spawn for a few minutes, seem to be pretty easily dispatching Team Roki, and that's going to be the first checkpoint.
Yeah, just a lot of pressure there in the back line as Team Roki just weren't ever able to really transition that into a fight win. And Graviton Surge is going to be used here in spawn. They want to keep this one going. The snowball is clean. Team Kariv making a smart call in play. And just to keep the tempo going in their favor. This is what it's all about. We've seen this time and time again. Never let the enemy team reset. And Team Roki now have to go back to the drawing board and just try and get to the high ground. Right now they're at a disadvantage. You can see them coming into the choke on the low ground, looking to just break their way in.
Yeah, they're going to have to force their way in. Rally's going to come out to make these tanks just a little bit more beefier. So Team Kariv are happy to kite and move with their one teammate onto the cart. But Team Roki know they have to keep it going. They have to make use of this ultimate here. But it's looking like they aren't going to be able to. However, Gator, with the Earthshatter, allows them to take out Dreamer. And Team Roki are also going to use the Graviton Surge, take out the remainder of Team Kariv. So it's looking like they finally halt progress here, but it was expensive.
No, that being said, Team Kariv, despite, Dreamer going down early, Custa, Linkser, and Kariv all use their ultimates. So there will be no support abilities here in this next engagement. Team Roki are going to be able to play off the Transcendence here. Self-destruct committed. In the backline, forces the trance out here from Elris.
That's actually really clutch. It's not going to be available for the actual fight. Earthshatter comes through. Gator taking some damage, but manages to survive. And Glister taking out Custom means probably not going as well as Team Kariv had hoped. Still, they even out the support team just a little bit here. Kariv's about to have trance, and they want to use it to get aggressive here. Will Roki respond is the question. Glister instead is the one to do it. Is going to grab them to the pillar, and Team Roki are just going to rip Team Kariv apart.
Yeah, KSF actually commits the Graviton Surge at the end, and Roki responds. They're going to try and chase down. They're going to successfully chase down Space, de-mech him at the end of it all, and then retreat back to safety. Team Roki buying so much time here. And that first point hold was so clean, so clinical, and now they're doing the same thing on second. The counter engage here from Team Roki has been stellar on point number 2.
And still, they have ults in the bank. Team Kariv only had the rally, and they don't even get to use it anymore. So you're going to back right up if you're them, but Team Roki know they have them on the back foot. They might want to push a little further. Hanbin securing the kill onto Dreamer means a big punish is imminent for Team Kariv.
Hanbin understanding the limits of his character so excellently here. Recognizes when he has the space to go forward and continues to put pressure and takes down the main tank of Team Kariv. Now the gate hold comes in, the spawn doors successfully tagged.
Oh boy, we still have a response available for Team Roki, several actually, and it's going to start with Rhea's self-destruct. They do get Kariv. He was getting pretty close to the trans, so this could be big. However, Dreamer shatters into Elris's Transcendence. We're going to see KSF try to get some damage off the back end of it with the grab. Nothing comes of it though. Team Roki are consistently holding on to this defense here, and it's looking like with 20 seconds left and a few ults to spare, they might have this in the bag.
No, this is looking really good, and Glister didn't even have to commit the Graviton Surge in that last fight, so he will have it in this next one. Now all they have to do is dodge Space's Matrix, be able to burn the enemy team through it. 10 seconds remaining. Who's going to be the one that has to be the hero to touch card?
Yeah, overtime is going to start any second now. It's looking like Dreamer has volunteered himself for tribute, but we're going to see if this one actually plays out. Rally and grab come out from Team Roki. Hanbin gets the first kill, and with all that sustained, with Roki still having Sound Barrier, they might be able to get it done. Both him and Custa commit it. And as overtime still goes, Team Kariv are just trying to end this right here. Space drops the bomb, which is why Dreamer survived momentarily, but Team Roki looking like they are going to take control in the end here. And with that kill from Elris, with the kill onto Space and Custa, overtime is going to run out, and that is a Streets phase hold here on Dorado.
What the fight started off with is what it ends with as well. Glister opens it up with the Graviton Surge and ends it with the Graviton Surge, and it's really just very strong play. I mean, advantage economy to Team Roki, and Kariv has to fight into that last time bank, right? There's no time left on the clock. You don't really have a choice in how you engage. And I mean, all of that comes down to the fact that Team Kariv gave up the high ground to Team Roki in the Mega Health Pack room so many minutes ago, right? Team Roki, they were in a really poor position. They had to walk through a tiny choke into a high ground, but off the back of some really good play from Rhea, booping, taking Dreamer off the high ground, forcing the main tank to retreat. Roki were able to stabilize and clean up the presence of their team on the objective and solidify their hold. And now, I mean, Team Roki are in a pretty healthy position to close out this map. They have to take just that 1.5 map parts of the point, and they will tie up the series 1-1.
Yeah, but all that's left is for Team Kariv. If they want to close this one out, they could have an even more stellar defense than Team Roki did. So this first point is going to be very important here. Space has already positioned himself on this high ground. So Team Kariv, they're going to try to make use of every inch they can, because especially in this scenario, you want to grind and grind away at the clock.
It's going to be a tough order here, though, all things considered. You can see already breaking past that dangerous choke. Space trying to contest the high ground, doing a fairly decent job of it. Drops down just to pressure in the backline. Elris taking so much spam here.
Yeah, many angles of fire coming on to Team Kariv here. Dreamer is getting absolutely battered right now, but he manages to live long enough. And right as I say it, Elris dinks him in the head. The rest of Team Kariv, though, are going to start backing off slowly and try to do what they can. Maybe even out the odds here, but it's not working. Team Roki are just taking pick after pick, and KSF needs to back off to try and maintain his charge here. So close to a Graviton Surge, and because he retains the charge, he's going to have it in the next... right as the next fight starts.
Yeah, and this is the time bank that they need to kind of build with. We said that Roki, look where the golden box of victory is. It's not much further ahead. And, I mean, if this first point gets captured, you're looking at a very, very strong time bank to push through second as the rally is committed here from Linkser and Hanbin, respectively.
And We're seeing a fight in the back line here. Blister is going to commit the Graviton Surge. So is KSF. We're seeing transcendences from both sides here as both teams are trying to get control of the cart. Team Creed, though, have more tools to work with. But can Rhea's bomb find the kills? It doesn't. And you can see Team Creed as the seconds go by. Oh, no. Roki. That has to be a fat finger. Committing the sound barrier with 3 members down versus all of Team Creed is a grave mistake that they might pay for.
Yeah, he's going to want that sound barrier back, but I mean, it is what it is. It's been used, and now Team Karif have actually put themselves right back in this map. As a reminder, Team Karif at match point, 2 minutes when you have to push through this choke is so difficult, and you don't even have cart pressure to apply. See how now Team Roki, Iris taking so much spam on the entry, forced to retreat temporarily as Dreamer continues to swing away at the front line.
We're gonna see the Shatter come out from Gator. Isn't gonna find anybody here, and now the D.Va 1v1 continues as always. But Custa is actually here to help, and that's been so helpful here, and part of why Space is able to do so well. KSF grabs, Space is tossing out the bomb. He's gonna find 2, and actually finds another on his way down before remecking. And again, Team Kareev, the defense. Oh, no.
They're gonna get the stagger on to Rhea as well. Such is the D.Va's life. All right, Kareev takes pity on him, and they're gonna reset. Now a minute remaining. We are so close to that last fight. Team Roki, I mean, they have the tools to work with. We've highlighted this time and again, but it's all about execution. Dreamer trying to play for that fast shatter, forcing the Transcendence out early.
And Dreamer has his Shatter still. He's holding on to it. They have the later trance on the side of Team Kareev. Can they keep this fight going? That's the question. Hanbin is going to commit the rally. We're going to see the grab come out from Glister, but nobody has fallen yet. The Shatter is big, though. Dreamer is so low. He is still swinging, trying to make something happen here. And KSF is going to build up the grab in time. You're seeing HP bars go so low. Team Roki with the bomb. Their last-ditch effort here, but unfortunately, it doesn't pay off. However, Glister is going to clutch it out, take Dreamer out of the fight. Rhea gets Kareev, and finally, it seems like Team Roki have broken the defense, and with the cart being so close, I can't imagine a recontest.
I mean, the cart's not going to they're not going to get recontest here on first, but second definitely obviously will have some ability. Hanbin playing up aggressively, trying to get Lixer out of position. Forced to just kind of whip shot back just a little bit. Hanbin playing so aggressively here.
Glister already with another Graviton Surge. Oh, big Shatter coming out here from Dreamer. Is going to keep everything going for Team Kareev just a little bit longer here. And we're going to see Space commit that bomb. Dreamer gets pinned, so he can't protect Hanbin, and he ends up going down as well. Team Kareev are forcing Team Roki back, trying to see who they can punish in the process.
Yeah, here comes now the tag onto the spawn doors. Make sure no one can get out. Rhea gets demeched. Things are not looking too hot right now for Team Roki, though they do have some time. 2 minutes, of course, here on this second point as they look to close out the map. But KSF trying to play aggressively just to poke out, see if he can find a place to land the Graviton Surge. High ground rotation in here from Team Roki. KSF is there to meet them.
Oh, and this is a big grab. It gets so many people. You can see the damage coming through as well. This is the fight Team Kareev needed, and with that one ultimate, Team Roki back to their spawn room. We're down to a minute 30 LaFawn. The cart is literally sitting on the checkpoint doors. Hasn't even been able to move through yet. I think the beauty of it is, even if Team Kareev lose, they actually might have another recontest.
Yeah, I know they definitely have at least 2 fights with how close the card is, but it's going to come down to can they start to build, take away resources from Team Kareev here. Dreamer with the Shatter, looking to set Gator down. Block, though.
Yeah, and Dreamer, unfortunately, doesn't get the Shatter he was looking for, but they still have control here. They're still standing at the gate. They can't let the cart move an inch. Then they lose that 2-fight possibility they have. The closer it gets to that rectangle here. Custa, though, is getting pressured a little bit, and we're going to see the bomb from Rhea. The sound barrier a little early from Custa, but it ends up working out just fine. Shatter and grab come out from Team Roki, but Space gets the triple kill with 40 seconds left. And once again, almost all resources expended. Team Roki are sent back to the spawn room.
Space and Custa just redeeming themselves. Space saving them because that was layered support ultimates and there was Graviton Surge besides. No way to defend against it, but now Team Kareev are actually much more in control. 30 seconds remaining, 20 seconds remaining, and Team Roki have a run out of tools. All they've got is Iris's grab here, or Iris's transcendence rather. However, KSF playing gatekeeper, Graviton Surge on a line.
Glister, if they want to hope at this push, he needs to build up some energy and get a quick grab soon. Overtime is about to go, and there's still quite a ways away to the golden box of victory. We're going to see if Team Roki can actually get it done, but they have to be careful. Gator's already losing some of his HP. KSF commits the Graviton Surge, gets Hanbin. Huge, isolates two members and allows Team Kariv to take them down. And as a result, Team Roki are just getting wiped off the map. Roki and Elris being the only ones left, but overtime runs out, and Team Kariv are going to take the series 2-0 and be there at our grand finals.
What a spectacular gameplay there from Team Kariv, as they've been all day long, just dominant in the matchup, and they're, even with all odds against them at the very end, managed to hold on tight, containing Team Roki in their spawn and just bleeding time away and shutting them out 2-0 in the semi-finals, punching their ticket onwards. Beatdown, it's been a spectacular series here in the semi-finals.
That it has been LaFawn. Such great gameplay we've seen, not just in the semifinals, but all throughout the day. It's been amazing to see how, even though this is a composition that teams haven't played in, it's been more than a year now, I think, since GOATS was no more. But we were so lucky to see all of this great GOATS gameplay, a great blast from the past here at this Throwback tournament.
Right. Well, for more breakdown and analysis, we actually will be throwing it over to our analysts in the studio, Alwes and Baroy. Take it away, guys.
Welcome. We are in the Toronto headquarters here in Toronto. That's where we are, in Canada.
And I'm not Baroy, and I'm with Baroy.
Everyone wants to be Baroy, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's very true. What an exciting game, Baroy. I actually enjoyed it very much. I want to start this analysis segment by giving a big shout out to all Roki's team, because all of them actually played in Seoul time, and it's actually 7 a.m. They played through the night. They started at 11 p.m. They started right now, right before 7 a.m. So it's pretty rough.
It's pretty rough, yes. But we have a couple of things to talk about, because obviously we have GOATS. Yep. It's the most exciting thing. Yeah, it's the most exciting meta in Overwatch, right? No, it is the most exciting meta in Overwatch. So there's like one clip, the first clip I wanted to look at is about how ults were used, which was actually really interesting because, you know, in GOATS, it's just such an ult fest. You can see it here, like, it's basically just pressing Q. Everyone is just pressing Q all the time, this is GOATS. And it doesn't even necessarily matter how many people you hit with your ult. Like that Zarya graph got like a lot of people at the start, but then Space just got a huge bomb. So welcome to GOATS.
Yeah, ult economy is so important. The way you use your resources definitely make or break the team fight, and I love how you have to use everything to go through every single choke, and if you want to reach the point. We saw Ilios already. It was a really rough fight between the two teams. I think it started with a pretty dominant Kariv team's win when they were like 100% zero.
Yes.
Roki came back, obviously, and it was really tense, and it went back and forth throughout the whole map.
There's one thing on Ilios where it was on well, and there's one fight where Roki basically lost because of ult economy, which I also wanted to look at, because I think it was like 20 to 99%, and this is a fight. So you can see Roki's team is getting like a lot of ultimates, and they will use them all here, but they don't accomplish anything. And after this, they're just out of juice basically, and completely lose the map.
Yeah, that's so bad too when you're like in such a dire situation in GOATS versus GOATS. But overall, I think both teams played it pretty well, and I love the amount of environmental kills that we saw throughout this whole Ilios maps. It was actually really fun. I think Roki played it pretty well as well.
Yes, this one is just huge for me, because like right after this fight, Roki's team has no ultimates, and this is where they lose. It's just about, as you said, it's just about ult economy. So like if you don't know how to use your ult economy, just I don't know. Well, the thing is, this tournament is sponsored by TD, So maybe just ask your TD financial advisor, and they know stuff about economy.
Yeah, they can help you manage your resources the right way. So that's definitely the place you want to go and the people you want to talk to if you want to be good at goats.
Yes, definitely. I talked to my TD financial advisor this morning. He told me a lot about how GOATS works, and he told me that if you want to play GOATS very, very professionally, then you have to kite back a lot, and it's not about like going in hard and going in hard back, but it's also just about kiting. And there's this one clip of Karif. Basically, you can see where he's tryharding because it looks like he's scrimming for this tournament so much. Because here we saw him on Dorado chase into the enemy team, and then they just set up on top of Dorado, which means Roki's team has to push them out there from the top, and Karif has all the time in the world to just kite back onto the payload.
Yeah, Team Karif's positioning has been impressive. Like every time they know exactly where to position.
It's not impressive, it's try hard.
They tried hard for real. Like it was what Karif like said at the very beginning of this, right? He saw Logix's roster. He was like, okay, I'm going to try hard as well, and I'm going to win this tournament. And so far, he's true to his words. I mean, they are tryharding every fight, and it's so hard to win a fight against this team. They will make you lose so much time and so much resources if you want to win a single fight against this team. This is why Team Karif has been so dominant so far.
It's funny because I remember Karif didn't want to try hard. He was like, whatever, it's just a tournament, I just gonna have fun. And then he saw Logix's roster and he was like, okay, might as well go hard, right?
Let's go. And he did. Like, look at the squad he put together.
Yes, if you just look at the teams he had, like, I think something we expected was Karif and Logix to do well.
Yes.
And Roki to do well.
Yeah.
But something that I didn't expect was Beast's roster.
And Nevix's roster
and
as
Nevix's
well.
roster as well. But first of all, Beast has been cruising through Group B. He's just been destroying everyone.
Yeah.
And obviously, think about Nevix's roster, as you said. it's like Nevix.
Yes.
It's a washed Overwatch League player, so Evobo, and it's 4 players from South American contenders
that are like 16 years
Yes.
old. And so
Talk
good
about
already.
making a name for yourself.
Yeah.
It's like you just come and play GOATs, and everyone wants to have you in your Overwatch League roster now.
Yeah, for every Overwatch League team, scouts watching right now, if GOATS is meta in 2022, you want these guys in your team. I'm telling you.
Definitely. Do we know, by the way, who won the Beast semifinal?
I don't think we do. I think it's still ongoing. So we're going to have the answer pretty soon. But we have the name of the first finalist already, and it's Karif.
Yes. Obviously, we will have a bronze medal match before the final. So Karif will play later on, but Roki will play against whoever loses between Team
Nevix
Zeke.
and Team Beast.
No, Team Beast and Team Zeke. Because Nevix didn't qualify, he had to win.
Oh, really? Okay.
False information. This is why French people in your organization are a problem.
They are. They always are. It's like
Yes.
consistent, but the team keep making the same mistakes, I guess.
Yes. There's one more thing I wanted to look at, which is Diva Bombs. Because something that's
It's been
really
so big this
yes,
tournament.
Diva Bombs have been insane this tournament. There's this one clip of Space having a nice Diva Bomb, and I think you can see it here. Oh, this is not the Diva Bomb clip, but this. Okay.
You mean
We
on
are
Dorado, right?
transitioning, Yes.
On Dorado,
I
it was
mean
so
on
clutch. The
Dorado.
triple
Here
kill.
we are actually. This is
Oh, it's
this is a double kill.
Okay.
And
it's
then
not the
later
one
on
I'm
he got a
thinking about.
triple kill as well.
Yeah. And that was so clutch, right? And the triple kill he got was actually at a moment where the ult economy was favoring Team Roki.
Yes.
And it was looking like they were getting an edge. And at this point, they were so close to like actually going to cap the very last point and winning the game that it was really important for Team Karif not to let them advance further or even win the fight, because they would have been able to take the positions, and then it would have been so hard to go and defeat them. And Space, at this point, he got this triple kill that was so clutch for his team, and I think that's actually the tipping point where it was almost impossible for Team Roki to come back in time and to build another ult economy.
Yes, Diva Bombs in general have been just huge this tournament. We talked about Nevix a bit
Yeah.
earlier. Nevix had this like one clutch Diva Bomb on Junkertown, where they were like 2v6 and then he just Diva Bombs and they win the fight and they can actually cap. It's been huge throughout the tournament.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of them that were really clutch,
hope for
like
more clutch
5
ones.
kills. I think we saw really good Diva bombs from Tech 36 as well from Zig's team. That's been like really clutch, like 5 kills, 4 kills.
There you go.
I've been missing that as well. Like
Yeah,
that's
everyone-
something we saw a lot actually this season.
Yes. Everyone has been missing goats, Atlas. I think.
No, not everyone. Though.
I think everyone has been missing goats.
I don't think so.
We
Some
can-
some people.
We can be serious here. Like, no one wants to watch normal Overwatch. We all want to watch goats. Like, this tournament is obviously a huge success because of goats.
Yeah, maybe you should
Doesn't
run
matter
a
who plays in it. it's just
parallel
because of
league,
goats.
which is only goats.
I
With
think
players that are not playing.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay, I think we should look into that.
Yes. By the way, before we go into a break or something, just a shout out to all the people who are working here. No one can see this, but like off camera, there's like in the headquarters right here, there's like a dozen people working around this, and obviously there's casters at home and more people working from home, which is pretty exciting. Just for this one GOATS tournament, and obviously also a huge shout out to the person who thought about all this, me.
Baroy, the man of the hour. Yeah, definitely I second that, Baroy. Everyone here has been doing an amazing job to make sure we can provide you guys with such an exciting GOATS tournament. So thank you to everyone, to all the players actually that bought into this and went hard and actually tried hard. There were scrims involved, guys. It's not like they just hopped into the tournament to see how it went. Like they screamed together to make sure they're on top of their game.
We were like, yeah, you can just have fun, and then there were people screaming, and Numlock was like, I wanted fun. But I wanted fun.
Yeah, Team Numlocked was insane. I'm missing them already.
Alan is MVP.
Yeah, Alan was the MVP.
Yes. But yeah, I think we'll head to a short break, and then we'll see who comes out on top between Beast and Zeke, and we go into the third place match right after.
Yep. See you later.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Toronto Defiant Throwback Tournament presented by TD. I'm Lemmy Kiwi. I'm back. I'm back with B2B. Don't tell LaFawn, but you're my favorite. And I think we're going to be having a great match coming up.
I'm like DMing LaFawn like right now.
He's literally watching right now.
Like he probably is, but I still have to DM him, suck it, all that good stuff. But all jokes aside, that's right. We're going over to our bronze match here. Only the top 3 do get the payout here in this tournament, so that is what these teams are going to be playing for.
$900 for third place. So this money is on the line, and who we have coming up is Team Roki versus Team Zik. So let's give you guys a refresher on those rosters, starting with Team Roki. This was a roster that you and I thought was going to be looking super stacked, consisting all of OWL players.
Yeah, honestly, some really good OWL players at that. You have the likes of Hanbin, Glister, Elris, Rhea, Gate. Like, you see these names and you think, wow, we even memed about it at the beginning of the day saying, wow, Roki is really sweating out this tournament here. But it looks like he didn't sweat hard enough, as this is going to be the bronze match game since they lost in the semis here. Still, they played really well so far today, and I'm sure they're going to put up a good match against Team Zik, which of course is going to transfer us right over to looking at this roster. Definitely a solid roster as well, going the all-French route like we talked about. Definitely got some really good players on this squad here. FD God, Rollstar, worth highlighting. Suna as well, been in contender since a decently young age too, also a pretty solid player, actually a really good player. And we've seen Askov today playing really well despite being not an experienced main tank, and we've been talking about tank diff all day, so you got to give him props for that.
Yeah, he was known as a main support really for his Lucio player, and if you think about it, in some universe, Reinhardt is a Lucio with a big hammer and
just
a lot more
big
muscle,
Lucio,
so the movement maybe translates close enough, and Askov has been holding his own, and I'm sure when the guy plays ranked, he probably pops off on other roles too. But we'll be jumping into our first map. It's still first to 2, $900 on the line. And what better map to start than snowy Nepal?
And yeah, this is great. This is actually the first time I believe we've covered Nepal here on the main broadcast. So it's nice that we're pretty much seeing every map played for most of the types except for hybrid. Of course, it's Kings Row through and through. But here we go. We're on Nepal Village. We got mirrored compositions here. So it's going to be about this neutral fight in the high ground that we're seeing both teams approach.
See Fire Strikes has changed. It's important for those divas to try and matrix that to limit the ult charge, but you can't limit this. I mean, both Reinhardt's swinging at each other. Got to be careful of those Discord orbs. This will just amplify the damage going into you. You don't want to get bursted down, misjudge that, but Tech 36 loses the mech, and well, Askov doesn't care. He was like W-keying into Team Roki, thought he could get the trade. Both mechs out of question. Gator has the Discord orb on him, so he has to be careful. Rhea back in the mech, and so is Tech 36. His Team Roki were able to pressure back. They lost their main tank in the process, but all that matters is that they got the fight win. That means they'll get the cap first.
It ends up being a good fight for them. Even though they lost Gator, they were able to take Tech out, who dived just a little too deep into the backline early on into that fight. And it being that easy to dispatch them at this point, you see Team Roki has the point. They've got a lot of ults, and they're starting with the grab.
Grav was used. Team Ziggo don't use any of their support ultimates. They thought they could live through it, or maybe they wanted the guaranteed fight win after. Rhea even leaves them a very nice surprise, little present behind before they leave the fight. It's the second fight for them. Team Zig got a lot coming in the next one.
The thing is, too, Roki did this so efficiently, they're going to be able to reply with the resources they have, and Glister, who just used the Graviton Surge, being so high energy, is about 60% towards another one. So Roki, even though they won that fight and used ultimates where teams that didn't, they're still ults to spare.
Rallies and oh, you see the stun going to Team Roki. This just enabled the shatter of Askov that floors the rest of Team Roki as they drop towards the point. They want to conserve it maybe one last time, just dying on the objective will extend that lead a couple percent, and they'll leave it off at 54.
Still not a bad start, plenty to work with as well. And in that fight, Team Roki only ended up really using the rally, so there's still potential for them to recontest here quite simply, but they need to be able to get the initiative here. You can see Roki has, once again, the Graviton Surge on Glister.
Because of the high ground approach from Team Zig, they fell into the supports, but Gator just baited them into a shatter.
No.
Still wasn't able to get a single pick from that, and now the support ultimates come out from Team Zig in response to the Glister grab. But Team Roki just, after these fights keep getting reset, they don't have the energy, the DPS to pump back against Team Zig.
And even though Zig end up layering their support ultimates, they do come out on top. However, they're still going to be able to, rather, try to fight for the point here as they're about to match Team Roki in percentage. So it's going to be Askov trying to make another big play on that shatter, and hopefully Tech can combo it up for a little alley-oop with the Diva Bomb.
Ooh, 68 HP in a dream. Rhea now has the self-destruct opponents, goes for that. He does, I think, use it on the high ground, and Team Zig getting pressured, cornered into the doorway. It's the Brig and the Reinhardt on top, and that's not a sandwich that Askov wanted to be part of, as Gator, Shatter, mostly blocked by the Zarya bubble there of Suna as Team Zig look to go towards the point. They have the grab in hand from Suna. Team Roki using a lot of cooldowns, using their rally to get their resources topped up, but Team Zig still in control of the objective, 80+% at this point. If Team Zig do lose the fight, they'll have time to get back as Team Roki have quite a gap in the score to close.
And this is a really good stall here from the likes of FD God and Tech 36, because now you can see the point. The capture percentage is at 93%, and that means Team Zig literally only have to win one fight to get the round here on Village. Team Roki, though, a decent hill to climb at 65% and counting. They have some ults to work with here. Glister starts with the grab.
The grab from Team Roki claims one, yet the shatter from Gator right on top. And Zig tried to use the Transcendence, but not enough healing. Bursting down. Elra's Transcendence just really to post up on the opponent. He can and also it does help with ult tracking to just mirror what your opposition does, and you're able to know because based on what your ult charge is.
Yeah, fair enough. Some very high-level gameplay coming out here from Elris. And now, last fight territory, both sides here. As we only have one ult apiece so far, although Askov has Shatter any second now. Wow, the pin.
Gator, the confidence on this man. The shield is breaking for Askoff. He's got the Discord Orb on him. He does charge out of danger. 99 to 93. Askoff tried to catch some people off guard with the Shatter, but it was bubbled away. The self-destruct from Rhea claims the space. Team Roki looking to hold it. Team Zik have nothing left in the bank, and what a close round one of our third place match.
And that last fight was the decider there. Askoff, unfortunately, trying to see if Gator would push him, charges himself to the other side of the map, ends up not actually participating in that final fight, having a Shatter that ended up hitting nothing. And that one misplay ended up having all of Team Roki fall, all of Team Zik fall apart here. So now as we go over to Nepal Sanctum, well, things are basically starting from scratch again, but there's a lot more threat of environmental kill here. And all day long, we've seen Roki specifically getting quite a lot of those.
Absolutely. A map like Sanctum coming up, though, this is when those Lucios are going to shine even more. We've seen last time we casted this, I mean, there's a lot of environmental kills, especially being enabled by those Lucios. So as a Reinhardt, you have to keep an eye on that. As a team, you got to communicate that, but there is a Pillars push from Team Roki, already claiming that space. Team Zik backed away, but still just gathering energy until the push is ready. Exchanging those Discord Orbs, you want to try and aim for the Reinhardt, or maybe someone out of position. At this point, Team Roki don't have a lot of space to go. High energy, they're going to start to push into Team Zik. They get the kill onto Zik himself, and Askoff could not protect anyone else. Team Zik just fall one by one after the shield is dropped, and Team Roki will be rotating to the objective for the capture.
And already it's ticking up for Team Roki, who's been doing such a good job so far. They might actually try to punish Suna here. They're not interested in overstepping too much. They're going to just back right out and try to see if they can zone Team Zik and force them to go into a different direction here, but that's less than ideal. We're going to see the grab come out.
That was a less than ideal grab. They were waiting for Team Zik to come out of the doorway, and he missed the angle, was maybe trying to hit the edge of the door, and this graviton from Suna does hit the front line, and the Shadow's gonna get these bodies on the floor. As Transcendence, he saw a sound barrier. Both teams healed up, but it is 5 versus 5. Team Roki have to hold on to the space. Looks like they're not sure if they can, so they're thinking about maybe going back towards Pillars, back towards the point if they have to. Team Zik getting the mech back from Tech 36. They're back at full force. There's a boop that sends Glister off the map. The biggest source of damage from the Ghost composition does come from Zarya. Team Zik have the advantage they can work off of. Gator is on the edge. He can get booped off, but he doesn't have the health to survive anyway. As a sound barrier from Roki was maybe not the play. You were down 2 or 3 at this point, and it's going to be a waste.
However, they are going to use it to stall out even more. It actually buys time for Rhea to come back to the point. I dare say Team Roki might still be into this one here, but actually I take it back. Roki ends up falling, but still questionable sound barrier, but it does buy the time so that they can actually stall up to 68%. However, Team Zik have a lot of ults that they can cycle throughout the rest of the round here. So if they are aggressive and they zone Team Roki, kind of like they are doing now, this should be good.
Oh my goodness, the 3-man Shatter and the 6-man Shatter. Team Zik on the floor, and look, these ultimates come out. The rally, the transcendence, the self-destruct. Team Zik do survive from getting absolutely slammed as Askoff ran over by Team Roki, speeding now towards the point. There is some boops. FD God sends Elris to the bottom of the pit. Now the battle will be taking place directly on the point. Team Zik not pushing too far. Team Roki neither, just focusing on getting the flip. Team Roki will be successful. The sound barrier re-engage starts. FD God makes the call. Team Zik chasing people in closet, trying to get more boops. Glister is 24 HP, getting a little bit healed from the Inspire of Hanbin, but they are way too low. Rhea's self-destruct might be placed around the point. It's over on Pillar's side. It's not enough to puncture through Team Zik. Team Zik looking to clean up this fight with a Graviton, I think, on the one member. They secure that kill. Team Roki just stalling it to 91%, and Team Zik are back in the game.
And that's what they did last time. They stalled it out and flipped it early, which was so crucial here. And now, as a result, Team Roki are in that last fight territory range. Glister staying alive is also another point worth mentioning. He retains the charge, and he is charging up that grab. That could have been a big boot, but it was on a Diva. Either way, Team Roki have made their way on the point.
Team Roki playing point, looking for the flip. Now the pressure, the weight is on the shoulders of Team Zik, using Rally and Transcendence to engage. If Glister gets grab up, they won't have a response. You got the Shatters also coming online. Askov gonna go for one. Does floor Hanbin and Rhea, they are still living. Elra's forced to use Transcendence. Graviton from Tuna is thrown. Catches the tanks. They are still alive, but behind them is Tech 36 farming up another self-destruct, but it's Rhea that is demeched. Team Zik need to get on this point because it is overtime. They are getting the kills. They can pull through. They're hiding in closet, and Team Roki don't have enough steam to keep this going.
And that was a really tight fight there in the end. Glister got the grab but died in the process, meaning he couldn't do the damage and really follow up. And in that scenario, Team Roki do get it to 99%, but Team Zik are pretty close to last fight territory themselves. We're pretty even in terms of Graviton Surge ult charge here, but if we look at support ults, Team Roki are slightly ahead. Elris about to get that trance online. This could be the play.
FD God went for a sound barrier, at least allows Tech 36 to get him back into mech. Team Roki saw the window of opportunity when they were up a tank, and they've lost two just on their way towards Team Zik. It's a bonanza of ultimate self-destruct from Tech 36 just to defend them during the grab from Glister. As Team Zik on the point, had the ultimates at the right time. Overtime goes away in round two. We're going to a third one. Team Zik will tie it up.
And the thing is, they played this so well because they also, of course, they got some really great picks, but they always got them on the right people. They ended up in a couple of situations. They take out Roki just before he has his sound barrier. They take out Glister after he uses the Graviton Surge, and they're basically preventing follow-up to any of the engages that Team Roki are basically starting in. And as a result, Team Zik win some very close fights, and it's what gave them the edge over in the end here. Now as we go to the last part of the map here, it's going to be tough. Both teams want to get that first map win on the board, try to get themselves towards third place here. We're going to see if Team Roki can bring it back with that aggressive level of play, especially now there are not as many environmental kills available, or the Team Zik will pull it out in the end.
Look how aggressive Askov is playing. He's got the Discord Economy, dropped to half HP, starts to back away. He's just holding the front entry, and Team Roki are gonna have a hard time breaking in. They have to heal up Rhea. They might be taking a right side approach to take multiple angles around Team Zik. Tech 36 is demech. Team Zik will have less damage mitigation without that Matrix for the moment, and they might be starting to give up space. The point has still not been captured yet, as a Graviton soon coming online for Glister. That you can just see in his ult charge how much value he's had so far, and the Graviton is the nail in the coffin for this fight, and Team Roki will take it first.
Not only that, Team Roki commit the rally as well, and Team Zik, though, didn't they actually did expend a rally of their own, but they still hold on to their Transcendence, and Suna is really close to a grab. There's the potential for a retake here, especially with Tech 36 getting back in his mech. But they need to avoid Gator's Shatter. That's the big thing here, and that's what can change this fight and keep Team Roki on top here.
There's lots of pillars to hide behind. As Gator thought he was being snuck up on. Went for a shatter, easily blocked from Askov. Tech 36 loses the mech again. He's been often very focused from Team Roki. Rhea has the self-destruct. If the shield drops, he'll have something to buy them some time. A charge, claims Kaiser. You have the Graviton from Suna. It traps most of Team Roki, but they have the support ultimates to live. Team Zik, though, do not have any ultimates to use to take back this fight, and Team Roki will be taking the second fight.
And you can see how clean the comms are from Team Roki. Gator extremely low HP. As soon as that sound barrier comes before, maybe even half a second sooner, he's already hit that shift key and is on the charge, taking out Kaiser to bring on Team Zik. And it's this kind of team play that's getting them through these team fights so far. Gator, who's already built up another Earth Shatter, is looking to land it this time around, and Glister's at 60%, meaning he's basically seconds away from a fully charged grab.
Yeah, at this point, if Team Roki win the next fight, they could take the map, and Team Zik are taking a long time. Tech 36 has had a hard time holding on to the mech. Like I said, taking a lot of the damage from Team Roki. Gator with the charge from downtown takes Zik out of the game. But Team Zik could reset here. They could have one last chance to contest with all six, but Gator wants to go for more staggers. Tried to shatter the Zarya, but ends up lifting. And I think it was even a counter grab at that point. Either way, Team Roki now have to fall back towards the point. They are missing 2. 6 versus 4 for Team Zik. 99% in overtime. Team Zik still in a good position. They've zoned Roki away, and it's an easy flip for Team Zik.
Yeah, the problem is Team Roki get a little too big for their britches. They're pushing further than they need to, and not realizing Askov is charging back into the fight with the Earth Shatter. What's worse off, they have all their tank ultimates they have 2 of their tank ultimates available. The grab bump combo is up for them, and they could very easily use it to win this fight.
Okay, the self-destruct was sent into the building. Team Roki, well, they clear out of it. They have the shield up. Forcing to try. Rhea eats the grab from Showdown. That was a huge winning condition for Team Zik. As now Transcendence and Sound Barrier laid on top. Team Zik have the resources. They need to get the kills quick. But Suda's caught off guard from the self-destruct of Rhea, but he is booped off the map, so it is equalized. In the meantime, Team Zik holding on to the space on the point. Glister is high energy. It's not going to really be contested. The grab and the shatter will be cleaning up the rest of Team Zik as they fall 1 by 1 at 99%. You got to hope someone is there to touch. It might be Tsuna, but it also might be the end of map 1. It will be Team Roki taking the first one.
And Team Roki played it out so well, especially in that last team fight. Props to Rhea eating that Graviton Surge. We haven't seen a whole lot of Grav eats on the day, but it is definitely a fight-changing interaction where your diva can really save the day here. Team Zik, in all respects, probably could have won that fight with it, but denying it was so huge for Team Roki, and it allowed them to just finish off strong.
And we've seen a few of the supports also layering Transcendence and Sound Barrier on top, and usually you want to try and
don't like that.
Use one or the other. And this is how important it is to have the communication in GOATS. It sounds like it's a very easy and forgivable composition to play compared to, other compositions, easy-ish in brackets. But you need to communicate what is plan A for the support ultimate. Is it the Sound Barrier or is it the Transcendence? And someone has to go first.
Yeah, that's right. And it's honestly one of the big no-nos in the Ghost composition. A lot of things that, casters, fans, a lot of people would harp on where it's like, oh, there they go, because teams would do it over and over again. And that's why we talk about how much some of us enjoy the minutia of the composition. Because at the end of the day, mistiming support ultimates like that are detrimental to your team fighting potential. Because again, you can't extend... Because the ults essentially do the same thing. They help you sustain, they keep you alive from longer. If you separate them, use them one after the other instead of layering them, you drastically increase the sustain your team has. And not doing so is, quite frankly, a waste.
And with that win from Team Roki, you'll have Team Zik having the choice of map coming up. So it will be Junkertown for this one.
All right, so that is going to be interesting. Again, one of those maps where you more or less start off holding in the spawn doors. We've seen Team Roki particularly do very well in those scenarios, as a lot of the teams we've seen them play on the day on broadcast end up being spawn capped one way or another. I believe the joke we keep making is house arrest. So I think this bodes well for them. But we're going to see if Team Zik can also get it together and actually find their way out and get some serious distance.
And yeah, just pulling up the group stage of how these teams did. I think Team Zik was second from Group A, and Team Roki was also second in Group B. So they didn't get to face each other in the round robin. They lost their semi-final match to their opponents, and hence why they're here in the bronze medal match, but still just as important, $900 on the line, and that's some pretty good change, at least for us common folk not having an Overwatch League salary.
Yeah, that's right, and it's worth noting too, it's USD, so for us Canadians, that's quite a nice little bit of extra money there, but either way, I think everyone could always be happy with winning a little bit more, even if you are on Owl salary. So both of these teams going to try to play for that third place. Team Roki one map away from doing it here. And as they're on the offense, they're going to try to set the tone with Hanbin on... Nope, I think it was just for an early nade. Hanbin is on Brig.
Yeah, we've seen some role swaps, but for both these teams, really solidified on what they're most comfortable with. Discord onto Gator, but Elris couldn't get behind the shield or even behind the spawn room doors in time. That's just how quick the Ghost composition is. It punishes all your mistakes, but really mainly your mistakes in positioning and then your mistakes in cooldowns if you have those.
That's right, and Team Roki so far, although it is a little scrappy, are going to find their way out of the spawn doors, make it out of their house, ankle trackers off. As the card is going to start moving across the way here, Gator already has the Shadow to play with. It's fast enough that Tzek might not be expecting it here, so I imagine he's going to be looking to utilize that very soon.
The Team Roki on the high ground, knowing where Team Zig are coming from. This is where the shatters can be big. Gator's going to be playing that mental game. And you can see that Hub is on an off angle. He could be sneaking up to maybe get a stun, but the two-man shatter, Team Roki will take this. They throw the grab just right on top to make sure they can't move once they have gotten up. And Team Roki, complete team wipe, not losing a single teammate throughout that, will be able to advance to point A.
And it's just been such an easy map for Team Roki so far. They're always finding the early picks onto Team Zik. And now, as we see Rhea take a seat up top, it seems like they are just quite content with trying to push their advantage here on the streets phase as well. You can already see Rhea and Roki trying to fight the other diva on the high ground.
Yeah, I think Rhea was maybe trying to scout using the third person. Team Zik will drop down. Askov with the shatter. Self-destruct to kind of make some space for the attack. Managed to catch maybe FD guard who was riding off the wall, but Team Roki, once they found that first pick, that window of opportunity, they've trapped Team Zik in such a tiny room, and will be able to advance halfway to point B.
And they just make it look so easy here. You see that the best thing too about fighting for the high ground with the divas, when your Lucio helps you, it becomes much easier. Something the likes of Roki and Rhea have been taking a lot of advantage of, and taking the diva mech out early makes it so much easier for you to win out that fight, to pressure the enemy back, and as a result, they're seconds away from the checkpoint here.
Team Zik dropping down. Suna does get stunned. He has the peel from his team. He's back at full health as now he throws the Graviton, but both Gravitons have been countered by those support ultimates, mainly the sound barrier from FD God, the Transcendence from Elris, maybe even Roki used his as well. And that extra amount of health later on in the fight has helped Team Roki claim all the kills first. And now they just have to clean up the Ryan and the Lucio of the defense, and they'll advance to point B. And damn, BDB, look at the time for point C.
450 is very unusual in this meta, or any meta where there's a lot of sustain. Usually you're grinding away at the defense, trying to just slog your way over to the third point. But to be fair, this is also a point where teams lose a lot of time here.
Ooh, just giving all his armor packs, all his sweet lovin'. Hanbin does manage to keep him up, but they don't got a lot of space. They're a little bit tucked into the right side. CFD God is wall riding a lot to maybe try and get into positions where he could boop that Rhine 4, and Team Roki says, screw it, we'll just go to the high ground with you. They jump over, Tech 36 maybe gets a crucial boop, get some people down on the cart. Team Roki not getting the engagement they would have hoped. They do drop as a team to join the rest. Meanwhile, Elris is getting dove by Tech 36, who does secure that assassination. The Graviton thrown from Glister traps most of Team Zik that lived through because of the Transcendence, but the shadow from Gator is definitely gonna hurt. He managed to secure the kill in the Kaiser, but Team Zik did a good job of countering right back with their own support ultimates to make sure the rest did not fall. Team Roki still have a sound barrier into effect, but with Glister missing, you're just missing out on all that DPS that could be winning the fight. So Team Zik losing a bunch of their own members, maybe gonna leave us. Tech 36 doesn't use the self-destruct, so Team Roki are back on the card.
Yeah, I like that discipline. It's gonna have more value in the upcoming fight here, because Team Roki were guaranteed to move the cart regardless. So now Suna has the grab. Tech 36 with the bomb could go for a combination here, but this is gonna be the last opportunity to do so. Team Roki are reaching for the end.
Ooh, self-destruct from Tech 36 forces Team Roki to hide towards the right. Somehow Gator, once he went and hid from the self-destruct, I guess Askov must have got a pin or put enough damage into him. Didn't see how that went down. But Team Roki without a shield, this is just not a fight they can really confidently go for. They did maybe bait Askov into getting discorded, but he did put his shield back up. Team Roki hit with the grab. They try to counter grab as the shadow landed, the support's down, but Elris's Transcendence keeps Team Roki still in a healthy position. Rhea, self-destruct available, puts it on top of the shatter, but Team Zik got up in time to block it. The sound barrier from FD God also did a lot of favors. Team Zik 6 versus 4. Loser Reinhardt. Ashkov got too aggressive. Team Roki still respecting the space. Will be backing away. Glister doesn't have the healing to play that far forward. And Team Roki reset.
And that's a good hold from Team Zik. It was expensive, but worth it, as now finally they're starting to run the clock down just a little bit here. Team Roki, on the other hand, they have Transcendence. They're about to come up to both of their support ultimates very soon. And Glister, he's been charging these ultimates like nobody's business. So you got to imagine he's going to have that up any second now. And this is a potential recipe for Team Roki finishing the map here. So it's going to be all eyes on Tech 36. Can he actually eat the Graviton Surge is the question, because that's a big ult he needs to deny.
He has to get back in the mech, which he does. Zik got a little bit low too. Tsuno has the grab. Transcendence from Elris available to counter that, as really it could be up to just first picks from random fire strikes, random Zen right clicks, but so far no big mistake has been made. But Team Roki will travel towards that high ground where maybe Tech 36 tried to boot them off, as Zik is forced to use Transcendence, and this is not going to save his team during their Glister grab, but they are caught both on top and below the fidget spinner, and Tech 36 will have a second chance at life with the self-destruct. He will be allowed to remech. Team Roki have a Transcendence of their own, and Elris will be forced to use it now. Some on the high ground, they'll have to drop to benefit from this. This Team Zik going on forward. They have Ashkov too low, and they're not able to save him. There's no takes available for the defense, so Team Roki will be able to clean up this fight and move towards the end of C.
Yeah, Empty God is the only one left, is going to have time for a recontest. Still has the sound barrier to grab bomb combo available from Team Roki. They're going to have to make this one count, as there's a lot of sustain still available on the side of Team Zik. And with only 30 seconds left, Tech 36 eats the grab.
They tried to grab him and spawn, delay the self-destruct there. Team Zik are separated for the moment. FD got to use the sound barrier, just allow them to leave spawn. At least someone was there to touch. There was a cute little shatter there, but it's not the earth-shattering play we were hoping for. Team Roki still rolling this one through, but they had several minutes to get point C done, and they're brought down to only 13 seconds left.
And like I said, that is what tends to happen on the third points of most, or I dare say even all escort maps and hybrid maps. So it just tends to be really tough with the defender's spawn advantage to very cleanly in a meta like this just win it out with the large time bank. But because of that, I already said with LaFawn earlier, if you can finish the map, we take those. You finished? Good job. Time, no one cares about the time bank. You got through it on goats. Good job.
Yeah, Tech 36, the value he brings just without even using ultimates is so noticeable. Whether it's his crucial boops of taking people from Team Roki off the high ground, his self-destruct sometimes in the backline or in defense of a Graviton throne, he's been doing a lot.
I agree completely. And so far, since Team Zik did end up allowing Team Roki to finish here, now it's going to be tough for them on this offense, because again, even though it's been done, finishing on these maps is pretty hard. So they have their work cut out for them. They have to be really careful with their ultimate usage in these team fights. And again, it's about controlling these high ground positions and trying to force the likes of Rhea off of them.
Another close spawn hold. Gator could be looking for a charge. They have Rhea at an off angle. Team Zik will be coming in from the high ground, so they have to be careful. They do spot it. Gator gets a good 20% charge just from the fire strike. Ashkov goes for the immediate pin. It is bubbled there from Glister, so he probably got a good energy boost from that, but Elris down means the defense will be suffering in damage and maybe a little bit of heals for the moment. Team Zik still continuing this train and also having closer respawns. Even if they lose a member, it's gonna matter more what kills they get, as Team Roki spawns are way further away.
Yes, that's right, and this is a really good start for Team Zik, who managed to get out of their spawn doors no problem here. And with Roki dying just a little bit sooner, he's going to delay the recontest here from Team Roki, who are just now going to start making their way over to the cart. As you see, Team Zik are taking the high ground positions to try and apply pressure. But speaking of pressure,
just going right after Zig. Those Zenyatas are just so often dove by divas. They're just the most vulnerable characters in the game. They don't really have a mobility kit to get away from stuff like that. And you see, while he's missing, Team Roki tried to make up for it. They threw the grab, they threw the shatter. They need some heals. Team Zig countered it really well. It's the sound barrier first, holding on to the Transcendence. Suna's grab did enough damage itself that Team Roki fell just from that, and they were able to conserve the Transcendence.
And I like the Roki held on to the sound barrier. They're going to get another opportunity to recontest here, and it's going to be more useful then, especially to match the Transcendence that we're going to see from Zik coming into this next fight. Team Roki are cutting it a little close. They are going to have to jump down very, very soon if they want this contest.
Jumping down is Gator, swinging away, does already zone some people away. The Shatter maybe gets a few down, but the sound barrier was used earlier, so it's gonna be tough to get through all of that health, all of those shields. Team Roki still lose too. Not a lot of healing, not a lot of bodies left at all. Team Zik be advancing to point B at pretty a similar pace than Team Roki.
Again, this is good for them. Even though Team Roki are taking every fight they possibly can, Team Zik aren't taking too long dispatching them. And the best part is they actually managed to hold on to that Transcendence from Zik. It's still going to be available. And on the opposite end, Team Roki committing that sound barrier is going to make this next fight a little bit harder.
Good little boot from FD God just to separate the structure. They send in the self-destruct, and Team Roki just push them right back as Team Zig emerged. So Team Zig just waited and dodged the ultimates, got back on the cart. So things are good.
And that is peak efficiency coming out from Team Roki here. Being able to win that fight, only committing the one ultimate. And now they have a pretty decent opportunity to get a hold here, especially if Elris is gonna find random picks like that.
Yeah, that must have been a charged up right click just right through the door that they were coming out of. And you would hope that one of those tanks is going to be coming out, either a Matrix from the Diva, a Bubble from the Zarya, a Shield from the Ryan. Those kind of things shouldn't be happening. But Team Zik taking the low ground approach. You see Team Roki maybe still waiting on the high ground because they can just jump on the other side and go for a humongous shatter as Gator uses, or no, doesn't use his yet. He thought about it. It was actually Ascom Shatter that I heard, and now Shatter goes through, but only caught FD God. It was a great block from Ascom. The grab from Suna traps Team Roki exactly where they are. Glister does the same thing. It's 12 people in a very tiny hallway, and it's getting sweaty. Team Roki starting to back away. Team Zik are surrounded as Tech 36 doesn't have a mech. Suna can't output any DPS anymore, and Ascom can't save the fight. So Team Roki draining this clock and sending the attack away again.
And they might be able to get some picks off as well, which would be super big. Rhea just waves hello so very quickly, as now Team Roki managed to win. They expended a decent amount of ultimates, but the fight goes on long enough that they actually get a number of them back. They are about to come up with the 6-pack, and if you're looking at Team Zik, you're not feeling too good about your ult economy. You really only have the rally to contend with.
Well, you see Rhea tried to go for some boost, maybe knock some people off this high ground. Transcendence being used. Glister waits for that to be done before throwing the grab, and Team Roki completely surrounded. They have the self-destruct right on top. The Ryan tried to bait the shield away. Still, that self-destruct could have been bigger, but it's the team wipe anyway. It's the team wipe that Roki wanted all along.
And this is good from Team Zik. They commit the rally in hopes that Team Roki commit just a bit more, and that is going to be the case. 4 ults come out. Glister is going to build up that grab very soon, so that's not as big of a deal. But if you look across the board, Team Zik managed to get themselves quite a number of ultimates coming into this next fight here.
Grab thrown, I think, from Suna in... This was a really messy fight. I don't even think Team Roki knew what to do there. Easily lasered down. Team Zik back on the card. It was several fights that took them to restabilize back on the objective. They still have to win one more fight before the end of B.
That they do, but Team Zik are still looking good ult economy wise. This next fight is definitely winnable on their end, but it's all going to be about how they place the ultimate. Specifically, Tech 36 has to go big on this Diva Bomb, and the rest of Team Zik need to set him up for success here, and here it comes.
Self-destruct at an off angle, but Team Roki were already forced back. There was a shatter from Gator, might have gotten one down. Team Zik Running out of ultimates, like you said, and FD got really thought about the sound barrier, but were rather conservative for maybe an upcoming Graviton from Glister. And speaking of which, with all that energy, it's really Glister leading the way with a Gator who can just swing. Team Roki with a defensive fight win, bring us to the last fight territory for Team Zik.
That's right, and Team Roki are just seconds away from securing third place here at the GOATS Throwback Tournament and securing themselves a piece of the $5,000 pie. They just need one more fight to get through with, and they have the tools to make it happen here. Grav Bomb available, Shatter available. So much going for Team Roki.
Ask up one for Shatter, got a few down, but the Gator counter Shatter transcended self-destruct. It was the Glister grab that lined things up for Team Roki, and nobody got on the cart! It's a C9 from Team Zik, and Team Roki will be finishing in third place and $900 richer.
And that is gotta be one of the biggest feel bad moments. It started to seem like that fight was gonna go the way of Team Zik, but at the end of the day, objective control in Overwatch is everything. And if you're not on the cart when time runs out, well, that's it. Hot take, I know.
True. Get on the cart is some advice we would all give to our ranked teammates. Not something you would always expect from OWL players, but hey, it do be like that. It really do. It really do. But hey, we also have a grand final coming up soon. I hope you guys not bored yet. We got Team Beast versus Team Karif coming up.
Yeah, that's right, and that is going to be such a hype series here to close it off for the day. Again, we've seen some really great GOATs play, and it's been such a fun time just throwing back to an old meta that, again, polarizing, but I'd like to say a handful of people still enjoyed it, and I definitely know I did.
And we have another analyst segment brought to you by the Toronto Defiant Analyst Desk, so we're going to be throwing it over there, and we'll see you guys for the grand final.
Yes, welcome back. We're here in Toronto. I had to replace Albus.
How dare you replace me with a panda? I'm still not Baroyan. I'm still with Baroy on the analyst couch.
I would like to get back my actual analyst.
No, it's mine now.
I think the other one had like a lot more to say than you.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so what do you say about Roki winning then?
Well, first of all, I have to pay a tribute to the French squad, so Team Zik. I have to, actually, if I want to keep a good relationship with the French Mafia, so big up to you guys. I also want to point out how good Zik's Zen was. Actually, if we had known about that, maybe our season would have looked completely different.
So we kick Karif now?
I don't know, we have to talk about it.
Yeah, I think that's an option. Just get Zik on the Zen.
Yeah, I guess so. I know Karif's Widowmaker is really good, so maybe we just put Zik on Zen and see
then
what we can do with Karif.
And then we kick Logix.
I don't know, we have a lot of options here, obviously.
What's the decision making here going on?
Yeah, we need to talk about it more. But this game was dominated by Roki's team, obviously.
Yes.
And I want to talk a little bit about Hanbin's Brigitte. I mean, what hero can't this guy play? Like, if you have any information about a hero that Hanbin is not good at, please send me this information. My DMs are open.
Hanbin is pretty good, but you know who else was really carrying on this team? It was Glister.
Tell me.
There's like one fight where you can really see how much Glister is carrying, and it's just one of the things, because in the GOATS meta it's just about your Zarya, and we can see it here. Like, this is a fight where you can see Team Zik takes all the space at the start, and they should have really won here. Like, this is a position where you win, but all of a sudden Glister is going on a flank. You can see him now. They're on the left side. You can see him on the left side, and he just D-max the Zarya, and then he gets the fastest graph in the game and just carries.
Yeah, that's actually so big. And the way he saved Roki here as well, he was so high on energy, and a flanking Zarya is not something that you want.
Yes.
Definitely. And you're right, they had the high ground, they had good positioning, but it was not enough. And definitely the team play with this Team Roki has been really good throughout the entire tournament.
You have to realize it's like 5 AM in Korea.
It's more than that, it's like 7 AM or something. God. It's crazy. They played throughout the entire night and still they are here, just like Karif actually.
Yes. Well, one reason why I thought about this idea of playing GOATS is because all the Koreans loved it. Like, after GOATS went out of meta, there were like workshops, like countless of workshops in Korea on the Korean server. Everyone would just play GOATS. It was pretty hilarious.
It's a nightmare. Can't even picture that.
Yes. there's one more fight on Nepal I want to talk about where there was a shatter happening, because in this tournament there's actually like a lot of really good Reinhardts. Like we have Beast, we have like a Gator playing in this very match, but here you can see Askoft, who you don't really think of like as this great Rhine player, and he's obviously a coach now.
Yes.
So he has a great shatter here, and he had a bunch of them throughout the match actually. Which is nice to see, you know. As a coach, you're not always washed up.
Yeah, definitely.
Unless you're Albus.
I'm not, okay? It's just, like, I think it's unfair that I didn't get any tryout for this tournament, but that's another story. But I agree, Ascot had really great shadow with his Rain, and I'm thinking about one of them in Nepal, where actually his team was in a dire situation. Most of them were lying on the floor, and he just flanked with his Reinhardt and like 5 or 6 players from Team Roki, and that was great plays from him on Reinhardt, which is definitely not his main pick or main role.
Yes. One thing I really enjoy in the Scots tournament is often you see a fight and you just ask yourself, why does nobody die?
That's good for you.
You see like this fight and there's like 12 ultimates being used, and this is one of those examples. It's just nothing is happening, but everything is happening at the same time. That's why it's so crazy.
And everyone is surviving. It's so good. It's so back and forth, and the use of the shields, the bubbles from the Zarya are actually really clutch in these games, and you see everything happening at the same time, as you said, like Diva bombs exploding, these Lucio ults that come in clutch as well to keep the aggression going, and it never ends.
Just if you watch this very fight, it's like 8 ultimates being used, and then okay, the brick finally died, so we can win our match. This is why GOATS is exciting. No one dies.
Actually, yeah, I guess.
But don't you?
It's been really exciting throughout the entire
really
series.
exciting, yeah.
But I think you enjoy GOATS more when you don't have to suffer through it every day and every hour of the day.
I'm not sure. I think you enjoy GOATS all the time.
Well, I've been actually enjoying throughout the entire tournament so far, so I gotta agree with you on this one.
There's one more super hilarious fight. There's this choke fight on Junkertown, and this is also one of those fights where nobody dies. Because here, what happened before this fight is that Team Zeke tried to go into the other choke, but they couldn't, so they had to go downstairs. And just look at how long it lasts. Like, look at this. There's like 4 ults already being used. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nothing dies. And it's beautiful.
It is. And Askoft blocking this range shatter has been so clutch here. He hasn't been able to block all of them, but this one was so very clutch. And you're right. This is, I think, this kind of scenario where GOAT really shines, where you have to go through a choke. It's so hard to walk past 3 tanks that are supported by 3 supports. The amount of survivability and of heals that are available is insane, and it's so hard to get through chokes. This is where you can really make the difference between the teams actually, and which one will get the better of the other.
Yeah, talking about that, we have like a big final coming up. We have Team Cruz versus Team Beast, the 2 teams that just destroyed everyone in their group.
Yes.
They've been cruising, and I don't know if you remember those, but we have our puppets.
That's very true. Very good props here, Baroy. Look at these guys. They have jerseys as well.
Yes.
This little guy is Kariv, obviously. Look at him go. He's ready to win. So I gotta be Team Kariv now. Look at the synergy between us. High five, buddy. Boom, let's go. That's how you do it, baby. Yeah, you can facepalm, I guess. So this final is going to be really exciting, actually, and I can't wait for it to start.
I can't wait for it either. And before we see Team Kariv and Team Beast go against each other, we are gonna throw it to the commentators now because we are ready. We are ready to go, and I think we'll have a great match coming up.
Good luck, have fun.
Puppets. Speaking, I have a new puppet with me. It's LaFon. And he's got some grand finals with me.
Yeah, you have to tell me which hand. You have to tell me which hand I'm supposed to say hello. Hello? 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 Oh, hello. Hello.
My puppet's a little busted. It's a
we're gonna have to work on the
return this
timing.
one.
Yeah, we're gonna have to work on the timing a little bit, I think.
But guys, we have the grand finals of the Toronto Defiant Throwback Tournament presented by TD. It's Team Beast versus Team Kariv, and thousands of shmoolas on the line.
And I mean, who else would it be, right? As our wonderful analyst just said, they kind of been stomping through everybody all day today. Team Cruz was on stream a lot, and they looked fantastic basically the entire time they were doing so. Team Beast, we got a chance to see them earlier, and they did a spectacular job as well. So this finals is shaping up to be a very exciting one. Lemon, I am ready.
I'm ready too. Let's take a look at those rosters one last time. Team Beast, of course, headed by the Beast Halo man himself. I guess just called Beast now. Back in the old days, he was Beast Halo. Bernard, Dante, Karkar, Blase, and Juno. If you don't know who Juno is, he's a self-proclaimed ladder rat.
I love that he's describing himself that way, right? Because it's just another like, yeah, I'm here too, and I'm fragging out. I'm doing great. I'm looking wonderful, and I'm a ladder rat. So granted, he's looked really good throughout the games so far. Wonderful, damage on the Zenyatta, good timing on the trances, and so on. But really, I think the star of this team is the coordination between Beast and Bernard as the mainline tank duo, and of course Dante on the Zarya looking spectacular. But you can't have a grand finals without an opposition, and going up against Team Beast is Team Cruz, led by the man himself, a flex support god, Kariv on Zen all day today. He's been suffering from divas just gunning for his life and held up wonderfully. Lemon, this team has been just a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, and he is a god, but he's a god. He's amongst other gods too. You have Space on the Diva, Custa, KSF, Linkser, and Dreamers. So this is just a stacked owl grand final. I mean, the only people who aren't Owl is, I guess, technically Custo, because he's moved on to bigger and better things, and Juno, who I think if he puts up an impressive performance, someone's gonna have to throw him a contender's contract, at the very least, his way.
And we'll see how this final goes out. But you're right, stacked rosters both ways, and I mean, the theme of course, our tournament, the Toronto Defiant Throwback tournament presented by TV Canada, which means GOATS is going to continue to be the theme as we expected. Really, things haven't changed since the start of the day. We're going to start off on a Lijiang Tower. And, Control Center is possibly the best part, the best point we could have started on, considering how strong 3-3 is in those close encounters.
Yeah, I mean, along with King's Row, like, Control Center is another just flat map that, well, you can just beat the crap out of each other on GOATs. I mean, it's as simple as that. And no team's really opting, at least the teams here, not opting for any Ana or Moira funny business. It's the straight mirror. First place, $2,600. Second place, $1,500. But also honor on the line, because you're going to hear it in scrims. Karib is going to be talking to Beast and saying, hey, I'm just better, I guess, or whoever ends up winning. But a quick, aggressive engagement over on server's side. Team Karib were pushed away. It was a couple of boots that intimidated them a little bit. But Dante is low. He had 100-ish HP, so Team Beast wish they could have been more aggressive, but they're still securing the kills. Team Karib used the bubbles, but not able to save the people who were in danger that whole time, as Team Beast will be on the point with the cap first.
Something that Team Beast actually did really good is they only exposed one target to a threat at any point in time. Dante is the one who took the majority of the pressure, so he's the one that went down very low. And as Team Crif tried to, gang up on him and take him out, the rest of Team Beast sort of coalesced around Dante and made the Team Crif pay for their errors. And that's what starts off this round now. Transcendence up for Juno already. And he's gonna need it, as KSF and Dante are both heading towards the first grab of the map.
Karkar a little bit farther ahead with the sound barrier game 2. I think we saw a shatter maybe come down from Beast, and Team Karib not too affected. Great block from Dreamer, but the Transcendence was still baited out from Karib, and Dante could have a free grab here. No support ultimates he has to worry about. Grabbed on first from KSF. Dante holding on to his. He now throws it, catches at least all 5 members of Team Karib. Self-destruct from Bernard. Catches Karib, and you can see Team Beast just have more members. I think 3 versus 2 though, and as they clean up this fight, they still have to worry about the tanks. They gotta kill Linkser. Is the only source of healing for Team Karib, and just barely holding on is Team Beast to fall back towards the point, and their supports got punished somehow, so Team Karib could actually entry.
The peel onto KSF was spectacular, and now this is the re-entry here for Team Karib, as they're not gonna go down unafflicted. No shutouts here, as the point will flip back into Karib's favor. And the reset comes in. A really good kite from KSF back to Linkster's arms, and you saw it. Like, Linkster was the only one healing, but as Karkar was trying his best to clean up the kill, Linkster stayed alive and helped KSF frag out to flip the point back in their favor. Now, though, the re-engage coming in, Team Crib are at advantage. They have the economy in their favor, and they should be able to close this next fight out without spending too much.
Yeah, look at the rally from Linkster. It's giving them the extra armor. They try and get around the shield. Dreamer goes for the shatter. Counter shatter thrown from Beast as Team Carib now caught in the grab. And it's the self-destruct right in the middle of the chaos. And what a space maker himself. It's Space with another play of the game.
And we got the front row seat to the man who set it all up. Linkster with the shield bash into Beast's back. And he's not able to keep up the shield. The Space bomb doing such wonders, and he's been on fire all day long, and no wonder how good he is. Blase engaging with the rally. They want to keep this one going.
Shatter towards the left, it gets a few down. You can see backing up his Beast, holding up his shield. Dreamer dies from the shatter. Team Beast have a big opening. They send a self-destruct towards server side. This forces Team Karif to be a little bit behind Team Beast, as Juno didn't even realize it. He's picked off. There's a grab actually thrown from Dante. KSF is not hugging the wall for no reason. Team Beast ahead in kills though, but the flip will be coming in. They could start accumulating a lead from this. Team Karif not really giving up until the final pin will send Dreamer away. And Team Beast will take a lead.
The fact that the point flipped actually in the middle of that fight rather than at the end means that now Curve actually has to go fast. Team Curve, they don't have a lot of room to work with, 80% and counting here for Team Beast. And you can see Beast is setting up for a shatter. He wants to kind of lay them down before they get a chance to enter as the timer ticks for that last fight.
Team Karif starting the rally early, having ultimate soon as the Graviton or the Transcendence. So Team Beast trying to shatter against all six on the ground. Are you kidding me? They did not see it coming. But Team Karif himself got up with the Transcendence, but he couldn't save KSF Linkster. It is still winnable, but the kills did not come quick enough. Now you got a Transcendence from Juno that you have to deal with, and this is all the healing they need to clean up this fight one last time. 99%. The first round of Control Center about to go to Team Beast.
And there, Graviton Surge to close out the round. Goats is a dance lemon. The team's going back and forth. And in the end there, Team Beast, they play the cards a little bit more subtly. They come in, they're like, all right, we're going to give up a little bit of room. Beast shows an avenue of an attack and then takes it all the way with the shatter. And of course, the supports are there to back him up in his aggressive gameplay. And Team Beast are going to take round number 1 here in our grand finals. And we are already on for a great match so early on.
So incredibly close. Still first to 2, guys. So map 1 will be match point. This Team Karif have to get themselves together, and it's been tough. It's been a Rhine duel. I mean, the 6-man shatter from Beast. I mean, he ain't called the Beast for no reason, but then Space also got a 5k self-destruct. I mean, any ultimate could be a team wipe when placed properly. As the first fight will be taking place in the middle of the map, and the Discord Orb was on Beast, and he took a lot of damage at the start, backed away. A lot of space given over to Team Karif. As Dreamer got the Discord, he's starting to back away, swinging away, building up towards the shatter. And although Zarya's equally going for charges, bit of a break duel in the backline. Dante at 100% energy, but losing a frontline he needed to maybe be enabled to get more kills for his team. As over towards the point as all 6 members of Team Karif and Team Beast looking to fight this one more time.
A good read there to find KSF out of position, chase him down, the high energy Dante. That means the Team Beast, though they lose percentage, are still in this fight.
And Dreamer got surrounded. Good heads-up play from Bernard. It's a big opening pick onto the Reinhardt. Team Karib only with 13-14%. Team Beast forcing the flip. Doesn't look like one person is contesting its space, and he's not going to use the self-destruct. This was to buy him a couple more seconds, but I don't know about this Transcendence, Karib. It's only you. Oh, the Reinhardt of Dreamer got back, but he got shattered. He got blown up. So, I mean, Dreamer was never there, I guess. Team Karib will be giving up that point.
It's surprising how a team with like 800 HP can get blown up so quickly, but the power of Discord Orb is insane. The burst damage, unreal. I think the one thing though for Team Beast, they use both the Graviton Surge and the Earth Shadow, and they're going to want one of those two back because they have nothing but the self-destruct and the sound barrier in the bank against Team Karib's entire wealth and economy here. Dreamer walking up trying to shatter the front line of Team Beast.
see Team Beast trying to stay behind, huddle behind the shield. The bubble's available. Use the little early Dreamer. One more swing, he could be dead. He seizes the sound barrier just in time. And then they capitalize after the grab from KSF, after the self-destruct of Space, and they completely wipe away this point. Team Kariv will be getting the flip, and only 41% to Team Beast.
Back and forth we go. This has been a hotly contested series here on this second round, and Team Beast now on the re-engage need to find a way to break through this transcendence of Kariv, right? Team Kariv, that's the only thing they have available to them, as Linkser is still some ways away from the rally. High ground here as Team Beast look to walk down and hit the front row.
From the high ground, from the top rope, Beast
There it is.
wishes he had the shatter, but it's not gonna be there yet. Bernard at an off angle, now charging right on in. Beast taking a lot of hits to the face and not getting the support. The transcendence from Juno was just too late, but now they gotta make the most out of this. And if the Kariv was able to match that transcendence, so the resource balance did not tip in anybody's favor. Maybe Team Kariv at the later stages of the fight, and that's why they took over. Team Kariv, pure dominance so far.
That fight is actually one that Team Kariv needed to win, because now the economy is back in their favor, especially with the fact that Team Beast actually used a ton in that last skirmish. Right, Dante doesn't have the Graviton Surge, you don't have the Transcendence. Now with this last fight territory online, Team Kariv really have the tools they need. The Graviton Surge from KSF, Sigma's not available, and the Earth Shatter from Dreamer here to try and close out the round.
Yeah, I messed up Gravitic Flux too. I'm surprised I haven't called it yet, but now trying to corner Team Kariv in such a tiny building. The Shatter was easily blocked from Dreamer. Linkser gonna use the rally, try and support them, and they're gonna need it. KSF throws the grab traps most of Team Beast, and the complete team wipe is there. A little bit of a contest from Team Beast in Space. Ain't gonna be bothered with that since car away. Team Kariv will force round 3.
What a clean round there from Kariv and company as they shut out, or they do a really good job of making that one fight that they absolutely needed to win go in their favor. And now we are even up here, one apiece on our control map. Round number 3 beginning here on a garden. And just some high-level GOATS gameplay here, Lemon, for sure.
Absolutely, and some environmental kills that could be happening. I mean, most of these fights should be taking place in the mid-map, and unless some teams might be thinking about taking white control, what do you think?
I think that these teams are sort of staying away from the map hazards because it's tougher to kind of it's riskier, right? Go for the quote unquote safer play if you think you can win out in the brawl. And I think both these teams think they're good enough to win the brawl, so that's why we're seeing a lot more of those white room fights.
Now taking control of mid, matrixing those initial fire strikes. The bubbles used to just gather some initial energy is being so disciplined when this Discord has been placed on these Reinhardts, but Dreamer, not so much. Not putting up the shield in time. Also sacrifices the mech of Space, and once, those shields drop, the rest are just going to be absolutely run over, so Team Beast with a decisive fight win. Cleanish, they lost Blase. They'll still get the cap.
One could even say they were a little blasé about losing Blase. A little note there, perhaps. One thing Bernard is doing, though, is he's taking these extreme off angles as D.Va and punishing Space in the back line because he trusts his front line to stay alive long enough for Bernard to get into position. So the mark of a really good team in terms of communication, and Team Beast are doing a really good job. Dante now has the Graviton Surge available in about 15%, and expectations here is to go hard with it.
Team Beast just holding their ground, forcing Team Kariv to entry. And also the dance could start. Beast really close to Shatter. I don't know if Dreamer expects it. You'll track Beast kind of based on the other hero that mirrors yours. Shatter comes down. Looks like it was blocked. Team Kariv still use the Transcendence and rally in response to the Dante grab. Juno keeps Team Beast up. The self-destruct for Bernard will protect them only for the moment. Dreamer spots a ghost. He'll shatter the heck out of him, and Team Kariv will just fall one by one. Team Beast taking control of this map.
A really good hold there. That's the fight that you need to win because this puts you solidly in the contest for last fight, right? Because now the economy is about even, but you have point of control. And as it starts to tick up, ooh, never mind. That's a really good kill, exit frag from Custa, because Dante resetting means that he can't get back in time to his team. And Team Kariv, you can see, they're trying to go fast because they want to take advantage of the fact that they have 6, while Team Beast only has 5.
73% plus. Last fight for map 1, match point Thousands of dollars on the line, and it's Team Beast under fire. Dante throws the grab, Space self-destruct, see even claim any kills, but so far it is Team Beast ahead. Transcendence helping their resources, high energy. Dante will lead the charge. Team Carib scrambling to get a fight together, but they just cannot. Team Carib not putting a single dent in Gardens. They might be able to touch one last time, but I don't imagine Cuss is going to be living very long, and Space doesn't have a mech to work with. KSF does have a grab, but no one to help him have a party on the point. It will be Team Beast taking this round 100-0 and going to match point.
What a clinical run there from Team Beast on that third round. They get to mid early, as you said, in that first fight and never let up. This is going to be that combo that we saw from Linkser and Space in Control Center, but that third point was all Team Beast. Still, can't help but love a 6K from a Diva.
Yeah, I think you pointed out right. It was either some kind of shield bash or boob. It was really hard to see with 12 people just on top of each other. But, I mean, those kind of self-destructs don't happen by accident. Somebody, some ghost, some Jesus somewhere enabled Space to do that. And it's not the first incredible bomb he's had this tournament. This has been a top Diva player that I've been loving to watch.
Yeah, Space is one of those players that, I mean, even though his team did end up taking the loss, Space is one of those players that, win or lose, always puts on a show, and a good one, right? He's always in the place that you need him to be. He's always doing the right thing in the right place, and adds so much to his team. So, really a player that I genuinely enjoy watching just for seeing some fantastic Diva play, and we saw it right there. But we got to talk about Team Beast because they are, in fact, the team that took map number 1. And I think as a team, as a cohesive unit, it's a little bit more solid from them, at least in terms of how they're deploying their personnel.
And just looking at how the round robin went, Team Beast went undefeated 4-0.
Yep.
So there's a reason they're looking this good in the finals, and to be going flawlessly would just be the cherry on top.
Yeah, I think the one thing there is that for Carib's squad, they got a chance to fight, I believe Zig's squad as well, and there was some question with Nevix's team and how they kind of played up to them. So there was some competition in the group that Carib's squad was in. Group B, I mean, we saw Beast and his fellow compatriots ran through, making everyone sort of take the L afterwards. We'll see if that continues to map number 2, because as you highlighted, match point now in the grand finals here of the Toronto Defiant Throwback Tournament.
Yeah, Team Carib will get to choose the next map because they lost the first one, so they've chosen to bring to Rialto. So I don't think we've seen this on stream yet. And although I did give a lot of credit to Team Beast in group stage, but also Team Carib also went undefeated, so that's good for them. Maybe one group was easier than the other. I don't have any opinions that I'd want to share.
I mean, we can make bold and bogus claims, but the point is both these teams are fantastic. To your point about Rialto, though, this is in fact the first time we're seeing it on stream, and it might be one of the first times it's being played just in general in the tournament. So for the most part, we had gone to either Junkertown or Dorado on stream. So this is a much different look overall. We haven't, this map plays out very differently compared to both Dorado and Junkertown. Junkertown obviously a lot more open, so you can start to set up more flanks. Even when Goats was at its height, Junkertown often saw other things get played. And of course, Dorado, there's a lot of tight chokes to play through, and we saw more full holds there than anything else. Rialto, gonna be interesting to see this first attack, because I think this one is probably the most important that we're gonna see in this map.
And as we get ready for the first fight, if we do claim, or if we do have a winner here in this map, make sure you guys stick around too. We'll have an analyst segment after if you guys are as confused as we are sometimes about what happened in these fights. We have the 2 smartest people from the Toronto Defiant that will be breaking it down after the stream. So Team Beast on the cart will be about exchanging that Zarya energy, starting to build up that DPS. And sometimes we can have these crazy things like shatters come online really early, really depending on how aggressive each team wants to play. And Team Beast are more focusing on pushing the objective and then actually snuck up to the high ground and already getting the bubbles. Team Beast Space goes for a little bit of a boost to try and knock people off the high ground. He was successful with this, and Team Carib have the shield up and no one really out of position, so they're playing this really smart. No one else to really have to worry about except maybe Carib, who's somehow really far ahead in Transcendence.
Now, yeah, the soft reset comes in though as the rotation comes in now for Team Beast. They get in the backline and are starting to fleet so much damage onto the backline.
Team Cruz starting to be pushed away, but they do manage to demag Bernard, remove him from the fight. Team Beast have a Graviton. Do they want to use it now? But it's a 4-5-man shatter from Dreamer that knocks Team Beast on their butts, but they're still ready to tango. The grab, the transcendence, Team Kariv living through this, and even with their own counter grab, were able to slow down the momentum of this fight. But who's not slowing down is Team Beast. They just, I think it was a shield bash from somebody that knocked Blase down, and this secured a kill, forced Team Beast back despite them looking really strong at the start of the fight.
Yeah, that was a really good support read from Team Kariv. Actually, the Transcendence comes in early just to keep everyone alive as they try and push through the Earth Shatter. And then on top of that, Custa layers down the sound barrier right as the grab expires, so everyone stays alive despite the damage throughput coming in, and they just sustain through. Karkar elects not to use the sound barrier himself.
Sound barrier engage started from Team Beast. They're gonna take the risk. They want to convert some quick kills, but the Graviton stops them in their tracks. And as they surround them, the Fire Strike and more. Team Kariv claim all the kills from that Graviton as Bernard's self-destruct didn't come quick enough to clear away Team Kariv, and they saw it in time and blocked it as Team Beast's time bank is getting very much smaller.
Yeah, this has been the fights that you would expect Team Beast to get aggression and advantage in. They're kind of losing out. Now they're gonna try and push aggressively because Dreamer just now got back to his team, so they thought they had an opportunity, but the window has now closed. So the soft reset comes in, and they're going to start to pressure out with the poke. The rally comes in now. Blase, Team Beast, the engage begins.
Space almost lost the mech, forced to self-destruct, or maybe threw it just to get back in the mech. No kills yet. Team Beast have a Graviton from Dante they can work with. No support ultimates from Kariv. And there, Team Kariv just hopefully have to survive this one without it, but it just doesn't seem to be the case. Kariv wasn't fast enough with the Transcendence, so Team Beast will take a fight win just off the Graviton.
And it's a smart play here, though, to not overindulge and overinvest if you are Team Kariv. There was an opportunity to perhaps sort of get another fight going, but instead of trying to force it, they're going to try and reset here and maybe even get a full contest on the end of first. You can see how aggressively the tanks are posturing up for Team Kariv. They think they have an opportunity.
Beast going forward just to push the last couple meters and gets behind. It gets a pin, it looked like, or maybe it was bubbled, but either way, the grab from KSF traps most of Team Beast. They have the Transcendence. They're still pretty healthy. Team Kariv still have to enter. It's only 0.9 meters from point A, and Team Beast have not been able to be stopped this fight yet. Team Kariv still hanging around. They have to kill KSF. He's high energy, and they will confirm that. Team Beast move on to point A.
That was a struggle, though, and I will say the one thing that's going to be really good here for Team Beast is that they're getting these exit frags, right? So they're going to have a chance to push the cart past the bridge and really get into a good position. Karkar going to set up on the objective, trying to move it forward while the rest of his team takes high ground. This is one of the hardest points in the game to recontest against the Goats composition, and you can see how both teams want the high ground stairs in their control.
Beast with the Shatter Dreamer, about one more swing and he has his, and this is the Rhine mental game that with everyone standing behind those shields, you're really trusting that your Rhine doesn't throw the game for you right now. But the grab comes out first from KSF. I think he saw some counter shatters come out from Beast, but it was a shield bash that maybe canceled that, and either way, Team Beast lost their entire front line, and Dante's gonna try and escape maybe with some energy. Either way, Team Kariv with a good defensive win.
This is one of the worst places to be for Team Beast, though, right? This is where now you have to cross the bridge into fire, into the opportunity of the spam coming in from Team Kariv, and with the time bank so very low, Team Beast actually have to expend resources just to get past the Zen, and the right clicks are just there.
The charge right click, yeah, from Kariv finds his opposition, asserting dominance, and you see Team Kariv dropped right after, but they jumped right into the grab from Dante with the high energy that he was able to keep. They surrounded them and got a bunch of kills, and despite maybe an initial mistake, all it did was bait Team Kariv into a fight win for Team Beast.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. That is exactly what it was. It was bait. Unintentional perhaps, but definitely bait nonetheless. Dante recognizes that Team Kariv plays way too aggressively for what they have as they try and jump down to get the remainder of the kills, and he uses the opportunity to commit the grab. Now in this next fight, though, it is going to be up to the Zarya for Team Beast.
The Rhine mind games might start again. Dreamer has Shatter. KSF has the grab. Dreamer tries to go for Shatter. Doesn't get anyone. Great block from Beast once again. All support ultimates of Team Beast have been unleashed. But will this allow them to live through the Graviton? Beast goes for a pin, but can't confirm the kill. It was the flanker and even the damage from space at close range that just bursted Beast down. And Team Beast are down to the last 30 seconds.
And now you need to you have to start talking about who's going to be the one contesting cart starting the overtime, because with 20 seconds remaining, not only do you have to get across bridge, you have to get to the cart, which is the opposite side of the wall. And this is going to be a tall order. Team Cruz are going to try and play aggressively and prevent anyone from even touching.
Team Beast, low ground, shield a little bit broke there from Beast, thinking maybe Dreamer has Shatter. He doesn't want to get caught off guard, but he's not letting it really regenerate, and Juno's picked off once. There's no supports left for Team Beast in the last fight, and the Shatter is just a cherry on top. Overtime will be going away, and Team Beast will not get through to point B.
No, that high ground is just too strong. You have to break through 3 natural defensive opportunities for the side that is on defense, right? Obviously the open bridge where there's so much spam coming through, you have to expend cooldown just to get across it. Then you have to break through a high ground, which you come from a low ground to approach, and that's even tougher. And then on top of that, even if you get through both of those, then you have to deal with the choke point on additionally. So 3 naturally defensive positions, and all the while you're pushed for time, and you have to deny resource and ultimates to the opposing team. It's a really tough place to be, and Team Beast just aren't able to deal with it and are therefore held just shy of second.
Yeah, box of victory halfway to point B. If Team Cruz can get there, they will tie the series, send us into our final map of the tournament. But if Team Beast can have a better defense, they can be our champions and thousands of dollars richer. We'll see. No surprise in the composition, but what I'm interested in seeing, LaFawn, is how the rotations go for point A.
Yeah, I think again, this first fight is one of the more important ones, because if you can get, as I said, sort of the top of the attack on Rialto, if you can get a good first fight, your time bank allows you to make more mistakes. If you don't get a good first attack, you get a much reduced time bank, often to the tune of about 1.5 minutes, nearly 2 minutes. And then with how hard it is to approach point A on Rialto, you've basically run out of time just off the back of your first attack. So this first approach is so very important.
Team Cruz just kind of scouting around. Sometimes you have these sneaky Lucios that can boop you into the water, and that would just kind of tilt me and probably tilt everyone in that game if that were to happen. But sticking to the low ground, they could make a rotation towards the high ground to go and meet Team Beast, and they're deciding to do so. Dreamer is the one behind, so they have to be a little bit careful. Matrixing a lot of these fire strikes, shield bash into Beast himself, as now riding up the wall. You can see that Karkar wanted to go for a boop to knock some Team Cruz members off to the low ground, and both teams getting knocked around, and eventually you'll see them group back up towards the low. Team Cruz needing to heal up Dreamer and KSF, and this could be a window of opportunity for Team Beast to get aggressive, but their shield is probably not too healthy, so both taking a break.
Yeah, this is a good recognition from Team Beast not to over-aggress and lose sight of your limits. They now have to race that, though, because the high ground is given to Team Cruz, and high ground into low ground, you just have free damage over the shield, and Team Beast are at a disadvantage. Dante, though, Graviton Surge online. And Shatter.
A Shatter from Team B. I don't even think he was aiming for anyone special, just went for it. And well, you will take that solo Shatter on Brig, because hey, he trusted his team to clean up the rest, and they surely did that.
Yeah, and only 2 ults for a fight win in GOATS. That's a massive resource gain. I think they're more than okay with that, because now they have all 3 support ultimates. Keenly amongst them the rally, which you can start off the fight and give yourself a sustain throughout, and then follow up and get Dante and Beast back to those key resources. And again, I mean, the grab catches no one. Oh
no! KSF, my eyes! But it's okay, they can still go forward and make the most out of this. Transcendence forced out from Karib and equally from Juno. Graviton's out of the picture. It's time for the Shatter. Soundbarrier engaged from Team Beast. Mirror from Custa. Dreamer got a few down with the Shatter, but as he went to follow up with it, he gets caught from the grab from Dante, and they pin them against the wall. And they regain control of the card, and only 2 minutes left for Team Cruz.
The problem with the grab whiffing that badly means that the Transcendence can then be used aggressively in counter. Normally, you would use a defensive ultimate to kind of protect yourself against those, crowd control resources. This time, though, when Team Beast realizes the Graviton catches no one, they use the W key and off the back of that trance. Now Beast has his Shatter again. He's looking for that opportunity.
Swinging away, Dreamer gets so low, and he's lucky he played Ring Around the Rosie on that card, because that could have been a first kill on D-Mac already, and a humongous slam from Team Beast catches most of Team Karev, and look, the engage, the speed from Karkar, the call to get the dub, but they have to get a few more before they are crowned our champions.
Yeah, Team Beast now only a minute away from cementing the grand finals here, Lemon, and they have the tools they need. It's all about that engage timing. There has to be a hero coming in from Team Karev. Is it Space with the Matrix? Is it Dreamer with the Shatter? They need someone to step up. Who's it going to be?
It has to be somebody. Team Karev on the high ground, the rally, the Transcendence layer to counter the Dante grab. Still gets the mech from Space as Karev will scatter away from the self-destruct. Now the counter grab from KSF. The Transcendence and rally will keep Team Beast kicking. They wish they still had Karkar, but they're still trying to hold on. But Team Karev, the damage is just too much. They don't really any ultimates. It's just the synergy of Team Karev that will allow them to prevail. In 17 seconds remaining, there could be a contest from Team Beast, maybe.
Not only could there be a contest from Team Beast, they actually have an opportunity because the break died. Linkser went down. You can see him walking back slowly.
The touch at 0.3 meters, and we weren't even sure if it was touchable, but Team Beast make it happen. Already getting one with a fire strike. Grab from Dante, counter by the sound barrier of Custa. Space made even more space with the self-destruct. It's overtime. Team Karev cannot get off this cart, or Team Beast will be your champions. Blase rallied, but rallied a little bit too hard. He's gonna feel that in the morning, and Team Karev barely pulled through in this fight, 0.3 meters, and they will be securing point B.
What a spectacular layering there of the tank ultimates from KSF and Dreamer. They were the point men on this objective, doing a great job of waiting out the rally of Blase. The Graviton catches everybody, and then Dreamer can just swing through. Now Team Beast, Time Bank is not complete, but they still have that defensive high ground. We can see that golden box of victory that Team Karev has to meet just to even up the series.
It's going to be an important fight. At least you got a couple more chances to get it done. Box of victory in their sights, dropping towards the low ground. I don't think Beast wanted to be there, but he does manage to live. Probably got the bubble from Dante. As Team Karev hit with a shatter from Beast as they follow up. Somebody just got sent to Narnia, but still managed to live through according to the kill feed. Team Karev have a shatter they can work with this time, but they got to make sure they keep Dreamer alive. There's a Transcendence engage from Team Beast. They think it's winnable. They're starting to surround Team Karev that just can't seem to do anything about it. Team Beast ahead in kills. Team Beast himself was a little bit too aggressive, and so was Juno, as Team Karev can still get back on this cart. They can get some more staggers. This will make their next fight a lot easier.
Yeah, I mean, there is still going to be technically a contest here, Lemon, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. The Graviton Surge here trying to shut down the tanks.
Right, the Grav and the Charge Dreamer right through in Space. The Soundbearer, he lays a self-destruct just in case. Bernard's gonna do the same thing. Space eats the grab from Dante. A big winning condition the defense were hoping for. It's the last minute. Could be the last fight. Team Beast gotta play this slow, but they gotta back up Bernard. He was so close to losing mech. Team Karev respecting that space, backing away. They don't have a run, they don't have a brig. And this is not gonna be the fight they wanna take.
No, this is gonna be absolutely disastrous here for Team Karev. They had the opportunity. They should have been able to close that one out, but a great bomb from Bernard denies the space yet again. And now Team Beast in last fight. They're gonna have the real tools they need. Karkar with the sound barrier, Beast nearly having the shatter.
27 seconds, a hope and a dream, thousands of dollars on the line. Will Team Beast hold it, be our champions? Team Karev, it's winnable here. They finally emerge from the doorway. They search for, they got the rally. It's actually from the defense as Dreamer slams down, catches Juno. They can't secure the kill. Beast is booped up and easily blocked away from Dreamer. Beast is done with this. He's charging into Narnia. He'll be by himself, and Team Beast are gonna follow up. They get the D-Mech from Space. No ultimates to worry about except Dante's. He throws the grab for the nail in the coffin for Team Beast. The self-destruct is the birthday candles on top because they had their wish come true. Team Karev dropped this fight, and Team Beast are your Toronto Defiant Throwback Tournament champions.
What an unreal final fight there from Team Beast, recognizing their win condition, establishing presence. We saw Dante play off the high ground, dancing behind the back line, and just raining down damage. play of the game. The highlight here is going to be the break from Linkser, but it was not enough. Team Kariv in the finals were unable to shut down Team Beast, and they take the victory 2-0. And what a spectacular show we had here, Lemon. Absolutely fantastic gameplay from Team Beast.
That could have been so tieable from Kariv. Like, that fight broke down to really who had their ultimates a little bit early, who really pulled the trigger on that, and it's still back and forth. That was anybody's fight. That's kind of the beauty of GOAT's compositions and why we've really enjoyed casting this, and hope you guys enjoyed watching it too. That means Team Beast will be $2,600 richer, while as the Team Kariv will still walk away with $1,500.
I mean, oh man, what a real slog there, 1,500. But I think even beyond the prize pool for the players, which is fantastic, this tournament has been, for us, just a joy to cover, just a joy to watch, and I hope everyone else got some of the same joy that I got out of it, because it was a real pleasure overall, Lemon. And it's good to see a little throwback to when Goats was the reigning meta composition of the day.
You guys got to be dropping a sub to Toronto Defiant, because this wouldn't be happening without them. This is a community effort. They teamed up with other broadcasts, including Toronto Alpha Flight and CA Overwatch and the Landlords. All the matches got to be casted, so we're glad to feature all these teams of sweaty tryhards to maybe like Team Numlock, just a bunch of friends getting together for a good time. The players got to be on stream too, and really shout out to Toronto Defiant production. Behind the scenes, they have a studio. They've been able to observe and give us all these angles that make it really easy to cast from.
Yeah, no. People to thank, Lemon, and of course one of our other co-casters, Beatdown Boulevard, who helped us, who was on air with us in the previous shows as well. So a great time overall here today.
We got Dean from OAM, Anita, Emma from Ryerson, the Toronto Alpha Flight crew, Root Bear, Stardust, Vith, Hart, and Chloe. So much love to them. But if you guys are tired of hearing us small brains, LaFawn and Lemon, we don't have much to say sometimes, but we do our best. If you want to hear from some bigger brains, it will be a Broy and Ablis closing out our show. So take it away.
Nice. Thank you, Lemon. We're back in Toronto in the HQ, and Alvis, what the fucking match.
Wow, what a game. Yeah, bro,
Yes.
It's been insane actually. The level of play in these finals has been over the roof, but I think in the end it's the best Reynard that won it all.
Yes, like we've depicted it here. Beast completely dominating Kariv.
Complete dominance.
I think it's been like the main phrase of the series. Like, it's just been beast.
Yeah.
Like, I remember on Lijiang, it started, there was this huge bomb by who's on Beast's team?
On Beast's team?
Yes.
A lot of people.
No, who's the diva on Beast's team?
That's a good one.
It's Bernard.
Oh yeah, it's Bernard. You're right.
It should be Bernard. But yeah,
Yeah,
there was this huge bomb on Lijiang, which I had to watch it over and over and over because I didn't know what's happening. Like, look at this. You don't really see what's happening, and all of a sudden it's space, by the way.
Yeah, that was the play of the game, but they still lost it at the end of the day. But this bomb has been insane, like 6 kills.
But yeah, what happened there is it was basically because of the Weinhardt, because there was a second angle where you could watch it from, and you could see that the bomb was placed like perfectly in the middle of the graph, and then the Weinhardt just charges perfectly, and that's the Dreamer in this case, and he's like taking out Beast, which was the one case where Beast wasn't dominating. Anything else, it's just been like Beast, like over and over and over. Like on Lijiang as well, there was this it was a night market where Beast completely goes Beast mode, haha. Where he just gets a huge shatter off. It wasn't on Night Market, it was on Control Center. But yeah, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he just gets this huge 5-man shatter. They get 2 picks out of it, and then carry from there. It's just been insane.
Yeah, it's been insane. I agree that it's so important. This rain matchup on the GOAT meta is so important, and I think everyone can agree that Beast dominated and outplayed Dreamer on pretty much every level of the game. He was kiting better, his shield management was better, he was always outpacing him while charging ult or even using them, so his positioning has been actually
insane, and it's one of the big factor of Beast's victory. But obviously, the GOATS meta relies on a very synchronized team, so it's
Sure.
a team effort, of course. And still, big shout out to Karif's team, who's been playing out of their mind as well throughout the entire tournament.
Yes.
Has been have showed a stellar performance in most of the maps. So big shout out to both of the teams, and it's been a great finals to watch. I enjoyed it.
It's been a great
A lot.
final.
Yeah.
And I want to watch one more clip at the very least, which was
Let's go.
it was yet another shatter from Beast.
Okay.
And it was a shatter on Karif that basically just won them that fight. Here we go. He's hiding behind the payload, and then
yes.
he just dominates Karif. It's like Toronto Defiant versus Toronto Defiant matchup. This is what we wanted to see. And I bet if they were in the same chat room at the time, Beast would have just screamed at Karif. Yeah, be like, "What are you doing, bro?"
Yeah, I think the chat must have been pretty fun as well. Like, obviously we didn't have all the information, but I think what happened there must have been pretty cool. I think a lot of games actually was very fun from the player's perspective, because obviously you play against friends, you play against people that you hang out a lot with,
Yes.
that you played with on different teams, and it's been overall a very good event for that as well. I think for bringing everyone together. I know for this season everyone was like scattered around the world, and then there's this whole COVID situation where no one could hang out with his friends as much, and this was a great opportunity for all these players to just come together and have fun.
It's been pretty cool. Yeah, I have to say, it was nice to see. Nice to have this tournament. Big thank you to TD Bank, obviously, for sponsoring this. And again, great big shout out to all the people that are working here. Again, you can't see them, but there's our OEM live crew with just lots of people who are observing. We have like camera crew. I mean, the broadcast is pretty fucking nuts if you think about it, for it being like a $5,000 tournament.
Yeah, definitely. It's been
It's
amazing, very smooth to work with everyone, all the people from Alpha Flight as well, everyone that worked on putting this together, actually, from all the teams that worked on that. That was insane. A big shout out to the casters as
Yes.
well, Beatdown, Lafon and Lemon Kiwi, who brought the hype throughout this tournament. It's been really cool to listen to you guys, and to all the players, obviously, that participated in it.
Yes.
It was a blast. I had a blast watching GOATS, and I wasn't sure I would like enjoy it as much as I did, but like GOATS is great to watch. I
It
mean,
is.
I had a great time.
I think if I had one complaint though, I would definitely like to replace Atlas.
Yes, and put me in the game. That's a complaint I have as
No,
well.
no, no,
That's
not
a big
in the-
regret.
not
Next
in
time I
the
want to
game.
be in there, so hopefully there will be a next time. If there's a next time, I want to play this time around. So I hope the players, you heard me out, and I hope it's going to be happening. Well, thank you again to you as well, Boroy. It's been
Oh,
great having
thank
this
you.
analyst couch with you. I had a great time. And again, thank you everyone that made it possible.
Yes, this was a Toronto Defiant TD Bank Throwback tournament. It's brought to you live from Toronto, and I hope you all have a good night and enjoy some more goats in the future. Good night.